for worse. And I hope that it's all the better. That river runs through my veins.
This afternoon, more than 34 million people are on alert for dangerous severe storms, with tornadoes, damaging winds, and large hail threatening the south. We're timing it all out when the most dangerous of the storms will strike right now on the Weather Channel. Good afternoon and welcome to our special extended coverage of severe storms in the south. I'm meteorologist Liana Brackett alongside meteorologist Chris Warren. Storms are rumbling this morning and this afternoon throughout the south from Georgia to Texas.
Mom! Wow! Wow!
And this is the sound of one of the threats from today's severe weather in the south. Hail pounding Irving, Texas. Now there are reports of quarter-sized to get this golf ball-sized hail across the Lone Star State. Here's a closer look at more hail coming down in Texas. Look at this. This is insane. This is in Grand Prairie. That's a lot of pretty large hail. Chris has a closer look at where those dangerous storms could also turn into a tornado threat right now. Chris.
And right now, breaking news, Liana, there is a tornado threat currently underway in parts of Louisiana and in Texas. A couple of tornado warnings to get to. First, a look at the tornado warning that we are tracking right now across portions of Texas. And this right here, just for some reference, here's Galveston. This is the tornado warning right here. Brazoria and Matagorda counties here impacted by this. And as you look at this is a radar indicated tornado warning. And as you look right here, you can see where that hook is, that wraparound associated with the mesocyclone, the overall spinning of the thunderstorm. And if we do have a tornado, likely going to find that somewhere in here, right with that hook, somewhere in there. So again, tornado warning here in this part of Texas. Here's Houston, here's Galveston, so we are south of there. This storm is generally heading off to the east, and right there, the velocity where you see the winds going in different directions either away from the radar in red or toward the radar in green, right in here. That's where you can infer some spin, so that rotation. So those are a couple of the big clues we look for here as we get a closer look now at some of the timing, when you can expect some of the stronger storms to head to where you may be, West Columbia, Angelton in this, Holiday Lakes within the next half an hour or so, and then Bastrop Beach eventually if this does stay together as a tornado warning. Now we're jumping over here into Louisiana, and so we're not talking counties now, we're talking parishes. Grant, LaSalle, and Wynn parishes. If you're familiar with where we are here, here's Interstate 49. This is the northern part of the state, the northwest part of the state. Here's Natchitoches, where Northwestern University is here. Northwestern State is located. We are now east of that. And again, a tornado warning here. This one is in effect until 2:45. Also, basically what we're doing here is we're looking for the red and the green are really close to each other. And the brighter they are, likely the stronger the winds as well. So we're looking right in here for the possible rotation of this storm. Again, tornado warning, the timing for this over the next, say, 15 minutes or so. This storm is on its way to Breezy Hill, then eventually into Eden, Jenna, and Amoa. If you're in these areas, take cover now. And if you're in these areas right here, pay attention now and the next several hours where there remains the threat for some severe weather. It is very likely we're going to see some strong storms today, and there is a high chance here, a 7 out of 10 on our Torcon for these areas in purple, that there will be tornadoes. So if there is a number issued, whether it's a 2, 3, 5, or in this case a 7, there is a tornado threat. The bigger the number, the bigger the threat we're looking at. The Storm Prediction Center looking at these areas until either 3 or 7 with conditions remaining favorable for tornadoes. Tornado watches in effect, so you can think of this as watch for warnings. And of course, we do have a couple of warnings right now. And you can see right here, this one south of Houston with the hook associated with this, and this one north of Alexandria here in the north central portion of Louisiana. So, Liana, we've been watching storms throughout the day, and now things starting to heat up, and we're expecting it to continue into tonight, even and potentially overnight.
Yeah, reaching as far as the Carolina coast as we get into tomorrow morning. So I'm going to give you that broad broader view, let's take a quick look at Monroe, Louisiana. Ominous dark skies out there, but you can't really see any major action at the moment. But the thing is, we are going to be seeing more chances of severe thunderstorms picking up as we get through the rest of this evening. Take a look. Chris was just talking about several of these warnings, but even a little bit farther east, we're still looking at plenty of thunder, lots of rain. We do have a flash flood warning in parts of Alabama. Overall, we're going to see this mass really hold together and continue to drift eastward. So putting it into motion, starting the clock around 3 p.m. Central Time, we're looking at all of this spreading eastward. We're looking at some major arteries like Jackson, Montgomery, major cities, Savannah, all the way out there through about this evening. Some of these cells, again, really intense. So again, don't be so stuck on the exact location, because overall we will be seeing these little cells start to amplify. Even northern New Orleans, you can see these storms drift through the area as we get into the late evening, overnight hours, and it's still holding together. We're going to see it spread into northern parts of Georgia, Atlanta, and then spreading in towards Columbia. And then watch what happens as we get into early tomorrow morning. We're talking about 2, 3, 4 a.m. tomorrow morning. These are the times where you need to make sure your phone is charged so you can get those alerts, and it's going to continue to impact you in the Carolinas as we get closer in towards closer to about 6 a.m. right when you're about to get up and ready for work. Granted, your commute is a lot shorter lately because you're just going to another room in your house, and this is a good thing because we don't need many people out in these elements. Well, unfortunately, at least 14 of the more than 30 people killed in last weekend's deadly tornado outbreak are from Mississippi. Meteorologist Mike Seidel is live in Pearl, Mississippi, just outside Jackson, where people face multiple threats. Hey, Mike.
Good afternoon, Liana. Yes, there's a lot of trepidation here, especially north of here and south of here. South of here is where they had those 2 long-track tornadoes, EF3 and EF4s, and it turned out to be the widest tornado recorded on record east of the Mississippi, over 2 miles wide, down around Bassfield and those areas north and west of Laurel. Now, we have the warm front like last week that shifted through Jackson. This morning it was cool and clammy. Now it's around 70. But get this, Starkville right now, the temperature's 55. And then you get south of the front, Laurel, Hattiesburg, up around 85 or 86. So a big temperature difference. So we're in the warm sector. Look at the radar. Now, there's a lot of heavy rain to our north around Yazoo City along Highway US 82. That's about where the boundary is. But you tend to get additional spin near the warm front. So we're really concerned about the tornado threat from the warm front south. Northern Mississippi is going to be fine as far as tornadoes as you get up towards Memphis. This threat is going to be a little farther south than last week, especially in Alabama and Georgia. So back to our south and west. We had one storm come on through. There is a warning now off to our east and south for parts of Smith, Newton, and Scott counties. That goes till 3. But look off to our south and west on the radar. Big cluster storms. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings and a tornado warning based on radar. This is all heading towards Jackson. We're under a tornado watch until 7 o'clock tonight. The Torcon right now is 7 on a scale of 10, so that's a pretty high number. So we run the risk of tornadoes, and the Storm Prediction Center is saying a couple of those could be strong tornadoes. Once again, tornado watch till 7 includes Jackson, Laurel, Hattiesburg, south to Macomb, where there's 2 big violent monster tornadoes developed last Sunday afternoon. So all over again, we're watching the radar on a Sunday afternoon after last week's Easter outbreak, as Liana mentioned, all the deaths. And there were 15 confirmed tornadoes just alone in Mississippi and over 130 from the entire outbreak. So, Chris, another dangerous afternoon and early evening here in central and southern Mississippi. We'll keep you updated. We're going to stay safe. We've got our protection, and we'll see what happens in the next couple of hours.
All right, yeah, we'll be checking back with you, Mike, for sure. And the threat for tornadoes, of course, is there. Also, large hail, damaging wind, and heavy rain, which could lead to some flooding. Let's take a look at that side of things right now, where it is possible and where we are expecting to see some of the wet weather on top of areas that have already been wet. And these are the areas here where it has been this year much wetter than average in yellow and orange, and that is important because the more rain you get, it's not going to take as much for that rain to come result in flooding when it falls on areas that have already seen a lot of water. And this is the water vapor imagery. You're seeing that moisture being pumped into the south here and looking across much of the south here. Like the threat for tornadoes, that is likely. Flash flooding is also likely today across parts of north central Louisiana, all the way over, going right across central Mississippi, central Alabama, through Georgia and into parts of South Carolina. So here's where the rain is right now. And you can see also in northern Louisiana, there's a flash flood warning, some flash flood warnings and flood advisories. Either some local urbanized flooding here, some small streams also going to be an issue. And you can see here in some of the darker red, that shows where some of the heaviest rain is coming down, and some of this rain is going to continue to go over some of the same areas. Here's the amount of rain that is expected going forward, about 3 to 5 inches in some spots. Also, if you notice here in the details, some areas, and it's the nature with these storms, we never know exactly where the biggest individual storm is going to set up. And with a big storm, that can also drop an awful lot of rain. So even more than 5 inches can't be ruled out at all with this, but generally speaking here in Jackson here, Mississippi, anywhere in that 1 to 2 inch range is reasonable, but again, can't rule out some localized numbers higher than that. This is where we have some flood advisories and flood warnings right now in and around the Birmingham area. So Leanna, still that threat for flooding does remain a big concern for the next several hours and during the overnight as well.
Watching so many impacts with this next round of severe storms. It's going to be reaching the coastal southeast by early tomorrow morning, Monday morning. Myrtle Beach in South Carolina and Savannah, Georgia, you could both be seeing these damaging storms or even a tornado spin up. Although for now, looks like we'll dial down the tornado threat several notches for Monday. Yeah, you're not looking at very high Torcon numbers for either locations, but look at that sky out in Savannah, Georgia. Very pretty out there in the distance, huh? It's pretty, but it just kind of gives you an idea of what's going to be headed your way over the next several hours. Take a look. Likely chances of severe storms, damaging wind threat, up to 60-mile-per-hour winds are all possible. Some hail, and we do have that tornado threat. Let's show you why we're even seeing this. We have a couple of frontal systems that are going to be working their way, providing that extra lift that, of course, thunderstorms thrive on. And then we have these strong low-level winds that will help really mix down to the surface, leading into that damaging wind threat. So I mentioned we do have that tornado threat. It's a Torcon of 3. Right now we're looking at Torcons of 7 for this afternoon and evening farther west of here. But so it doesn't look as high, but still, you have a chance of seeing a tornado, 1 out of 10 scale, right? As far as timing this whole mess out, we'll see this leading push of rain continuing to creep in as we get into early tomorrow morning. Now we're starting to see these cells becoming a little extra frisky and aggressive. Augusta heads up. This is early tomorrow morning. So right when you're getting ready, if you're waking up this early anymore, but 7 a.m., 6, 7, 8 a.m., that's where we're expecting these storms to really breeze through the area. Savannah heads up. Spotty showers and cells expected for you. By midday, around your lunch hour, this is what we're expecting it to reach Myrtle Beach, Wilmington, Fayetteville, and it does start to wind down early afternoon hours. So right around 1, 2, 3 p.m. and closer to the end of your workday, you are looking at that slowly tapering off. So that's good, but it's the early morning hours that have me most concerned. People are going to be sleeping in, and you will be woken up with some plenty of lightning. If you're in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, that threat for thunderstorms extends all the way through your lunch hour. So finally, things do settle down. Hatteras, North Carolina, Chris, we're expecting that threat for thunderstorms early tomorrow morning.
The threat ongoing right now for severe weather and tornadoes. Breaking right now. New information on one of the tornado warnings we're looking at south of Houston and west of Galveston. This tornado warning now has someone observing the tornado. It was radar indicated now, but we are getting word from the Houston Galveston National Weather Service office that there has been an observation of a tornado with this storm. Now is the time to take shelter here in Brazoria County, Holiday Lakes, West Columbia here, and if this does hold together, Angleton as well. So again, a tornado warning currently in effect. This is the timing and observed tornado with this for West Columbia, East Columbia, also Holiday Lakes into Danbury. We'll get back to that in a moment. But first, another look at this tornado warning. This one right here in Louisiana, north central Louisiana, just to the east of Natchitoches right here. This one in effect until 2:45.
You may not need to know what weather is heading your way. Wake up watching AMHQ. Weekday mornings on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 55 degrees under sunny skies. This afternoon, plentiful sunshine. High 56. Winds north-northeast at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tonight, mainly clear skies. Low 30. Winds east-northeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Monday, generally sunny despite a few afternoon clouds. High 60. Winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Breaking right now on the Weather Channel, tracking an active severe weather threat, including a tornado threat right now across parts of Louisiana and Texas. It is this one right here south of Houston that has a tornado observed on it, and this for Brazoria County. It includes Holiday Lakes and West Columbia. Again, observed tornado associated with this storm. At one point, really showing an obvious hook, and it's still there. If you look just due west of Angleton right now, you can kind of see right in there where there is likely the hook. Now, the velocity, the couplet, not quite as obvious as it was earlier, but still some rotation within this. And Brandon has highlighted the area where the tornado is most likely to be. And you can see the timing for this as it continues its eastward movement. And if it does hold together, the National Weather Service in Houston, Galveston will, if they extend this into an additional tornado warning, it potentially will be on the way to Danbury and Angleton. Again, we'll let you know if that does get extended and if this storm does stay together. But again, history of a reported observed tornado on that. And then right here, this one too. This one here, we are in Louisiana, in north central Louisiana, and you can see right in there, this is a little bit more obvious when you look at where the winds are either going away from the radar, it would be in this direction, or going toward the radar in this direction, which would tell us there is likely some rotation right in there where it's stronger. You're starting to see a little bit of a hook as well, as this storm is also moving here to the east, and if it holds together, eventually we'll see as we update the timing for some of these towns. A matter of minutes in Georgetown, and then over to Jenna as well. So if you are in these areas, it's time now to be implementing your plan. Go to your safe location in your home. The threat for more severe weather is still underway, and it will be for the rest of this day, tonight, and for some areas even into tomorrow morning. This does include a tornado threat. Liana, we know our tornado condition index has numbers as high of 7, only goes to 10. If there is a number, there is a threat. The bigger the number, the bigger the threat.
Yeah, it's pretty high for spots like Montgomery, Alabama. You are in that Torcon threat of 7 tonight. And we also have a flash flood watch, and it's because of how much rain we've been seeing so far this entire year. 3 to 5 inches of rain is expected for parts of Montgomery. So let's time it all out for you. A dismal gray view at the moment. You can see the roads are already wet. We can expect more storms to develop as we get into the next couple of hours. Still looking at some heavier rain sweeping across parts of Montgomery. Tuscaloosa seeing quite a bit of lightning as well. And all of this is streaking across a very saturated environment. I mean, we're looking at this whole zone across the southeast, seeing upwards to 2 feet of rain since January 1st. So it's a lot of rain. It's insult to injury as we continue to see not just rain, but it's also these storms that have been working their way through the area. So as we get through the rest of this afternoon, more sporadic showers start to develop. Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, you stay in that yellow. The yellow means moderate rainfall is expected. We start seeing these cells become a little extra aggressive as we get closer to about 9, 10, 11 p.m. right before you get to bed. But that's the time when you need to make sure you have a way to get those alerts to be woken up. Make sure your phone is not on silent at this point, because we have these thunderstorms moving across the area even into the wee hours of Monday morning. This is 2-3 a.m. before we slowly start seeing that energy start to drop off. Other locations like Jackson, look how much lightning you're getting. Wow, look at that. That is impressive. I mean, Vicksburg, you're just getting a lightning show. We do have that severe thunderstorm warning just out towards parts of I-20, just east of the city. But Chris, overall, we are expecting more showers, more thunder, more lightning, and the chances for tornadoes even as we get through the rest of this evening.
And Liana, as we just showed you, some big time numbers here for the Torcon, and the emergency alerts on your phone could be the only thing that stands between you and serious injury when severe weather hits. So look at some of these Torcon numbers. Again, it only goes up to 10. If there is a number, there is a threat. 7's pretty darn high threat here. Meteorologist Paul Goodlow walks you through some of the steps to safety.
We're not always by our TVs and radios when severe weather strikes, but chances are we do have our mobile phones with us. The emergency alert features found on most smartphones can be a lifesaver during severe weather. Here's how to make sure yours are enabled. On the iPhone, simply go to Settings, click Notifications, and scroll down to the bottom. Make sure the emergency alerts and public safety alerts are toggled to the green on position. For many Android phones, look in your message settings for the word Alerts, and you can choose which ones you want to enable from there. Some alerts can be in other locations on Android phones, so just search for the words Emergency Alerts. Fortunately, these smartphone alerts will work in any town you're in and will warn you of any possible dangerous weather heading your way.
We certainly hope everybody does stay safe. A tornado threat again stretching from Texas to the Carolinas. This includes Mississippi and Jackson, Mississippi, with a Torcon of 7. Just to the east of there is where we find meteorologist Mike Seidel. Hi, Mike.
And Chris, good afternoon. The Storm Prediction Center has mesoed an area in Louisiana. Much of the state is going to go under a new tornado watch very shortly as the storms out of Texas head off to the east and north. Here in Jackson proper, we're watching a cluster of storms, a swarm of severe weather headed our way. We'll update the radar and the danger in Alabama and Georgia later on this evening.
You can hear it, hail today, and it's among other big threats hitting the south. Eastern Texas, you're no exception. Check out this hail coming down in the town of Trinity. Yeah, you want to bring in your cars for sure. I mean, this one, it's not the largest hail from what you can tell, but we are expecting some big hail expected throughout the rest of today. We could also see some damaging tornadoes across the south once again. Take a look. You do have a Torcon of 7 in the purple. Jackson, Montgomery, a couple of the cities that are in the heart of that zone as well. We also have Torcons of 5 in place for a little outside of that zone as well. Shreveport, Savannah, you're in that Torcon of 5. So again, this is out of a 1 to 10 scale. Still a really solid chance of seeing a tornado. We actually have warnings popping up. Let's get the latest with Chris.
And right now I want to show you some of those warnings. And as we mentioned, could happen, has happened. That tornado warning south of Houston has been extended by the National Weather Service office, the Houston Galveston office there. So that has been extended to the east here. Still a possible tornado in progress right now. It was observed a little bit earlier. Again, this storm is moving to the east right now. Strong storm. It is on its way and expected to be getting closer to Angleton. We'll get to that in a moment. But back here to Louisiana, this one north of Alexandria here and east of Natchitoches for parts of Grant, LaSalle, and Wynn parishes. This one, too, is starting to show a little bit more of a little appendage or a possible hook here, which is a sign. The pattern the raindrops are making gives us a little insight to what the winds are doing within this storm. Likely some rotation with this. And then you look at the direction the winds or the winds are going based on the direction the raindrops are going. And in this case, when you see the red, that means the winds are going toward the radar. The green are away from the radar. The green is toward the radar. And when you have winds going side by side next to each other in this kind of environment, you conclude that there's some rotation going on. Doppler radar doesn't show you the winds going side to side, just to and from the radar here. So right in here is where we likely have that tornado, and also the correlation coefficient, something that is not symmetrical in the environment. So there could be some debris in the air. That's what is showing right here. You never know exactly what that could be. That could be leaves, that could be parts of structures, but something other than rain and hail in the environment right here. So you look at those three things: the pattern of the raindrops, also the fact that the winds are going in opposite directions really close to each other, and then that there's something else in the air other than rain here right over Highway 65 here tells us we likely have a tornado in progress as this is moving now to the east. Gaineyville, Jenna, Aimwell, also Harrisonburg and Dunbarton if this does hold together. And again, mentioned here, you can really see for a while the hook was very obvious on this, and now the tornado warning has been extended, reissued for areas farther to the east now in parts of Brazoria County still. Angleton, Danbury, Holiday Lakes. This is in effect until 3 o'clock, till the top of the hour here. Again, seeing some of that rotation right in here, and another look at the timing for this. If you are in these areas, take shelter right now. Make sure you are in your safe location. And these are the tornado watches that are in effect right now. They will continue to be issued as the day unfolds, so make sure you keep it tuned in here to the Weather Channel. We're going to be live for you through this evening, and that threat for tornadoes still existing here in Texas, into Louisiana, into Mississippi as well, and then eventually it's going to be going into Georgia and South Carolina. And after last weekend's deadly tornado outbreak in the south, people across Mississippi facing another potential for devastation. Meteorologist Mike Seidel is joining us now in Pearl, Mississippi, just outside of Jackson. Mike.
Good afternoon here from south side of Jackson and Pearl, right off I-20. And yes, a lot of folks in Mississippi, certainly in southern and central Mississippi, are very worried because of what happened last week, especially south of here with a 2 long track and EF4 with winds of 190, just under EF5 strength. This time around, we're watching the radar very closely. We're under a tornado watch here in Jackson, Laurel, Hattiesburg, down to Macomb until 7. The Storm Prediction Center has just mentioned in a mezzo that they're going to extend the tornado watch, which is covering Houston and East Texas. That's going to extend farther east, covering most of Louisiana, because the one in Texas and parts of western Louisiana comes up for expiration in about an hour and about 20 minutes. So with that said, tornado watch here, look at the radar. A whole swarm of dangerous storms to our west and south. They're generally moving east-northeast at about 40 miles an hour, not moving as fast as last week's storms, which were rolling about 60 or 70 miles an hour, but we've got numerous severe thunderstorm warnings for straight-line wind damage and hail, and that tornado warning too. So we'll be on the air here, keeping you posted between Macomb, Jackson. Already heavy rain, plenty of lightning in Yazoo City, Mississippi. Stay with us and stay safe.
Breaking right now on the Weather Channel, an ongoing severe weather threat here in West Columbia, Texas. We are checking in with one of the storm trackers here that is on the scene, on the move right now. And as we're watching here, again, this is in West Columbia here in Texas. You can see that the skies are dark off in the distance. They're just a little bit darker here in this part of Texas, where we do have the potential for some of the stronger storms today. And this right here, where he is not too far away from where there is an ongoing tornado warning right now. This is south of Houston, and we're looking at the dark skies. What's difficult here, if you haven't been to this part of Texas, there's a lot of vegetation. You can see how green it is. There's a lot of trees around. So it is difficult here to see too far on the horizon. The heavy rain also making things difficult as well to see too much. But this certainly should get your attention. It is getting the attention here of this storm tracker. Bob Pack here, it looks like pulling over here for the moment with the dark skies going all the way down to the horizon there. It's hard to make out any distinct shapes with the clouds, but seeing the very dark skies, and if this is a storm tracker here, I'm pretty sure he's aware of what the radar is showing right now. So my guess is, based on where he is, and without having actually spoken with Bob here, my guess is that he is on this storm here that is moving right now through portions of Texas here in Brazoria County. And this, as we look we can go ahead and take a look at the radar. And I believe where he is, again, is pretty close here, possibly on the tail side of this. There's Angleton right there, and the storm going over it right now. We're also looking here live at this view as he is again on the move with what was earlier observed tornado. This tornado warning in effect for another 20 minutes. The rotation not as obvious on velocity right now, but as we go through time, you can get a general sense of where it likely is right now if it is still together. And again, this is still moving off to the east at this time, bringing a lot of rain, which is also making it difficult to observe tornadoes. But again, this one does have a history of someone seeing the tornado in progress. And if it does hold together, getting to the coastline there to Bay Harbor here in a matter of minutes here, next several minutes. For the next several hours, that tornado threat will continue for these areas, East Texas, almost the entire state of Louisiana into central Mississippi that was hit so hard 1 week ago today. And then likely from the Storm Prediction Center, we'll let you know if or when this happens, but likely to see more watches extending farther east. We just have to get closer in time for that. But it does appear likely that there will be strong storms and tornadoes. A Torcon of 7 is significant here. Again, a 7 out of 10. If there's a 2 or a 3, there's a tornado threat. But the bigger the number, the bigger the threat. And there's a 7 today.
Yeah, and that's pretty high. I mean, we all have multiple threats that we're tracking through this evening. Flooding is definitely one of them. Flooding actually breached this home in Alexander City, Alabama, covering the floors. Look at this. I mean, this is not what you want to be dealing with inside your home, right? Take a look outside, though. You can see evidence of strong winds and rain leaving this car completely covered. Look at that. Oh, such a mess. Severe storm threats continue in central Alabama this afternoon through tonight, including the possibility of tornadoes. But I'm going to focus on the flood threat. It's been a very, very wet season so far this year, all across the southeast. In some places, we've seen almost 2 feet of rain, if not more, since January 1st. So we're seeing very wet conditions across the same zone that's going to be seeing more wet weather pick up. Already we're seeing plenty of water vapor. Look how this blossom of grains showing this very juicy atmosphere that's spreading across the southeast. This will lead to the chance for flash flooding through tomorrow morning. We have a lot of moisture that we can tap into. Likely chances everywhere in the yellow, spreading from central Louisiana and northern Louisiana towards Jackson, Montgomery, Macon, Savannah, even getting clipped right here. And it does extend north and south of that yellow zone as well. So anywhere in this area, we have that potential for seeing flooding. We already have multiple warnings that are developing across parts of central Alabama and right towards the border of Georgia. We also have a couple ones in northern Louisiana as well, but I expect more to pop up. It's going to be coming in with about 3 to 5 inches of rain, and some of these numbers could be even higher because these storms are very, very juicy. We're going to see it just dump a lot of rain in these zones. This is from now into tomorrow, but even extending out towards the coast, that's 2 to 3 inches, even up towards an inch of rain, even towards the Florida Panhandle. And real quick, Chris, we're looking at Jackson, Mississippi, seeing an additional 2 to 3 inches of rain expected.
And Liana, that juicy nature of the atmosphere you can think of as also like fuel for these storms. And we're seeing a lot of storms in the southern states again for the second weekend in a row, including areas here from the Houston, Galveston region over to Lake Charles up to northern Louisiana, Monroe, Louisiana, Jackson, Mississippi, and then eventually getting over to Mobile, Alabama, Pensacola, Florida as well. Let's take a closer look now at some of the threats, some of the timing with this. And with that, severe thunderstorm warning and tornado warning still in effect here. Tornado warning in effect for Brazoria County going over Angleton right now. And eventually, if it does hold together, we'll be getting to the coastal areas and some of these areas. Let's go now to Angleton and take a live look here at some of that very heavy rain. And still this, where a tornado warning does remain in effect.
You may know what weather is heading your way. Wake up watching AMHQ. Weekday mornings on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 55 degrees under sunny skies. This afternoon, plentiful sunshine. High 56. Winds north-northeast at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tonight, mainly clear skies. Low 30. Winds east-northeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Monday, generally sunny despite a few afternoon clouds. High 60. Winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to Pearl, Mississippi. We're just south of downtown Jackson, and we're watching storms coming in from the west. We're also looking at the sky off to the north and northwest, and it looks a little foreboding. There's a lot of heavy rain out in that direction. You can see on the radar a lot of lightning, and we've got severe thunderstorm warnings. All of this action is moving east-northeast at about 40 to 50 miles an hour. So heavy rain, plenty of lightning, could be some straight line wind damage, and even some hail up to quarters. So we've got the warnings for that. We also have a new tornado watch from the Storm Prediction Center. They gave us a heads up on that. And this includes part of eastern Texas, some southwestern counties here in Mississippi, and most of Louisiana as far east as the suburbs of New Orleans. This watch is until 10, so this extends the watch that was going to expire shortly. Farther east includes most of Louisiana for that tornado threat, and some of the tornadoes could be strong. So we've got a long evening ahead of us, and especially here in Mississippi, where they had a deadly day last Sunday with 12 fatalities and 15 tornadoes, including 2 long-track tornadoes, Chris. I think the EF4, from what I remember, was on the ground for 67 miles with estimated max winds at 190 miles an hour, so that's almost an EF5. So a lot of folks, when they hear thunder and lightning and hear those sirens go off or they get their alerts, you can imagine there are a lot of nervous people in addition to what we're going through in society with the COVID-19.
Yes, Mike, and unfortunately today another high chance here of seeing some of the stronger storms, which does include the possibility for some strong tornadoes again. Yes, 1 week after the Easter Sunday tornado outbreak that lasted into Monday, and tomorrow there's still going to be the threat early in the day as well. We'll get to that here in just a moment, and who's going to need to be on alert overnight tonight and into the morning. But right now, tornado warning still here south of Houston, and several severe thunderstorm warnings here across parts of East Texas into Louisiana, and then from Louisiana into Mississippi, where Mike is as well. So let's start here to the south of Houston, again near Angleton. A tornado warning in effect right now. It does remain in effect here until the top of the hour. A big, tall storm here, dropping a lot of rain out ahead of this storm, as well as it does continue to move off to the east, well within an area where conditions do remain favorable for the development of tornadoes. Our exclusive Torcon here at the Weather Channel is a 7 out of 10. And notice, too, where that tornado warning is in effect down here, that's in a 2. So we have 2s, 3s, 5s, and 7s currently in effect here at Leon. So if there is a number, there is a threat, but the bigger the number, the bigger the threat.
Yeah, and that's pretty high, too. We also have that severe threat pushing even into other parts of the southeast, hitting the coast early tomorrow. Storms will be reaching coastal Carolina, including you in Charleston, South Carolina, and Wilmington, North Carolina. Ominous looking skies out there, but you aren't seeing the brunt of it just yet. It's going to be happening in the wee hours of Monday morning. We have that severe threat, that chance for severe storms really hugging in the coast, Myrtle Beach, Wilmington, Charleston, smack dab in the middle of that. It does extend out towards the Outer Banks, Hatteras included in that, and down towards Savannah. It's all possible for you through tomorrow morning. In that zone, we have the possibility for damaging winds and also the chance for lightning, thunder, and even some small hail could come out of this, but also that tornado threat. I'll cover that in just a second. These winds aloft, they can easily mix down to the surface, bringing in that damaging wind threat, 60+ mile-per-hour winds. So make sure if you have anything outdoors that you don't want blowing around, make sure you bring it indoors. That tornado threat, not as high as what we're seeing this afternoon for places west of here. We have a Torcon 3 in place, though, still. That's nothing to scoff at. We're looking at that expected through tomorrow morning. We have a Torcon 3 for you in Charleston, Myrtle Beach, and up towards Morehead City. And up until about 6-7 a.m. tomorrow, that's where we're going to see these storms really start to amplify and pick up. Look at this whole line. All this mess is going to continue, Chris, and it's going to be swinging through midday, even through your lunch hour. Be prepared.
And a lot of individual storms to watch right now, Liana. We are looking at one right now. This is a severe thunderstorm warned storm here that we are currently watching live on the Weather Channel in Mize, Mississippi. This is roughly halfway between Hattiesburg and Jackson, Mississippi. If you're familiar with this area, this would be east of Highway 49. And looking at some kind of scraggly looking clouds, very dark skies here at the moment here. And the reason, of course, the skies are dark, there's a lot of rain essentially blocking out the sun with these very dark skies. Essentially, it's the clouds casting a shadow on itself here. So again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for this location where this storm currently is. And starting to see on the radar, there may be some rotation within this, and that may be why we have the storm tracker taking a look right here where there seems to be a little bit of a hook going on, maybe some rotation. We'll be right back.
We're looking at a live view of Charles Peak, our storm tracker, who's working their way through Taylorsville, Mississippi, following some severe storms and a warm storm, actually, that we've been following. Look, you can see how ominous the sky is. Plenty of rain. I don't see the windshield wipers going, though, but you can see how wet the roads are down on the ground. Now, we are going to continue tracking. Oh, there's the windshield wiper, kind of clearing out the whatever droplets that were landing on the windshield. But we are going to be expecting the chances for tornadoes, damaging winds and large hail expected out of these storms. We're going to continue to see it develop across the southeast just 1 week after the deadly Easter Sunday storms and tornadoes that worked their way just a week ago. Chris, let's go ahead and get the latest on these storms and this one in particular that Charles Peak was just tracking as well.
You mentioned he's in Taylorsville, just on the edge of that rain, so not using those windshield wipers just yet. But where he is, it's going to be interesting to see if anything comes of this. So there looks like to be a little bit of an appendage showing up here. Possible hint that there may be some rotation associated with this system, but nothing really jumps out at this point. There are some winds going in different directions, but it's pretty broad here. And again, winds going in different directions really close to each other would make us think that there's some rotation going on there, but there's likely some broad rotation going on there. So we're now looking at the scope of this, and right now no tornado warnings to tell you about, so a little bit of good news for now. Not saying that's going to be a trend, because the atmosphere, especially in these areas right here over the next few hours, the atmosphere is still prime for some strong storms, which does include still that tornado threat. And our Torcon here, as we look at the chances for seeing tornadoes, when you look at the threat level here going up to 10, any number on the map here would mean there is the possibility for tornadoes. But a 7 is getting pretty high. It only goes up to 10. So the bigger the number, the bigger the threat here. From Houston to Jackson, this is where the Storm Prediction Center has tornado watches currently in effect. So conditions, as we've been seeing, are still conducive, are still favorable for the development of tornadoes. And if a warning happens in these areas here at the Weather Channel, we'll let you know about it. And here's what's happening right now in the big picture. We are seeing this big storm right here did have, here's the rain associated with it, but all the clouds blowing off. So getting very high up into the atmosphere. It did have a hook, did have an observed tornado at one point, and we're seeing a lot of the active weather here. And then here as well, all of this very heavy rain falling on ground that is really wet. So flash flooding does remain a concern. Here's where the conditions right now are favorable for some strong storms here, very unstable atmosphere. And through the rest of this afternoon, we're going to continue to watch these areas for the potential of some of these stronger storms. You can see these temperatures are a little cool up here for some of the strongest storms. Not saying we're not going to get any, because it is still a possibility, but you get down here into the 80s here, really even into Tallahassee. But notice you have 85 degrees in New Orleans, and this air coming off of the Gulf of Mexico, bringing with it moisture and this warm air still moving to the north. And you see here these lines coming together, the winds coming together. They're converging, and when they meet, they don't go down, they go up. And we're seeing some of the showers that are forming right along where those winds are converging, where they're coming together right now. So that's the focal point here for some of the heavier rain and storms. And if this doesn't progress too far this way or this way, we're going to end up with more flash flood warnings. We already have some out there right now. And then there's the wind shear as well. So in this case, we're looking at winds at different levels of the atmosphere. We're looking at the surface winds coming up from the south, and at 5,000 feet, they're going from the west to the east in some areas. A little bit faster over here, a little bit more prominent as well. So it's going to be some of these areas initially where we're going to be watching for the potential of some of these rotating storms that could, Liana, we know, produce tornadoes today, and in fact, even into tonight.
Yeah, I mean, so many multiple threats that we're tracking all the way into tomorrow morning, even reaching the coast. Let's take you now to Monroe, Louisiana, where we're going to expect some stormy action head your way as well. Gloomy skies. You can see kind of a blurred out image, and it's raining out there right now. Plenty of rain to come through this area, and we don't need any more. We have the potential for flash flooding, of course, tornadoes like Chris was talking about, damaging winds and hail. We have it all coming in 1 week today, exactly, from the deadly Easter Sunday outbreak. And as we continue to watch this zone right here, Chris was just talking about everything in detail. We do have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings, but as we get through the next several hours, as we time out the rest of this afternoon, everything will start to fill in. Everywhere that's pretty much dry, you can expect more rain to develop, and even, of course, that potential for flash flooding. Some of these cells particularly aggressive, especially along the Gulf Coast in that warmer sector that Chris was mentioning. This is through the 6 p.m. this evening time period. We will continue to see it work its way across the northern parts of Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, the Carolinas. Heads up, it's headed your way as we get. I'll cover that actually in just a little bit as we get into tomorrow morning. But as we continue through this evening, we'll continue even seeing these cells sweep through New Orleans through late evening hours. Before you go to bed, make sure your phone is charged just in case you lose power. And then also we're expecting it to creep in towards the rest of the deep south as we get into 2, 3, 4 a.m. tomorrow morning. So that's right when you're the deepest sleep, REM sleep, of course, and you might be woken up with some thunder, some lightning, and of course that heavy rain. But like I mentioned, at least 14 of the more than 30 people killed in last weekend's deadly tornado outbreak are from Mississippi. Meteorologist Mike Seidel is live in Pearl, Mississippi, just outside Jackson, where people face multiple threats today. How are things going? It looks like the rain has really picked up for you, Mike.
We've got some light rain right now, Liana, so it has increased a little bit. We had some downpours earlier from a cell that went by, and that's the one that Charles Peak is on, well off to our east and a little north and east of here, over in east central areas of Mississippi. Meanwhile, we're keeping an eye on the radar. This is what it's all about right now. It's the short-term forecast. Tornado watch here in Jackson, Hattiesburg, Laurel, the same areas that were hit very hard last week. Some of the areas. Now here in Jackson, we were fortunate the tornado warned storms and the actual tornadoes missed us to the north and south. But, you know, you don't let your guard down. Torcon of 7, tornado watch till 8 o'clock tonight. So we'll see if that gets extended, because they already extended the watch that was in Texas, Louisiana, farther east, and that goes till 10. But there is a whole slew of storms just to our south and west. In fact, the city of Jacksonville proper over in Hinds County and southwest Madison County now under a severe thunderstorm warning till 3:45. All these storms warned for potentially straight-line wind damage, gusts over 60 miles an hour, and the potential for some hail. Not huge hail, but we're talking up to quarter size. That can still put some dents in your cars. And plenty of heavy rain. We've got a flash flood watch for this part of Mississippi until 1 a.m. So right now you can see how the storms are going over the same area. That's what we call training. Some of these areas get 3, 4, even 5 inches of rain, and we'll see in the short term if we get any flash flood warnings. But the flash flood watch, again, for this part, central Mississippi, until 1 a.m. in the morning. We have the tornado threat with that Torcon way up at 7, just like last Sunday, and we'll see how it all comes together. But over the next couple of hours, these storms coming out of Louisiana, crossing the mighty Mississippi, coming towards Jackson, the I-55 corridor, and then continuing to head east and east-northeast along I-20. Now, the difference this Sunday versus last Sunday, the tornado threat doesn't go as far north in Mississippi and certainly in Alabama and Georgia and into southern Tennessee. Remember, we had those horrible tornadoes in North Georgia up near the Tennessee line in Chattanooga. But Chris, this time around, that threat is going to be farther south, generally south of Atlanta for the tornado threat. That's one hint of good news for parts of the southeast, but there's still many millions of folks that have to be on their guard. Stay with the Weather Channel. We're going to be on till 11 o'clock tonight. Chris, I think you've got more on that flash flood threat, which we really didn't have last Sunday with the severe weather.
Yeah, so we are looking at that flash flood threat, and we'll get back to Mike here in just a little bit. But part of the problem here is that there's been so much rain lately. Think about this. You have two sponges. One is waterlogged and the other one is completely dry. So you have a completely soaked sponge and then a completely dry sponge. You take a can of soda and you dump it on each one. Which one's going to overflow first? It's kind of what the ground's doing right now, right? So we have so much water already in the ground, it's not going to take much more, so it's going to run off. And we can take a look now at just how much rain has come down. In some areas, you're 8 to even 16 inches wetter than what you would expect at this point in the year so far this year. Many areas much, much wetter than average. So it's going to be some of these northern locations here. Well, the Gulf Coast actually has been pretty dry. That's not going to last too much longer today. But we're seeing where a lot of that moisture is streaming through, is coming through parts of the south. So we are thinking that flash flooding is actually likely. And one of those big ingredients, of course, is the fact that there's been so much rain lately. But the fact that we're going to see a lot of rain out of this round is really the biggest factor here, the biggest contributor, with some of these areas already seeing some consistent and persistent rainfall. South of Birmingham, north of Montgomery, you can see this whole stretch of flash flood warnings, flood advisories in the darker green. Some of the local streams, some of the urban areas could be flooding, and then flash flood warnings here in the brighter green, even one here in north central Louisiana. But you see what's really going on with this one right here. You see that line. You just focus on that red, or how it's slowly shifting to the north, and we're seeing that also over here. So it's shifting to the north, but also there's a little progression going from left to right or from west to east as well. So more rain on the way, and where that rain is right now is where we're still expecting to see some of the highest rainfall totals. Some areas 3 to 5 inches can't be ruled out. But overall, most areas with these storms, if they come and just kind of sneak off, 1 to 2 inches. But you can't rule out still that some of these huge thunderstorms, especially if we get a couple of them, which is possible, you could end up more of that 3 to 5 in the yellow category here. In Birmingham, we've already seen quite a bit of rain. On top of the rain we've already seen through tonight, possibly another 2, maybe 3 inches of rain. So flooding concerns definitely going to be here. It looks like the south side of Atlanta is going to be the place where it has the better chance for the higher rainfall totals. 3 inches here, also 1 to 2 inches on the north side of town as well. So flooding certainly will remain one of the big concerns going forward.
And then these severe threats shift eastward, hitting the coast by Monday morning. Taking a live look at Myrtle Beach in South Carolina and Savannah, Georgia, where we're starting to see the rain starting to pick up for you in Savannah. The severe stuff doesn't pick up until tomorrow morning, though. So you have a long way to go as we get through tonight. We have that chance for damaging winds, even a tornado to spin up. Although for now, we are dialing back a little bit on the tornado threat for Monday for you. We have a Torcon in place, though. So that means that you still have a shot for tornadoes. Take a look at the damaging wind threat, or the severe thunderstorm threat. We have damaging winds expected in this zone, likely in the dark red, Charleston, Myrtle Beach, up towards Wilmington, but it does extend even farther north towards the Outer Banks, a little bit farther south, clipping parts of Savannah as well. We have that potential to see some flash flooding. I mean, this whole arena, this whole area is very, very just saturated, the soil is. So we're going to have plenty of zones for more rain to develop. These storms are going to get that extra kick thanks to these frontal boundaries, allowing that lift to develop. And thunderstorms, that's what they love. They need that lift to really thrive. And then we also have this low-level jet that's going to bring in packing those strong damaging winds. 60+ mile-per-hour winds not out of the question. We mentioned that we're actually dropping down the Torcon just a little bit. Yeah, we don't have Torcons of 7 in place. It's farther west of you here along the coast, but we do have Torcons of 3 in place. Again, the higher the number, the bigger the threat. So Torcon 4 count of 3 on the lower side, but it's still not 0. So you need to make sure you have a way to get those alerts, especially since it's going to be arriving into the wee hours of tomorrow morning, right when you're deep asleep in that REM sleep, that good heavy sleep. You need to make sure your phone is not on vibrate, it's loud, and you're able to get to these alerts because they're going to be rumbling through the area around 4, 5, 6, 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Myrtle Beach, Charleston, Savannah, some of these cells becoming a little extra frisky. Notice this little dot of white that's sweeping in with that zone. That is indicating a very severe storm already on models. This is the forecast model. As we get into midday tomorrow, around your lunch hour, things start to taper off, and then we say bye-bye to this threat by the early afternoon hours. Just a few tendrils of wraparound energy as we get through the rest of the evening. So timing it all out for you, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, we have that threat for thunderstorms extending all the way through midday, through your lunch hour. I know many of you, you have a shorter commute, moving from the bedroom to the living room, wherever you're working, but you still need to be weather aware as we get through the rest of the day and tomorrow. Hatteras, North Carolina, again, the best shot of thunderstorms really in the morning hours, but we do have a solid chance of rain extending all the way into the late evening hours. Chris?
Another reminder here, Liana, make sure your devices are charged as well, because as we look at some of the areas here in parts of Alabama, including Birmingham, that had storms earlier, some may not have power. And there is the threat that we're going to have more active and potentially severe weather. And from Tuscaloosa to Birmingham over to Talladega, you can see some of the heavier rain is coming down or will be coming down. You can see the progression of this heavier rain here to the south of Birmingham, going up and over some areas that have already been extremely wet and where there do remain some flood alerts at this moment. Here's the forecast jumping ahead here in time through the next several hours. The high-resolution future radar does keep that threat for some heavy rain going in Birmingham through the next several hours. So you can see even at 8 o'clock this evening, there's still some moderate to, if not very heavy rain coming down. 10 o'clock, same story. And then by the overnight hours, midnight into 1 o'clock in the morning, we'll finally start to see a little bit of improvement, but that does not mean we're necessarily done. Could still see some showers and possibly some storms taking us into the morning. But again, there is a tornado threat today. It is another big threat for tornadoes. A 7 out of 10 on our Torcon. That number only goes up. The scale only goes up to 10. So big threat today and a big area under that threat.
Wow, that's Ensure Max Protein with high protein and 1 gram sugar.
It's a sit-up banana, banded the way.
Most out of your mornings, you need to know what weather is heading your way. Wake up watching AMHQ. Weekday mornings on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 55 degrees under sunny skies. Tonight, mostly clear, low 31, winds east-northeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Monday, mainly clear, slight chance of a rain shower, high 59, winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Monday night, rain showers early with clearing later at night, low 38, chance of rain 70%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Heavy rain coming down. I like to call this road rain. Getting absolutely soaked if you were walking underneath this right here. Elevated roadway. This is some of that soaking rain in the Houston area this morning. Radar estimates show about 2 inches came down in Houston, and Houston is prone to some flooding, of course, based on the terrain and frankly too the amount of water that can come down here in this part of the U.S. And here's a sign of that, just so much rain pouring off of some of the streets overhead. That rain threat is not over yet. The storm threat is not over yet for you in Houston. Here's this storm we've been watching now moving into Galveston that is going to bring some very heavy rain and lightning associated with that storm, and the one that is cruising just north of Houston right now. So heavy rain and flooding certainly is a threat. Hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes today. No tornado warnings right now, but the threat for damaging winds, hail, heavy rain, lightning, all there right now in some of these severe thunderstorm warnings that we're tracking right now, from Georgia to Mississippi, back over to Louisiana and Texas, here in East Texas, and even a severe thunderstorm warning in the Red River Valley there in the southeast part of Oklahoma, with flash flood warnings also in effect across parts of Mississippi. And you get some of these lone severe thunderstorm warnings, severe storms out ahead of what may be the next round coming through. So possibly more than one punch for some of these areas here. And this severe thunderstorm warning we're looking at here does include Jackson, Mississippi. We're going to hear from Mike Seidel here in just a little bit, who is right over, I believe, somewhere in there. So we're going to chat with him in just a little bit. But over here as well, another sign of what we're going to be watching. Sometimes after the severe thunderstorm warning comes the flash flood warning, with a lot of moisture in the atmosphere. A lot of ground is already wet in the south, so the chances that there is going to be a flooding is certainly going to be there. The chances you get more than one storm also going to be there. There was a severe thunderstorm warning earlier in Natchitoches, and as we look here, look at that, a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings in East Texas about to get over the state line with Louisiana. So, Liana, that threat for severe weather is not going to be a one and done for a lot of areas. It could be multiple rounds.
Yeah, exactly. Places like Montgomery, Alabama, you are in that Torcon threat of 7. That's pretty high on a scale from 1 to 10. We also have a flash flood watch in place where we're expecting 3 to 5 inches of rain for parts of Montgomery. Already seeing the wet roads. You're kind of getting a little bit of a break, but expect this main onslaught of stormy action headed your way through the rest of this afternoon and evening. So take a look as we time out the threat from you in Montgomery and Birmingham. We're looking at that threat of light rain picking up right now, but check out what's to the south of here. Look at all that lightning just lighting up parts of Marion, Alexander City, Tuscaloosa, getting ready to get in on some major lightning as well. As we time out the rest of this afternoon, it really starts to pick up closer to dinner time. So 6, 7, 8 p.m. is when these storms will really be blasting through the area. As we get into the wee hours of tomorrow morning, they taper off a little bit, but we're still looking at the overnight period still very, very active. So rain, damaging winds, you'll be going to bed in these kind of stormy conditions. So make sure your phone is charged just in case you lose power. And then we get a little bit of a break as we get into tomorrow morning. And then it heads in towards Jackson, already seeing plenty of stormy action. We have a severe thunderstorm warning just southwest of the city. 4 p.m. Let's start you off. We're starting to see these cells start to come together closer to dinner time, and then they really stick together and hold together as we get into the late evening hours. So we're looking at 8, 9, 10 p.m. just before midnight, right before typically you'd be going to bed, right? That we're still watching these storms blast through the area, and we'll still see some residual showers early tomorrow morning, but nothing severe. Chris.
Liana, we know that emergency alerts on your phone could be the only thing that stands between you and serious injury when severe weather threatens. And there's a look at how the Torcons are shaping up right here. Jackson, Mississippi, Montgomery, Alabama, a 7 out of 10, then stretching all the way east to the Atlantic coast, and Savannah, Georgia, a 5 out of 10. So getting those alerts are extremely important. Meteorologist Paul Goodlow walks you through some of the steps to safety.
We're not always by our TVs and radios when severe weather strikes, but chances are we do have our mobile phones with us. The emergency alert features found on most smartphones can be a lifesaver during severe weather. Here's how to make sure yours are enabled. On the iPhone, simply go to Settings, click Notifications, and scroll down to the bottom. Make sure the emergency alerts and public safety alerts are toggled to the green on position. For many Android phones, look in your message settings for the word Alerts, and you can choose which ones you want to enable from there. Some alerts can be in other locations on Android phones, so just search for the words Emergency Alerts. Fortunately, these smartphone alerts will work in any town you are in and will warn you of any possible dangerous weather heading your way.
So important you have a way to stay safe. And right now, on the edge of a severe thunderstorm warning, meteorologist Mike Seidel. Mike.
Hey, Chris, let's go to the radar right now. We have a whole cluster of dangerous thunderstorms. They're all warned for strong gusty winds, wind damage. and hail up the size of quarters. They're moving northeast 40 to 50 miles an hour, east-northeast, right into Jackson and where we're standing in Pearl, Flowood, those areas. Starting to rain right now. We'll come back, give you another update from Pearl, and keep you safe throughout the evening with the tornado watches continuing.
Storms pounding the south from parts of East Texas through Louisiana and crushing portions of Mississippi at the moment, into Alabama and Georgia as well. But we can see right here in the center of the frame here, there in Jackson, Mississippi, severe thunderstorm warning. It is imminent for these strong storms with some strong winds to come through downtown here any moment now. In fact, when you look at the radar, you can see a little bit of a bowing and some very, very dark red in here. So red is heavy rain, but you can see right in there, that last frame showing us where some of the heaviest rain is coming down. Likely some strong winds associated with this. Again, the severe thunderstorm warning does include Jackson, Clinton, Madison, for parts of Hinds and Madison County. Want to take a closer look here. And here's Jackson downtown, and we've highlighted Pearl, Mississippi, because this is where we have the Weather Channel's meteorologist Mike Seidel, who has been tracking these storms all across the south, but in particular here now, Mike, where you are now under a severe thunderstorm warning.
Yes, right here in this part of Jackson, we are under a warning now for about the next hour. Just came out for this side, the east and southeast side here in Pearl. Take a look at the sky. It's very dark, looking off to the west and northwest. That's where the storms are moving, but they're encroaching on our area. And Chris just showed you the radar. And look at that line now moving right through Jackson. These are all warned for straight line wind damage, wind gusts over 60 miles an hour, and also some hail. There's also a fair amount of lightning. I want to show you a lightning bolt we caught about 45 minutes ago. This is another cell that went by to our north. And look at that lightning bolt coming down. And that was about maybe 2 or 3 miles away. That's about as close as the lightning's been so far, but plenty of heavy rain. We've got the flash flood watch. No warnings right now, but again, numerous severe thunderstorm warnings across the Jackson area, back towards Learned, down towards the Utica area, and all the way up towards Edwards and Flora, and then right up 55. So very heavy rain. That bow now coming through Jackson. Just saw a flash of lightning, a little rumble thunder, and over in the distance here, it looks like a little bit of a kind of a shelfie, but we've got a lot of rain coming in and a lot of lightning. We've got our safe place here at the restaurant, so we're okay. But Chris, we're going to stay with you, obviously, for the next several hours. But in the next hour or so, we should have some very stormy weather right where we're standing in Pearl. Again, we're about a 10-minute drive off to the southeast of downtown Jackson. Chris?
And Mike, as you continue to watch either the sky where you are in the horizon or the radar and the atmospheric conditions across the south, what are you most interested to see play out? What are you most curious to see over the next few hours?
Well, certainly the concern is, do we have any of these cells start to rotate and spin up? And the Weather Service here in Jackson has to issue tornado warnings. They were extremely busy last week. And, you know, we had the deaths here in Mississippi, a dozen deaths. We had 15 tornadoes and 2 large ones, the EF4 on the ground for 67 miles. So they had their work cut out for them last week. And they're just about 4 or 5 miles away over in Flowood. And they're working through this regardless of the COVID. They're all in the Weather Service office. And as I talked to one of the forecasters yesterday, their desks are pretty far apart, so they're in good shape. But they're obviously watching the radar. We're watching the sky. You can see the wind is now picking up a little bit from the south and southeast. There's Old Glory. So we're getting a little bit more wind. And as I mentioned, these warnings are for wind and hail. But Chris, getting back to your original question, do these storms start to rotate? Let's hope not. Let's try to get through Sunday in Mississippi without any tornadoes on the ground, without any fatalities. We've got enough to worry about these days without having a severe weather threat again this week in Mississippi. Last week was just horrible. And now it's the deadliest year for tornadoes in the United States in the past 8 years. So that kind of puts it in perspective. But the Easter Sunday outbreak was certainly one for the record books. We've had confirmed just over 130 twisters. The difference this time, again, reemphasizing the fact for some of you, it's better news. Northern Mississippi, northern Alabama, northern Georgia, southern Tennessee, not in the threat that we had last week when we had that deadly tornado up there near Chattanooga, just south of the Georgia-Tennessee line. Chris?
All right, meteorologist. Yet here, multiple rounds of possibility, and then the threat later on this evening and tonight goes into the rest of Alabama, the rest of Georgia, into the Carolinas. Another live look here as storms are on the horizon from meteorologist Mike Seidel's location in Pearl, Mississippi, which is just a little bit outside of Jackson, Mississippi, under a severe thunderstorm warning right now.
Wow. For everyone, local now. Download for free in your favorite app store.
New video coming into the Weather Channel right now showing some of the damage here. Strong winds caused in Montgomery, Alabama. You can see a tree uprooted right there and coming down onto a home, onto somebody's home there, at least partially. And you can see some of the damage as well that this tree has done to the home. It appears that parts of the roof was damaged in the front of the house. This near Willow Point on Lake Martin, if you're familiar with the area in Montgomery, with some of the storms from earlier. And right now, here's where the storms are happening right now. As you see across parts of Alabama, you did have some heavy rain here. See how it's kind of a band, almost like a wave, like a set of heavy rain coming in through Alabama and then into Birmingham. And this one right here just went through Montgomery. But the heaviest of rain happening or developing right after it got through. So when you get one after another here, flooding does remain a concern. Flash flood warnings in effect here across 3 states at this time. But that likely to change here as we have a severe thunderstorm warning right now that includes Jackson, Mississippi for parts of Hinds and Madison counties. Also includes Madison and Clinton here. We're going to check back with meteorologist Mike Seidel here actually, we're going to go to Mike right now. He is just outside of Jackson in Pearl, Mississippi. Hey, Mike.
Hey, Chris, back here in that line that you're showing on radar, we can show you that is coming through right now. We're looking off to the west and northwest, and you can see the wind blowing the trees. We're gusting not too much right now, 25, 30 miles an hour. There's the flag. Very heavy rain. Here comes the wind and the sheets of rain here, which is very common when you have a system like this moving in. And the real concern here with this line and a bit of a bow echo would be more straight line winds than a tornado spin up. But remember, we're under tornado watch here until 7 Central Time. And again, we're going to keep our heads abreast here. There is some lightning, but just look at the rain coming down. My gosh, just sheets and sheets of rain continuing to come down here in the Jackson area. We've got those warnings continuing up for the next half an hour to an hour. So a lot of action continues here in Jackson. Rain, lightning, severe thunderstorm warning again for wind and hail, but that tornado watch, we have a torcon of 7. Look at the wind picking up now with the trees. You can see the sheets of rain in the parking lot. It has gotten very, very dark here. I mean, it's almost like just before sundown, and we're still a few hours from sunset. But this is what we're going to be dealing with for a while, because the cell well to our south and west is not going to be here for about another hour. There's some thunder. We're in protected area right now from the lightning. So what we're getting is just a heavy thunderstorm, downpour, lightning. But the wind where we are right now is not especially strong. I'm looking at the tops of the trees across Pearson Street here in Pearl. We're just off I-20. Looks like it may be gusting 25. Maybe we had a gust to 30 miles an hour. More lightning in the area. Just a lot of rain. Sheets of rain coming down here southeast of Jackson. And no doubt you can see that line of storms continuing to head east and northeast at 40 to 50 miles an hour as we get the severe weather. Fortunately, right now, we don't have any tornado warnings, but look at the rain now. It is really coming down. Now, this is your basic severe thunderstorm. Now the wind is picking up here. Now we're getting those gusts as high as maybe 40 miles an hour. This is about the worst of it right now, coming into Pearl, Mississippi. Rain, sheets of rain, the old mask gets blown off the face. What can you do in a situation like this? You just have to take it off. Boy, this is what we've been worried about for the past couple of hours. The rain and the lightning coming in with this cell, and the wind now gusting over 40 miles an hour. But the sheets of rain are just incredible. More like tropical weather. And look how the visibility has come down. It's hard to even see now across the street, Chris, with this severe thunderstorm. And the warnings continue in the area for as much as 45 more minutes. Just take it all in. All the net sound, the rain, the wind, sheets of rain coming in. This rainfall rate's easily an inch an hour as it continues to blow in from the south and southwest. Once again, tornado watch until 7 o'clock tonight. Well, we're going to pan over here a little bit now off to the southwest towards I-20. Rodney Hall working behind the camera. More lightning flashes in the sky above us here in Pearl. Thunder everywhere. Wind. Here comes a pretty good gust of wind through the area, through the parking lot. This has got to be pushing 40 to 45 miles an hour. Look at the trees whipping and the flag over there. And the blinding rainfall here in Pearl, again, southeast, just southeast of Jackson, Mississippi. Thunder and lightning all around us. And the rain coming down in buckets. Lightning bolt over there off I-20, about 3 to 4 miles away. Wow. This is pretty incredible. The good thing, that one was just over there. Again, we're under protection here, near a door here to go into a restaurant. Again, looking at my radar, I haven't seen any tornado warnings yet. Chris, you can follow up back in the studio because we're trying to keep updated. We'll keep you updated. Stay safe out here in Jackson.
Okay, so I'm Magnificent Miles.
I thought I was managing my moderate to severe Crohn's disease until I realized something was...
AMHQ, weekday mornings on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 55 degrees under sunny skies. Tonight, mostly clear, low 31. Winds east-northeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Monday, mainly clear, slight chance of a rain shower. High 59. Winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Monday night, rain showers early with clearing later at night. Low 38. Chance of rain 70%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
This is Severe Storm Center. You are watching the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Chris Warren. We're watching the radar right now. No tornado warnings to tell you about at this time. There is still the risk for tornadoes. There is a severe thunderstorm warning, which is now going east of Jackson, Mississippi. Still within this is meteorologist Mike Seidel. And Mike, you are undercover right now. There's been some lightning around, but we were looking and we were watching you a few moments ago. Again, the fact you were undercover and Rodney's camera is still getting wet. That's a testament, too, isn't it, of some of the winds?
Yeah, I think the winds gusted over 40 miles an hour. We had the very heavy rain, and then we got the kind of the outflow. You can look out here on Pearson. We're just off I-20 in Pearl. We're southeast of the downtown Jackson area, noticing some vehicles coming up the road, and still the thunder just booming around the area. And as cars come up Pearson Road from 20, they're running into some urban flooding with all the heavy rain. I mean, this rainfall rate has probably been about 2 inches an hour. Fortunately, as you can see on the radar, the warning that was for Hinds County, which includes most of Jackson, has now expired. But we still have a warning up for Rankin County, Madison County points east, and that goes for about another 40 minutes or so as these storms race off to the east. But extremely heavy rainfall, a lot of lightning and some wind, but based on what we saw here, the wind was not strong enough to cause any damage. But again, I'm just talking about the observation where I'm standing in Pearl. That doesn't mean that we're not 50 or 60 mile an hour gusts. Usually you get gusts up over 50 to 60, and you start to see some, limbs coming down, some trees uprooted, and maybe some power poles on power lines. But right now we're going to ride it out here in Pearl, Mississippi, Chris, as we keep you updated on the severe threat. And remember, it's not over with yet, because we have the tornado watch until 7 p.m. tonight, and there are more storms upstream back in Louisiana. And that sound from the thunder and lightning, that one was just a few miles down the road, crackling here as we continue to stay safe here under cover. But the rain is really coming down, and we do have that flash flood watch here in central Mississippi until 1 a.m. tomorrow morning. The threat will wind down this evening, the severe threat. Tomorrow will be much better, and then we ramp the severe threat back up again Wednesday and Thursday. So Chris, loud thunder and lightning here, heavy rainfall. Get back to you as needed.
All right, Mike, anyway, just before we let you go, Mike, just want to make sure you do feel like you are safe. I know you mentioned that. You are undercover, and there's a lot of lightning around. And is there anything, how would you describe for someone who's never been through what you are going through right now and what you've been going through over the past several minutes, how do you put into words what it's like for someone who has not experienced a storm like this in the South?
Well, it's a lot of rain and lightning and thunder, but the lightning is by far the worst of it. We haven't had any spin-ups. There are no tornado warnings. There's some localized flash flooding on the urban areas. But again, it's just a very loud storm, and that's been the worst of it. If this was hitting at 2 or 3 in the morning, it would rock and roll you right out of bed probably. Although I've talked to people that have actually slept through storms like this, amazingly. But that certainly is the takeaway here. If you have to describe the storm, it's certainly been very, very loud, a lot of lightning, and just very heavy rain, but no tornado, thank goodness, after last Sunday. And at least where we are in Pearl, there's another bolt that came down. At least here in Pearl, the wind has not been enough to even blow down a limb or a leaf. But lightning bolts continue to come down within a couple miles of us here, just southeast of downtown Jackson. We're back here undercover. That's why you're not seeing me in front of the camera. Chris?
All right, meteorologist Mike Seidel, we appreciate it, and we know you are staying safe out there with the storms and a lot of lightning. These storms are going to continue through the rest of this evening into the overnight hours, and Liana, even tomorrow.
Yeah, it does shift a little bit closer to the coast, though, as we get into tomorrow morning. Some places right here in front of you are going to be in the danger zone. Charleston, South Carolina, Wilmington, North Carolina. You've already seen some showers, but things will be particularly aggressive, something that Mike Seidel was just experiencing. That scene will be shifted over towards you as we get into tomorrow morning. So we do have that chance for severe thunderstorms likely through tomorrow morning. Again, it's right around 5, 6, 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. We have all the right conditions in place. We have some lift that's going to be developing right at these boundaries, and we also have these jet streams that are going to be allowing those damaging winds to get down to the surface. But torcons of 3 are in place, not as high as today, but still a dangerous threat for tomorrow, and it will be picking up by early tomorrow morning. Make sure you have a way to get those alerts.
I'm your mother-in-law.
34 million people are on alert for dangerous severe storms, with tornadoes, damaging winds, and large hail threatening the South. We're timing it out when the most dangerous of the storms will strike right now on the Weather Channel. Good afternoon and welcome to our special extended coverage of severe storms in the South. I'm meteorologist Liana Brackett alongside meteorologist Chris Warren. Now, storms rumbling through this morning throughout the South from Georgia to Texas.
Mom! Wow!
Yeah, wow indeed. This is the sound of one of the threats from today's severe weather in the South. Hail pounding Irving, Texas. There were reports of quarter-sized to even golf ball-sized hail. That's large. All across the Lone Star State. Here's a closer look at more hail coming down in Texas. Look at this handful. This is in Grand Prairie, Texas. Look how much fell. It's about dime size roughly, and maybe even larger. And Chris, you have a closer look at where these dangerous storms continue to pack that punch, including the possibilities for tornadoes.
And Liana, right now we do have some breaking information to tell you about, and that is a new tornado watch has been issued here. This includes portions of Alabama and is in effect until 11 o'clock. This is Central Time here, as we will continue to watch some of these storms progress and start to develop in more eastern locations. But notice parts of Louisiana and Texas also under a tornado watch, and some of these areas until tonight, until 10 o'clock this evening. So from the Storm Prediction Center, these are the watches that exist right now across Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. That's what we have for now. And remember, tornado watches, you can think of it as watch for warnings. So this means conditions are favorable for the development of tornadoes, and when a tornado is about to happen or is happening, there will be a warning issued by the local National Weather Service office, and we'll let you know about that. And those warnings mean then that you need to take action. This means the action is stay alert, pay attention to the weather, and make sure you have a way to get your warnings. Right now, the warnings that we're dealing with from Texas into Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia are either severe thunderstorm warnings, which are these yellow areas, and if it's flashing, these are new ones. Also a severe thunderstorm warning down here in this part of Texas near Galveston, and then here in central Mississippi into Alabama. And as we're speaking, they are being issued. So things are starting to heat up here across the South. The threat between I-10 and I-20 for flooding is definitely there. It is likely there's going to be some flash flooding. We want to look right here. And this is that severe thunderstorm warning. Now, Mike Seidel is out of this, but we are going to check back with Mike, who is right about in here, just outside of Jackson, Mississippi. We'll get to him in just a bit. I know he is looking at the very latest information at this time, and we'll get to him in a moment. But now we do have a new tornado warning here. Actually, I'm clicking back here. I want to make sure I get that. Sorry, Brandon. I know Brandon's trying to get the very latest, and I'm jumping ahead here. But there is a brand new tornado warning to tell you about right now, and this is in Mississippi. This is right along, goes right up to the Alabama border. This is for Clark County until 4:30 this afternoon. Again, Central Time here. A tornado warning in effect right now. Seeing this storm here again, we're looking at a huge storm that has been developing here along the border with Mississippi and Alabama. This is the rain associated with that storm, and the pattern of the raindrops is one thing that we look at when assessing whether or not there's going to be a tornado. And the other one is the speed of the raindrops and the direction of the raindrops as well. And where we are here in this part of Mississippi, it's hard to see. We're south of Meridian, you can see right here, but there's a little bit of a hook here, a little bit of appendage, but you know what, there's also a little bit of an appendage over here, but it's this one right here that has the tornado warning associated with it. And the velocity wasn't really jumping out at us here, but we are still, again, looking at the possibility the storm is rotating, possibly producing a tornado right now. Again, this tornado warning was issued by the National Weather Service office there in Jackson. This is for northeastern Clark County here. Again, this is in east central Mississippi, and the radar, of course, is showing here the pattern, and there is, this is a radar indicated rotation. So using the tools at the National Weather Service office, the same tools we have here at the Weather Channel, we can assess what's going on and the fact that this storm is likely producing a tornado right now. So a tornado warning currently in effect. It is moving to the east, and you can see the progression, a little bit of a north tilt, but it's generally moving to the east at about 30 miles an hour. So these are fast movers. Severe thunderstorm warning also in effect just to the east of the Mississippi border with Alabama. So these are a few warnings, a few of many warnings that exist right now across the South. Again, here's Jackson, Mississippi. Right here, there's a flash flood warning to the north, several severe thunderstorm warnings, and this is a tornado warning that we're tracking right now. Want to get back here to Texas, where there have been some strong storms, and these storms have been going into Louisiana. Starting now to see a few showers and storms developing south of Alexandria, but right here, this is where there is currently a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect. And you can see this huge mess already showing up here from East Texas to South Carolina. And through this corridor right here, a flooding associated with this very heavy rain is likely for many locations here. You're going to have potentially more than one round of storms with this, depending on where you are. We've already seen rounds of storms here in Louisiana, Mississippi, and in Alabama so far. And it's been here along this warm front. To the north of it, still seeing some heavy rain. You can still see some storms, but south of this warm front is where we have some serious instability. It's air that, if given a little bit of a nudge, it's going to want to go up. There's plenty of warmth and moisture in the atmosphere south of the warm front, where we are expecting to see some of the stronger storms today. And looking right now at where that warm front is, we're seeing a little bit of convergence as well. You can see, too, where that front is based on the temperatures as well. So you can see here some 80s and how quickly you go from even the 60s to the 50s here. So a huge contrast in temperatures, and right along where those winds are converging, coming together. They don't go into the ground, so the winds are going to go up, and that's when we get the clouds, the rain, and the storms, and we're seeing some big ones. Seeing moisture here, looking at the dew points right now, you need around 55-degree dew point for these storms, and the higher you have, the more moisture that's in the atmosphere, and it's the moisture when it goes up. You can think of it as like the fuel for the storms. It helps the air rise, and it kind of fuels the storms too as it releases latent heat, and you can get these huge blow-ups of storms. And it's prime here south of I-20, Liana, with these dew points in the 60s and even in the 70s.
Yeah, we have a live image coming out from our storm tracker, Brett Adair, in just a bit. We'll have that for you in just a moment, Chris. But let's go ahead and show you what we're experiencing. Let's go ahead and forecast it out. Chris was just covering what we have actually going on in the moment. Multiple warnings. There's a tornado warning right at the border of Mississippi heading into Alabama. So again, you need to make sure you have a way to get those alerts as we get into the late evening hours. Many people will be heading to bed. You need to make sure your phone is completely charged because you could lose power in these storms. As we time it out, we're going to see it really start to fill in. In areas that are completely dry, we'll see those storms start to fill in as we have a very ripe environment for these storms to thrive in. 6 p.m. Central Time, it's sweeping down towards the Gulf Coast. I-20 is that main corridor, like Chris mentioned, that we're going to see that chance for flash flooding, as well as multiple other threats, including the chances for damaging winds and tornadoes. So Jackson, Montgomery, Tupelo, Atlanta, starting to see that rain start to fill in. Some of these cells, the radar's already, the future radar is already kind of indicating some strong winds associated with that band down towards New Orleans. And then as we get into the late evening hours, closer to midnight, it starts to really wane back behind this main line. So Louisiana, you're kind of in the clear after about midnight. Mississippi getting close to seeing the end of it, but that's just getting started for places even farther east. So we're looking at the Carolinas, starting to see the threat for you, and I'll get into that in just a bit, for you into tomorrow morning. But first, let's go back in towards Mississippi, where at least 14 of the more than 30 people killed in last weekend's deadly tornado outbreak what happened in that one state alone. Meteorologist Mike Seidel is live in Pearl, Mississippi, just outside Jackson, where people face multiple threats today. And Mike, you just went through that main storm and things have finally tapered down. How are things going now?
Well, the rain is still coming down pretty good. The lightning still around the area. Look at the radar, and you can see the worst of this has now moved off to the east. And that's where the warnings are. We're out of the warning here. Still, the lightning is very obviously, that's the most dangerous thing we have right now. But we've gotten through this in the Jackson area without a tornado warning. We are under tornado watch still till 7, but we've had very heavy rain, so that likely some localized, we can see it here, some localized flooding. But how about the rainfall rate? I just looked at the Jackson Airport, and they had 0.27 of an inch in 3 minutes. So you multiply by that by 20, and you get 5.4 inches, almost 5.5 inches of rain per hour. Now, the disclaimer is that was a 3-minute rate, but it goes to show you how hard it was raining when we were on live here on the Weather Channel. I was saying 2, maybe 3 inches an hour. I even underestimated it. I try to be a little conservative, but 5.4 inches an hour based on a 3-minute rate. We'll see how the airport reports on their METARs, their observations, and see if we can get a better idea of how much it was raining, how hard it was raining over a longer period of time. You can see the rain is really lightened up now. We had wind gusts at the airport to 30 miles an hour. I estimated the winds out here at around 35 to 40 miles an hour, and that's good. I mean, that doesn't knock down tree limbs and power lines, and that keeps the power back on. Of course, lightning strikes can cause problems in their own way, but right now we're looking pretty good. This could very well be the worst of the weather here in the Jackson area in central Mississippi. We look down, we look upstream south and west, and we see a few more storms. But Chris, right now, I'm hoping and I'm thinking that what we just went through is going to be really the meat of the storminess exactly right here. But we still have the issues east. We have tornado watches, and we still have to get through this evening through Alabama and even Georgia, south of Atlanta, with additional watches expected.
Yeah, and then the heavy rain threat, too. Even if we don't get the tornadoes, which we hope we don't, but that threat level is still there. Heavy rain with that lightning, these strong storms will be bringing some very heavy rain. We've already seen that 1 to 2 inch rainfall rates with some of these. And this rain, that much rain, is coming down on areas that have already seen way too much rain so far this year in 2020. Much wetter than average is what we're seeing across portions of the South, from around Jackson north here in Mississippi, in portions of Alabama and Georgia and Tennessee. And some of these areas here are expecting and are seeing some very heavy rain right now. So with that, the rain that's happening, the rain that has happened, and the rain that will happen, leading to what we think is a likely situation for flash flooding here in these areas. And for the most part, if you do not go outside, you should be okay, depending on, of course, where your home is located. But for the most part, most people get into trouble, and the life-threatening situations generally happen when people are in their cars in a flooding situation. Keep that in mind as we go through the rest of today, overnight, and into tomorrow morning, where flash flooding is going to be a likely scenario. And it is either happening or imminent right now, about to happen in these areas. There are flood advisories and flash flood warnings currently in effect in parts of Louisiana, parts of Alabama. So they're already in effect with more rain expected. This is the additional rainfall through tomorrow, and this 2 to 3 inches here, 1 to 2 in the second darkest green here, but this area here, 2 to 3 inches, and it's probably not even take that much, Liana, to see some flash flooding.
I mean, we've seen so much rain this year alone across the southeast. This is insult to injury for sure. Now that threat shifts east as we get into tomorrow morning, Monday morning. Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, Savannah, Georgia, both very quiet at the moment because everyone's indoors, as you should be. But we do have that chance for damaging storms, damaging winds, and even a chance for a tornado to spin up. Although the threat for tornadoes, not the number, the Torcon number, not as high as we have it for places east or west of you for today. All right, tomorrow morning we have that likely shot for severe thunderstorms right here smack dab in the red. It does extend up and towards the Outer Banks, but really we're looking at Wilmington to Myrtle Beach to Charleston, even clipping parts of Savannah, that you'll be in that danger zone, and even a little bit farther south as well. We have the right ingredients in place to see these severe storms thrive. We have that lift thanks to this frontal boundary. That's going to help drive those storms a little bit higher and higher in the atmosphere. The larger they are, the more punch that they can add. And then we also have this low-level jet that's allowing these strong damaging winds to drift down to the surface. Now we have a Torcon of 3, like I mentioned, not as high as what we have west of you for today, but it's still not 0. Of course, the higher the number, the greater the impacts as far as the greater chance for you to see a tornado, but still a Torcon of 3. And this is happening Monday morning. So you need to make sure that when you wake up, you have a way to get those alerts, and even make sure you have a way to get the alerts before you go to bed tonight. This is all picking up through 3, 4, 5 a.m. We get that main push really developing 5, 6, 7, 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. And unfortunately, some of these will be extra strong, Chris, and they really taper off by early afternoon hours.
And right now, Leon, we get back to a tornado warning in effect right along the Mississippi and Alabama border. Here's Mississippi, here's Alabama, there's the border. Here is the warning for Clark County here in Mississippi. We'll let you know if this does get extended into Alabama. As you can see, the hook portion, the little appendage right there, which is indicating, is an indication of some rotation, the mesocyclone within a severe thunderstorm. So tornado warning. This was observed by a storm tracker quicker when it was in Quitman a little bit earlier. Again, that's in Mississippi. Here's Quitman right there. And we're watching right now the velocity, the winds going in different directions right through here, either going toward the radar here in green or going away from the radar. Shows you where there's likely the circulation and the likely location for the tornado. Here is the timing for this storm as it continues to move from Mississippi into Alabama.
It's total.
Currently in our area, 54 degrees under sunny skies. Tonight, mainly clear skies, low 30. Monday, mainly clear, slight chance of a rain shower, high 60. Winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Monday night, periods of rain early, low 38. Chance of rain 70%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Breaking right now on the Weather Channel, a couple of tornado warnings. So there is now a new tornado warning to tell you about. This one is in Texas. There's a tornado warning right here. That's the new one. And this one right here in Mississippi. Let's go right now and take a look and start with this one right here, which had some pretty obvious rotation a little bit earlier. Still has that appendage associated with it. And I think something else that is indicative of an atmosphere that wants to spin. Now it looks like the rotation may be a little bit broader, but now shifting and moving into Alabama as we look at this particular one here and the timing for this. You can see as it continues to move across the border, the state line with Mississippi and Alabama into Alabama. These are some of the areas where it will eventually get to. Bouncing down here to Texas, northeast of Houston, Liberty County right now. There is a tornado warning that is currently in effect. This tornado warning is in effect until 5 o'clock. This is for central Liberty County. And this storm here is moving east at about 40 miles an hour right now. And again, this storm is on its way east. It'll be near Hardin around 4:30. Severe weather is certainly a possibility, and a tornado is part of that severe weather threat. And the rotation right in here, when you see the bright greens and the reds close to each other, generally speaking, that's where you would expect the tornado to be located. So some of the strongest circulation is. And you notice too is right in here. So winds are coming into the storm like this and then going up through the storm and the updraft. And this is really why the hook is important, is because it shows us the pattern. And looking at the pattern of the storm gives us an idea of what's going on. So you have winds going up and into the storm. So the winds are going up, and you can see how tall the storm is right there. So this is the inflow notch right here. And then once the air comes back down, you have what's called the rear flank downdraft, which will come back down and around. So this is going down, hits the ground, then turns around. And the combination of the two, the winds coming in, the inflow notch, and then going up, and then some of that cold air coming back and around, help create that pattern on the radar. And that also can help create tornadoes, and it can help if the balance is just right with the air going up and the air coming down and around. You can get these tornadoes lasting for quite some time. But right now, again, most likely location is right in here. And that's what we're seeing in Liberty County. Again, this tornado warning is in effect until 5 o'clock here in this part of Texas. Again, we are in Texas right now, northeast of Houston, and within the tornado watch. So the Storm Prediction Center issuing these watches right here that are in effect until either 7 o'clock tonight, 10 or 11 o'clock. And we will not be surprised if more watches are issued for areas farther east. We're just not to that time yet when they would be issued, but we will let you know when that happens, because watches generally will precede warnings. Not always. You can get warnings before watches, But watches means conditions are favorable for the development of this type of weather. Tornadoes, warnings mean that it's happening or it's about to happen, Liana.
Yeah, and one of the spots that's smack dab in the middle of this watch is Montgomery, Alabama. You have a tornado threat for as high as a 7 today. Through this afternoon, you also have a flash flood watch in place thanks to the threat for 3 to 5 inches of rain to come out of these storms. And it's already very, very saturated. You can kind of see how green the grass is. We've had a lot of rain so far this year in some parts of the southeast, 2 feet of rain already, and it's still coming down. All right, so as we time out the threats, Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, you have seen a major light show. This whole I-20 corridor, that's going to be the main danger zone for the chances for not just the thunderstorm threat. I mean, with tornadoes, winds, you're like, what more can we expect, Liana? Well, flash flooding, that's what we can expect. Let's time it out. Starting the clock at 5 p.m. Central Time, we will continue to see these storms becoming extra aggressive as we get closer to dinner time. If you're having a late dinner even, you will still see these thunderstorms just kind of rolling through. 9 p.m., we're still looking at this dangerous threat. Before you head to bed, again, make sure you have a way to get those alerts because you might need to seek shelter as we get into the wee hours of tomorrow morning. It's really after about 3, 4, 5 a.m. tomorrow morning where things finally taper down. You might see some wraparound showers developing behind it, but the severe threat is done for you in Montgomery and Birmingham. A little bit farther to the south, Mobile, quiet right now, and even parts of the Florida Panhandle as well, but we will start seeing things getting a little extra frisky over the next couple of hours. We'll see this zone very dry right now, but you will see the showers start to develop and fill in as we get into the late evening hours. We're talking closer to midnight. Notice we have some cells that are working their way just north of Mobile. Bruton, you will see some of those dangerous storms, and it's a quick stormy action for you. It's done by about 4 or 5 a.m. tomorrow morning, Chris.
We are far from done right now, Liana, with the severe weather we're tracking right now as well. Severe thunderstorm warnings, flash flood warnings, tornado warnings, all within this area here. This tornado warning right here in Mississippi expected to expire. Meanwhile, here northeast of Houston in this part of Texas, there is an ongoing tornado warning right now in Liberty County. This tornado warning is in effect until 5. You can see the rotation is right in here. So if you are within this area here in central Liberty County, take cover right now. This is where it is going next. Moss Hill, Batson, Saratoga. It's on its way.
Hey, Jessica!
New video coming into the Weather Channel coming out of Alexander City, Alabama, showing the heavy rain and wind whipping through the area. You can see that wind knocking off the fresh new leaves on these trees and even whipping around our American flag smack dab in the middle of the scene here. Yeah, we've already seen it work its way through other parts of the southeast already, and we still have some time, Chris, to be dealing with these storms. Unfortunately, we have more of this scene expected for places east of here even as we get through today.
Yeah, and going through the rest of today into the evening hours, that threat for severe weather, including tornadoes, damaging winds, large hail, a lot of lightning, and also flash flooding. That is going to exist even into the overnight hours. And just staring at this and looking at where you have just kind of a congealed mess of rain on the radar here, of yellows and reds and greens. There's a little bit up here too, but this bit right here really kind of shows you roughly where the warm front is, and that's been the focus for a lot of the rain and a lot of the storms. And right now, this storm northeast of Houston still has a tornado warning on it until 5 o'clock, and the rotation looks like it's getting a little bit broader. It's not as tight as it was, but still the warning exists here for these areas. And if you live in any of these towns here, Moss Hill, and then going over until Batson, and then you can see even continuing across to 287, take cover right now. And now here in Choctaw County in Alabama. This tornado warning, when it was in Mississippi, had expired. Now it is back here. This tornado warning in effect here in this portion of Alabama for Lisbon and Pennington. And those are two cities. This is just north of Butler, if you're familiar with this area. It's south east of Meridian, Mississippi, and a closer look right now at this storm. You're seeing some of the bright reds showing up here, and when the reds and the greens are really close to each other, you get an idea of where the winds are going fast right past each other. And in the environment that we have going on right now with storms, that usually means rotation, and that's what's going on right now. Rotation, and we're seeing just a little bit of an appendage as well, timing out this storm to get a general idea of when it is going to arrive where you live. If you are anywhere within this red area, if you see your city on here, whether it's Choctaw City, Pennington, Myrtlewood, Hilltop, take cover right now. Make sure you are in your safe location. And these locations right here in red are under tornado watches issued by the Storm Prediction Center. This means that conditions do remain favorable for the development of tornadoes. Warning means that's happening. A tornado is either about to happen or it is in progress. So watches, meaning that you are in a designated area identified as being favorable. You can still have severe weather and tornadoes outside of these areas. It's just the way Mother Nature works. But given all of the ingredients that come together, this is the most likely areas where conditions are pointing to the development of some tornadoes today. So it is likely we're going to see more severe weather going on and off for several hours now, as that rain has been going on and off. And this is, I think, is my biggest concern right through here for flash flooding in the current time frame, as we've had some warnings here and there's been some advisories, but the rain is still expected to continue. Here's a closer look now at some of the timing. This gives you a general idea of how the atmosphere is going to develop, but you kind of get a sense of what the atmosphere is capable of. So look at the really dark reds in here. This is going to indicate where some of the stronger storms are. And this is 5 o'clock Central Time. Putting this in motion, you see some of the same areas across Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama staying wet for some time. Also, Mississippi, Jackson, not necessarily over yet. Just outside of Jackson, Mississippi, is where we find meteorologist Mike Seidel. Mike.
Hey, Chris, still some light rain, but I want to take you back to about 45 minutes ago, between 3:30 and 4 here in Pearl, just southeast of Jackson, Mississippi. And look at that rain coming down. We had heavy rain. The rainfall rate at one point was about 5 inches an hour. 5 inches an hour. That was a 3-minute rate. We had 27/100ths of an inch. So far, last check, we've had about 3/4 of an inch of rain. So we're not going to get 5 inches of rain, but it shows you with that 3-minute measurement how hard it was raining. Right now, everything has moved off to our east. We still have some rain in the area, still some thunder in the distance, but a lot of lightning, a lot of thunder. We were under a severe thunderstorm warning, but the winds right here were only clocked at about 40 miles an hour. No hail here, and there were no tornado warnings with this cell, thankfully. But we're watching another line back in Louisiana that may get in here in about another hour and a half to 2 hours. Keep in mind the tornado watch here in Jackson in this part of Mississippi is up until 7 p.m. this evening. We'll keep you updated. Stay tuned, more coverage too as those warnings continue to move east into Alabama and Georgia.
You may not see them, but your itchy eyes.
Also reports of quarter-sized hail. And the heavy rain and wind like this is a common ongoing deal right now as severe weather is firing and heating up across portions of the South. From East Texas to South Carolina, the rain is coming down right now, and the threat for severe weather also continues for the next several hours, even during the overnight hours tonight. Several warnings here, tornado warning here in portions of eastern Texas, all the way over to some of these flash flood warnings in Alabama, Mississippi, another tornado warning here in Alabama as well. We begin right now with a look at our severe weather and the ongoing threats. This storm is now getting to the back edge. We'll see if this gets extended here at the back edge of this tornado warning. It looks like no, it will not, as that warning just went away, but still a strong storm with lightning, heavy rain, and again, possibly some hail. Flash flood warning here across this portion of East Texas. You've already had some strong storms come through, and this portion of Louisiana as well along Interstate 49 near Natchitoches down to just about to Alexandria, Monroe, Louisiana, under a flash flood warning right now. Heavy rain continuing here. This storm did have a reported tornado on it right there. You can see even a little bit of hook on this radar, and now going over over into Alabama from Mississippi, there remains a tornado warning in effect. And here it is for Choctaw County here. And this includes Pennington. It is just north of Butler here in Alabama. And a closer look, probably somewhere in there, is where it is likely spinning. And this is, if it does stay together, you can see it could be getting even to Rembert here within the next 20-25 minutes or so. And now we are looking a little bit farther to the east now, into Alabama and into Georgia, where flooding and some strong storms will be ongoing, Liana.
Yeah, and it's kind of good that people are indoors because we don't need people going out in the streets when we're dealing with flash flooding. We've already had some instances of flooding in this home right here in Alexander City, Alabama. The water covering the floors inside the home just kind of breaks your heart, right? I mean, so many impacts. And then as we head outside, you can see evidence of strong winds and rain, leaving this car completely covered. We have severe storm threats continuing in central Alabama through this afternoon into tonight, including the possibility of tornadoes. But I'm going to focus on the flood threats. Again, I mean, we have some major impacts with that flood threat because the soil can't take much more rain. We've already had a lot of rain in this zone across the southeast, 2 feet or more since January 1st. And we're still seeing that threat for more rain arriving with this shot of thunderstorms. So as we take a look, we'll go ahead and time it out. Let's go ahead and show you right now. And really, I-20 corridor is going to be the focal point. So on water vapor, it's a very juicy atmosphere, and it's illustrated by all this green that you're seeing. That's aloft. We're tapping into some very, very moist environments. So all of that is going to just translate to rain here at the surface. And we do have through tomorrow morning the chance for flash flooding right here in the yellow, likely chances extending from central and northern Louisiana all the way through the central parts of Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, and even clipping out here towards parts of South Carolina. So Macon, Montgomery, Jackson, you're embedded in this zone. We already have flash flood warnings that have popped up, as well as watches right here. You can see a new one has actually just popped up for you just north of Montgomery, but that means you need to avoid flooded roads. Again, many people not out on the roads, which is good, but for people who are, you need to make sure your speed is in check, because people are just flying on these roads because they're so empty. But Chris, we're expecting 3 to 5 inches of rain on top of a very saturated environment. Not the best news at all.
Not the best news. Not the best news with all the severe weather potential here. And we know the best place to be, of course, is indoors when severe weather is approaching. But as meteorologist Mark Elliott shows us, there are plenty of places in your home that are not as safe.
When you're under a tornado warning or you hear a tornado siren, and especially if you can see that tornado, now is not the time to grab that smartphone and start filming. Instead, it's time to get inside and seek shelter. You run inside to seek shelter from the storm and come up to your bedroom, which normally is pretty safe, until of course a tree crashes through your roof. Coming down to a lower level, great idea. Trying to see where the storm is outside those windows, bad idea. It was a good idea to leave the windows, but this exterior wall doesn't help you as much as you might think. No, tree limbs or 2x4s, they're like toothpicks when winds get as fierce as in these storms. Yes, your garage is on ground level and has 4 sides. No, it isn't going to protect you the way you want it to. So this is where you do want to be. Not only a low level, but the lowest level you've got. And you want to put as many walls between you and the storm as possible. And then you stay here until it's safe. Because this room could be the one thing that saves your life.
And many southern states here under that threat for severe weather. Some states seeing that severe weather right now. You can see just how active it is already, including a tornado warning that is in effect right here in Choctaw, Alabama, the county of Choctaw. Pennington is under this tornado warning. Time now to get to your safe location right now. As we look live now, just south of there in Butler.
How about now? Know what weather is heading your way. Wake up watching AMHQ. Weekday mornings on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 54 degrees under sunny skies. Tonight, mainly clear skies. Low 30. Monday, mainly clear. Slight chance of a rain shower. High 60. Winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Monday night, periods of rain early. Low 38. Chance of rain 70%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Good afternoon. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel back in Pearl, Mississippi. Want to explain to you I had to take my mask off with the COVID-19 because it got soaking wet. And I feel pretty safe out here. It's just myself and my photographer Rodney Hall in a big open parking lot. So I just wanted to get that out of the way. Didn't want you to think I wasn't playing it safe out here. We are playing it safe now because the storm has moved on. The severe thunderstorms that raked the Jackson area. Look at that. Can you see the sun through the overcast? Boy, that's the heating of the day really kicked off the storms today. Once the warm front came on through, our dew points and temperatures skyrocketed, and kaboom, the storms. Let me show you the video from between 3:30 and 4 here in Pearl. We're on the southeast side of Jackson. A lot of lightning bolts, a lot of crackling thunder, and rainfall. If you calculated the 3-minute rate, was about 5.5 inches in an hour, but it didn't rain that hard for a whole hour, so we ended up with about 3/4 of an inch of rain in the hour, this hour per se. So a lot of rain very quickly. We had some urban flooding out here on Pearson. We're just off I-20. But look at the radar right now. Keep in mind, we're still under a tornado watch in this part of Mississippi until 7 tonight. But back to our west and south, there's more storms coming our way. Some of these have had severe thunderstorm warnings, no tornado warnings, but I think we're going to get at least one more round of some lightning and heavy rainfall before we get out of the woods and clear out the severe threat early this evening. So, Chris, that's the latest here from Pearl. A lot of lightning, a lot of thunder, but no tornadoes and no winds, at least from what I can see in reports, at least in the immediate area, that brought down any trees and power lines. The airport gusted to just 30 miles an hour.
All right, meteorologist Mike Seidel, we appreciate it. And of course, we'll continue to watch and hope that it remains the way it is right now with not a lot of tornado warnings. There is one tornado warning right now. But as we look at the active radar, Mike Seidel just outside of Jackson, Mississippi, there in Pearl, Mississippi. And what he was talking about, you can see some of the action here. In fact, he might get a couple hits here. And this big line back here is working through central Louisiana right now. Big mess here. So Mike is right about here, and I might even see a little rain sneaking up here from the south, but more likely this action right here is going to make its way all the way into Jackson. But then you look a little bit farther here across the Mississippi border with Alabama, and for Choctaw County, still a tornado warning in effect right now, and the timing for this does take it into Pennington within a matter of minutes, so you better be in your safe location right now. Again, underground is best. Otherwise, the lowest point in your home, interior portion of your house, put as many walls between you and the outside. As we look now at where we're expecting more severe weather to start to kick into gear here, kick into high gear across central and southern Alabama, central and southern Georgia as well, and then eventually some of these areas during the overnight tonight and into the morning hours as well for parts of South Carolina. And we're even seeing some strong storms and have been in the coastal regions. So tornado watches that have been posted by the Storm Prediction Center in effect till 7, 10, or 11 o'clock certainly is a possibility. And in fact, I would say an expectation that we see more of this throughout the rest of this evening, but areas farther to the east as well And again, another look at some of that very heavy rain. As a reminder, all sorts of severe weather threats, including the threat for flash flooding, Liana.
And then that threat for severe storms pushes into tomorrow morning, but now it's going to be reaching the coast. Charleston, South Carolina, Wilmington, North Carolina, you're looking at the chance for some strong to severe storms reaching you by late tonight, early tomorrow morning. We could expect damaging winds, hail, and even that chance, yes, for tornadoes. Take a look at what we're expecting. We do have that severe shot hugging the coast early tomorrow morning. Myrtle Beach, Charleston, Wilmington, even the Outer Banks kind of getting in that danger zone. It's possible for you, but the highest chances in this deep red color hugging the coast. We have all the right ingredients in place. This boundary is going to provide that lift that those thunderstorms need to get growing in the atmosphere, and that the larger the storm, the more potent it is at the surface. We also have these strong low-level jets, the winds that are going to be mixing down to the surface, bringing in that damaging wind threats. Damaging winds, 60-mile-per-hour winds up to that is definitely possible. So we have torcons of 3 in place. Yes, it's not as high as what we've seen today, a little bit farther west of here, but it's still not 0. So that means that you do have a chance for seeing those tornadoes for parts of Savannah, Charleston, Myrtle Beach, and up towards Morehead City. Let's go ahead and time it all out. We're already seeing some showers off and on today. It's not quite severe just yet. We will see that pick up as we get into early tomorrow morning. We're talking about 5, 6, 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. So right when you're getting up and moving to your living room to do your work, or even if you're essential workers, you need to make sure you keep a close eye on the weather. Make sure your phone is charged. It's going to be done after lunchtime. New video into the Weather Channel coming out of West Columbia, Texas. Look at those ominous skies. Very dark clouds, a little bit of rain, but it looks like all the action is out in the distance where those darkest points in the cloud cover. That's where all that action is. We've already had some tornado warnings popping up in Texas and spreading, and some even picking up across parts of Louisiana and even Alabama. So it's been active so far today. Another new video, this from storm trackers near Mississippi, showing heavy rain. Pachuta. This is what we're looking at. You can see the rain just drifting across the windshields here. I don't see the windshield wipers really going, but you can see how wet the roads are. Now, the threat for flash flooding is also with us. So we're going to be tracking not just the threat for tornadoes, damaging winds, hail, and of course, numerous shots of lightning and thunder, but it's also the flash flood threat. You notice how quiet the roads are, which is actually a good thing, especially since that means fewer people will be driving through flooded roadways, which you should never do anyways. Turn around, don't drown. Always a good rule of thumb. But let's go ahead and get you the latest on what's happening out there right now with Chris.
Things heating up right now across parts of Louisiana in terms of the number of warnings that we're seeing right now. They are stretching from Alabama into Mississippi into Louisiana. We've seen quite a few as well in Texas, some in Georgia. But right now, a big area here in Louisiana into Mississippi over to Alabama. Some areas that had storms this morning, seeing them again. Some areas that had storms just a couple hours ago, seeing them again. But it's this new tornado warning right here that is catching our eye in Leesville, near Leesville here in Vernon Parish here in Louisiana in the west central portion of the state. And this whole line here is associated with severe weather, severe thunderstorm warnings in effect here, but a little bit of a kink right in there. Right there, you saw just that little bit of a kink is where that rotation likely is. We're getting really close to the radar. And the thing is, with the radar, being too close to the radar can make it difficult to get an accurate detection here, and being too far away from the radar can be a little difficult. If you're too far away, the beam can hit it too high in the storm to miss some of the rotation down below. But in this case, when we try to look at the dual pole action of this, try to determine what's going on a little bit higher up in the storm, it's a little bit more difficult being closer to the radar itself. But as we see at the timing, the storm is moving off to the east at 55 miles an hour. This is another tornado warning in Choctaw here in Alabama, just across the border of Mississippi, the border with Mississippi and Alabama here. And now, again, we were just looking at this storm crossed over, and now here comes another line of storms that's working through and another string of severe thunderstorm warnings. And this appears that will be changed over to a severe thunderstorm warning. We'll let you know if that changes here. Here's Meridian, Mississippi. This severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for parts of Clark, Jasper, and Lauderdale counties. And now looking over to where I think it's probably just a matter of time now before we see some more warnings in this part of Alabama and this part of Georgia, and can't rule out portions of Florida also seeing some of the stronger storms. As far as that tornado threat goes, conditions remain favorable for the development of tornadoes here, where there's tornado watches currently in effect across portions of East Texas. Almost the entire state of Louisiana. The Arklatex, Shreveport, Bossier City out of the watch right now. Still the chance for some storms, though. New Orleans not in the watch, either in the southern portion of Mississippi, coastal areas, and going into coastal areas of Alabama as well, not in the watch. But everywhere else, just about in the watch in these states, with some heavy rain falling and coming down associated with these storms. And you can see the overall progression of this is to go from west to east. So it's going from left to right here. And as it does, we're seeing heavy rain going over some of the same locations. That is why we are concerned and think that flash flooding is going to happen. That's one of many concerns, frankly, that we're dealing with. And it's right along this front here. Fronts are often the focus for rising air. That's the case here, and it's that rising air, that's moist and humid air going up into the atmosphere that gives us these big clouds, it gives us the rain and the storms. Now, when you have a very unstable atmosphere as we do, this is when you can get some of this air that just goes shooting up into the atmosphere, and we can get some of the very strong, if not violent, storms out of this as well. And you can really make out where the warmer air is located, upper 70s and 80s, and then there's the 60s and even some 50s to the north. So the difference here is quite a bit. From New Orleans to Atlanta, we're talking, what, 30 degrees here. So seeing some big temperature differences here, but it's going to be these areas right in here that have the best chance for some of the worst weather. In fact, what is going on here too is this is the visible satellite showing us where the clouds are using the visible satellite. We're getting to the point where the sun's getting a little bit lower on the western horizon, so we're able to see some of these features a little bit better. You can see like right here, that's a really tall, Brandon's taking everything off so we can show it here. You can see the overshooting tops, this unstable atmosphere. You think of it as putting holding a basketball underwater and letting it go, and it just shoots up to the atmosphere. An unstable atmosphere is just that much more acceleration going up. And you get the stable layer, it'll shoot up. You think of that like the top of the pool, and that shoots up before it settles down. And you can see some of these overshooting tops, some of that texture associated with some of, like right in here. This one right here, Brandon, is very impressive because it's getting lower on the horizon the sun is. We're seeing now the shadow of the cloud on itself. So that's all to say, Liana, we have a lot of vertical development, which leads to some of these big storms, supercells, and possibly tornadic.
Yeah, it's going to be a long evening because we're going to see all of that progress across the southeast. And overall, we're going to be seeing it drift over some locations that are right now pretty dry. So taking you to a live view of Monroe, Louisiana, looking pretty dismal, gray clouds, gray sky right there. But it just kind of shows you that this is a very potent patch of stormy action that's going to be drifting across the region. So Chris was kind of diving deeper into this whole scene right here, multiple warnings developing. But let's go ahead and see how this overall production continues to move east. So 6 p.m. Central Time, that's where we're starting the clock at. We're looking at starting to see parts of I-20 starting to get inundated with those showers and storms, even parts of the Gulf Coast already. Things will start to progress and start to fill in on some of these drier areas as we get into late tonight. So again, before you go to bed, if you're going to bed pretty early, make sure you have your phone completely charged, even have your portable charger out as well, just in case you lose power. These storms are going to be bringing in damaging winds, the chance for flash flooding, and again, that tornado threat. Some of these cells will be extra feisty. Really, after about midnight, it's a sharp cutoff, basically in Louisiana westward and even parts of middle of Mississippi there. You're going to be kind of drying out, but it's really into early tomorrow morning where we're going to be keeping a close eye on the Carolinas. Carolinas, the coast. I'll discuss that in just a bit with a closer look at what you can expect for your Monday morning. Let's focus in on Mississippi. That's where at least 14 of the more than 30 people killed in last weekend's deadly tornado outbreak was found. Now, meteorologist Mike Seidel is live in Pearl, Mississippi, just outside of Jackson, where we're facing multiple threats. And you've already seen some threats. I mean, it's crazy how fast this is an ever-changing pattern, Mike, that we've been seeing this afternoon.
Yes, we had those storms about an hour or so ago, just torrential rainfall, lightning bolts all over the place. We had our safe place, thunder crackling, but no tornado warning, and the wind gust at the airport peaked at 30. Right here, we maybe gusted to 40. There's one of the lightning bolts. This is the precursor to that line of severe storms that came through central Mississippi between about 3:30 and 4 right here in the Jackson area. We're in Pearl, just about a 10-minute drive southeast of downtown Jackson. Now let me show you what we dealt with here. Look at the rain and the wind, and listen to the thunder in the background. I mean, this was not rumbles of thunder. This is the thunder that really knocks you out of bed in the middle of the night. Fortunately, it was the middle of the afternoon. And by the time a lot of us go to bed tonight, the severe threat will be over with and everything will move out of the way. Speaking of that, the batch of storms that hit us here has now moved east, but I want you to look upstream. We have a tornado watch till 7 in this part of Mississippi and a Torcon of 7. So look upstream. That means to the south and west. Look at all those storms back in Louisiana. They're coming our way at about 40 or so miles an hour, depending on what cell you're monitoring. These storms have severe thunderstorm warnings, some of those for wind gusts to 70 miles an hour and some quarter-sized hail. 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts will knock down trees and take out power. So we're going to follow those. It's going to be about another hour based on the movement before the first storm that's warned gets into the metro Jackson, Mississippi area here on I-20 and the intersection of 20 and I-59. So another hour or so, that puts us at about 6 o'clock local time, and we'll see what happens after that. But don't let your guard down. We may not get tornado warnings, but we have that threat for straight-line wind damage. The lightning is going to be, again, vicious. Look at all the lightning bolts out there and more blinding rainfall here in Jackson, Mississippi. So, Chris, a lot more rain than we had last week here in Jackson. Remember, last week the tornado threat was up along the warm front to the north, and then we had those 2 monster tornadoes to our south. So today we get a lot more severe weather as far as the warnings, the heavy rain, lightning. But again, we're much better off so far in the state of Mississippi. Last week we had 15 confirmed tornadoes.
Yeah, but the threat still isn't over, we know, and let's hope it's nothing like last week, which, of course, it's tough to do when it was that significant of what we saw last weekend, 1 week ago today on Easter. But one of the big threats going forward, in addition to tornadoes, in addition to the frequent lightning, like we saw with Mike earlier, if you're watching us live here, and the winds associated with these storms is a big one, but just the rain itself could lead to life-threatening situations. Flash flooding, especially if you are out on the roads in your car and the setup is there. There's been a lot of rain so far across portions of the South this year in 2020, the past few months. It has been much wetter than average. That is important because it just basically means you're not going to need a lot of rain to get to that flash flooding point. And these areas right here in yellow, huge areas. Most of the state of Alabama is in the likely category, at least the entire central portion of the state is in the likely situation to see flash flooding. Same story going into Georgia, south of Atlanta, but wouldn't rule out some urban flooding as well in the Atlanta area over to Jackson, Mississippi, where Mike Seidel is, and into portions of north central Louisiana as well. But it's possible anywhere the storms fire up, you get some of these storms, especially one after another, that drop a lot of rain, and we can see some of that flooding happen in a flash, as the name implies, the flash flooding. The bright green here, the flash flood warnings that are currently in effect and likely to be in effect for quite some time as the rain continues to fall down and will do so potentially on and off for several hours in some of these areas. And for Jackson, maybe another inch or so. But if this comes down extremely fast, and it's possible you could still get more than that, especially when you look at what's just to the west of you. And then here in Birmingham, another 1 to 2 inches, maybe up around 3 inches. Again, that's in addition to the heavy rain and the storms from this morning. Atlanta, the north side of town, the northern suburbs, around an inch. South side of town, more 2 to 3, but can't rule out some of that yellow, which would be that 3 to 5 inch range. So flash flooding, big concern going into tonight, Liana.
And then all of that threat shifts towards the coast. Now we're looking at Myrtle Beach in South Carolina and Savannah, Georgia. You can be seeing these damaging storms head your way. We've already seen some rain, but we're talking about the chances for damaging winds, hail, and even tornadoes picking up for tomorrow. Now, overall, the tornado threat down a bit from what we can expect today. All right, but you still have a tornado threat, all right? And look at that sky out there in Myrtle Beach. Very impressive. Already seeing the rain pick up, like I mentioned, but it's not the severe stuff. That comes in early tomorrow morning. We do have that chance for severe storms right here in the red. Deep red is a likely shot for Charleston, Myrtle Beach, and Wilmington. Even extending out towards it, we have a possible chance in that perimeter. Outer Banks down towards Savannah and even a good chunk of central and southern Georgia. We have all the right ingredients in place thanks to these little pressure systems that settle in, that brought in all the severe storms just to the west of there. That's going to be settling in, providing that lift for these thunderstorms to grow. And of course, the bigger the thunderstorm, the bigger the impacts at the surface. We also have these strong low-level jet winds that are going to be mixing down to the surface, bringing in that damaging wind threat. We're talking 60+ mile-per-hour winds possible. That Torcon threat, I mentioned, it's a little bit on the lower side, especially from what we're experiencing. We have 7s in place across parts of the south where it's west of here. But tomorrow morning, it's not 0. And that's the big takeaway. You still have a tornado threat. Make sure you have a way to get those warnings, especially since they're going to be coming in the wee hours of tomorrow morning, Monday morning, and continuing through much of the day, at least your You can almost feel it, right? This scene out of Alexander City, Alabama, showing the heavy rain and wind. That wind is knocking down all that fresh leaves that have just been building up in our towns across the southeast, and they're coming down with that strong wind. You can barely make out what's out in the distance because of all that pounding rain as well. This has been the scene that we've been tracking all afternoon long, and it will continue to be this way as the threat for more severe storms trucks even farther east of Alabama and even hits parts of the Carolina coastline. So, Chris, let's go ahead and get the latest with you. I know we have numerous severe storm warnings as well as tornado warnings popping up.
You have severe thunderstorm warnings right now across 5 states in the south, from Texas to Georgia and in between, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama right now. And there are also some flash flood warnings. So big concerns here. A closer look right now at this particular severe thunderstorm warning where there was a tornado warning associated with this. And just look right here. I'll try to keep up with this. It looks like a little appendage right there going right by the radar. That's what I think caused the damage there, at least that line, whether it was straight line winds or a tornado that came through Leesville. Did produce some damage, some trees down and a roof blown off. Initial reports here out of, out of Leesville at the time. So you can see, again, that little appendage that we were looking at right there, sort of fallen apart once it got past the radar site there. We can go ahead and do a volume scan. So what's going on here? The radar, it sends out a signal and it gets a return. It hits a target, a hailstone or raindrops. That signal comes back and it scans across the sky, but it also will scan up as well. But it can only go up so high, it has different tilts to it. And you can see where the data is missing. It's almost like someone whacked off a side of it. I can tell you there's likely storm there. There's likely storm here, but the radar, it came so close to the radar that it's just missing it. It's just a little too close to get that scan. But you get the overall volume, if you will, of the storm, and you get an idea that there's a big storm coming into Alexandria right now. And Meridian, Mississippi, seeing some of the strong storms here that are now moving here into Alabama. The Demopolis as well is about to get hit by this line right here. Likely a damaging wind threat out of this. Now near Valdosta here in south central Georgia, a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. We said it was just a matter of time, and here we go. More severe thunderstorm warnings now here in Georgia, but these are the areas that are initially, this could expand Would be surprised if it didn't, so expecting it to expand a little bit farther to the east here, but the tornado watches here from East Texas through Alabama through this evening. Conditions do remain favorable for the development of tornadoes, and after last weekend's deadly tornado outbreak across the South, you can bet people across Mississippi that are still dealing with the aftermath are now dealing with the potential of some more damage. Meteorologist Mike Seidel joins us live now from Pearl, Mississippi, which is just outside of Jackson. Here you go, Mike's got another round heading your way.
Yes, and we had to take the mask off. Feel pretty safe out here. Wide open parking lot. The mask gets wet, and it's just not feasible. So you understand we're being as safe as we can out here, of course, in this situation. Not only that, but with the lightning, we had to take cover about an hour or so ago. Plenty of lightning, and listen to the thunder. There were lightning bolts all around us. It would have been one of those storms, 2, 3 in the morning, you're trying to sleep. Kaboom, kaboom. You put your head under the pillow, 2 pillows, and you still can't get back to sleep. That's the kind of storm we had. We had severe thunderstorm warnings. Did get one report of a tree down on a power line here in nearby Rankin County, where we are. No reports from Hinds County, which includes a lot of Jackson, Mississippi. But only one tornado confirmed, or one tornado reported. It was about 30 seconds on the ground east of here in Clark County. Compare that to last week when we ended up with 15 tornadoes, and one of those was a strong EF4. So a much better Sunday at this point than Easter Sunday. Let's take a look at the radar real quick. All the storms to our west and south now moving towards Jackson. Biggest threat, wind, straight line wind damage, some hail, and plenty of lightning. Liana, the tornado watch here in this part of Mississippi is up until 7 p.m. this evening. So we're going to be right out here keeping you safe.
All right, and you stay safe as well. Mike Seidel live there in Pearl, Mississippi. And we want to go now to some live images of Meridian, Mississippi. This is where Brett Adair, our storm tracker, is tracking these storms. Looks like it's a choppy connection, but what you do see is how dark the sky is when you can kind of make it out amidst those trees.
Bud Light Seltzer, unquestionably good.
I know people love the dish remote. It's great. So why build in the Google Assistant? I mean, who really needs a TV remote that can...
Are watching the feed coming in from Charles Peak here in Uniontown, Alabama. This is south of Tuscaloosa here in Alabama, where we are expecting the arrival of more storms, more heavy rain. The rain is coming down at a pretty decent clip right now, as you see Charles's windshield wipers going across the windshield at a pretty good clip as well. Driving with your lights on, always a good idea, not so much so you can see, so you can be seen in times of bad weather. And that's certainly what we have at the very least. Bad weather at its best, severe weather at its worst. And that is what we're dealing with right now. Seeing some heavy rain as the flash flood threat will continue to increase as the rain continues to fall down. And we're seeing larger areas of severe thunderstorm warnings right now, and you see them grouped together like this. This is often a hint that we might be dealing with a damaging wind situation. I say that because you get them linked up like this, often because these storms are starting to link up and they're starting to, what we say is bow out. They're starting to create a bow appearance, like a bow and arrow or a backward C here, and this often is associated with some damaging winds. So we are seeing severe thunderstorm warnings here in this part of Alabama, and so where we're looking at here, also in Meridian, Mississippi, but where Charles was, this nasty heavy rain is heading his way. And this severe thunderstorm warning, particular one, is for Choctaw and Clark counties. And then a little bit farther to the east here and east of Montgomery, a couple of flash flood warnings in effect going into Georgia. And south here in south central Georgia and Valdosta. A couple of severe thunderstorm warnings as well. A couple of these storms here starting to have a little appearance like there's a little bit of a hook on the south side of that. You also see it looks like maybe an outflow boundary as well. So we'll keep an eye on these two storms as we also have the radar or the satellite on there showing these storms are really bubbling up, and that threat for tornadoes existing even after dark and during the overnight hours as well, Liana.
Yeah, we also have the dangerous threat for flash flooding. Good news is so many people are staying indoors, so we don't have as many people on the roads, but unfortunately it might be impacting you inside your house. Take a look at this. Alexander City, Alabama, the water covering the road, or not the roads, the floors inside your home. This is way worse than on the roads. And when we go outside, you can see the wind and the rain definitely left this car covered, completely plastered with a ton of fresh new leaves that are popping up this spring, right? Well, unfortunately, we have more severe storms expected through tonight, but including the threat for tornadoes, but I'm going to focus on the flood threat. Take a look. We have that mass of moisture, all those storms training over the same areas. And by training, I mean they're traveling over the same locations time and time and time again. We have that threat for flash flooding through tomorrow morning. Everywhere in the yellow, that's a heightened chance, a likely chance for seeing that flash flood threat extending from central northern Louisiana all the way through a good chunk of Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, and clipping parts of South Carolina. Even extending out and out of it, we have that shot. So let's go back real quick, and Chris was kind of dissecting all of this, but we have multiple flash flood warnings that are already popping up across several states. And notice this line right here. This is dangerous. This is what I mean by training. Notice all of these are kind of connected. That means those thunderstorms have been working their way over and over again across these same zones. And it's been heavy rain, and it's coming over a very potent, juicy atmosphere that's associated with this as well. We already had quite a bit of rain over the past 6 hours, already seeing upwards towards 3 to 5 inches right back here out towards northern Louisiana. We even have this little strip right here of 2 to 3, almost 4 inches of rain for you in Montgomery. But the rain keeps on coming. We still have a long night to go. I'm also very concerned for the truck drivers on I-20. Yeah, I mean, the wind combined with the super saturated environment definitely leads to dangerous road conditions. So keep it slow. I know we want everybody to be safe on the roads. 3 to 5 inches is expected on top of what we've already seen. We've already seen upwards towards 1, 2, 3 inches of rain in some parts. And we're looking at another 3 to 5 inches on top of that. So we could even end up with almost half a foot of rain in a matter of 24, 36 hours. So this is from now into tomorrow. We even have an inch of rain expected closer towards the coast. Closer look at Jackson. This is from now into late tonight. We're expecting another inch of rain, especially across I-20, even a little bit farther south. Another spot where we're going to be soaked, Birmingham, a little bit farther south in Montgomery, Tuscaloosa. 1 to 2 inches, 3 inches on the higher hit sides. We do have some of these storms packing an even juicier punch, so we can expect some more rain to come out of them. So Atlanta, a little bit farther south of the city, we're looking at those yellow patches, Chris, and this is from now into tomorrow morning. But then again, this is again coming over a very saturated environment.
There is a lot to think about with today's severe weather threat, and breaking right now, a new tornado warning to tell you about right now on the Weather Channel just across the Mississippi border with Alabama. In Alabama is the latest tornado warning. We've been watching severe weather in this area just south and including Interstate 20 here, I-20 here. This is southeast of Meridian, Mississippi in Alabama for Choctaw County. Needham here, heads up, you are within this tornado warning right now. This storm that is capable of producing a tornado is moving to the east around 50 miles an hour, likely seeing the rotation in here and timing it out now. You get an idea of when it will be arriving, and if it does hold together, because some of this timing does take us outside of the actual warning itself, which is within here. But if it does hold together, getting to Sweetwater eventually at 6:14, but before that, it's on top of Jackson Spur. Take cover right now if you are in these areas.
To know what weather is heading your way, wake up watching AMHQ. Weekday mornings on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 51 degrees under sunny skies. Tonight, mainly clear, low 31. East-northeast winds at 10 to 20 miles per hour, diminishing to less than 5 miles per hour. Monday, mainly clear, slight chance of a rain shower, high 60. Winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Monday night, rain showers early with clearing later at night, low 37. Chance of rain 70%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
This is meteorologist Mike Seidel back in Pearl, Mississippi. We got the mask off. We feel pretty safe out here. It's wide open. Plus the fact when the mask gets wet, it's not a good thing. Trust me. More seriously, let's talk about the tornado threat. We're still under a tornado watch in this part of Mississippi, Torcon of 7, and we got hit hard between 3:30 and 4 here in Pearl and Jackson with heavy rainfall. The rainfall rate based on the 3-minute measurement at the Jackson airport was about 5.5 inches an hour. We didn't get that much rain. We had about an inch of rain, but the thunder and lightning, it was everywhere. Listen to this crackle of thunder we recorded about an hour and a half ago. And listen and look at that rainfall, sheets of rain. The wind was not an issue here. They were warned, these storms were warned for wind gusts potentially 60 miles an hour and some hail. But where we're standing, we gusted, I estimated, about 40. The airport not far away gusted to 30. Power outages statewide in Mississippi, last check, just under 10,000 customers. So we do have some power outages. But as I mentioned a little while ago, only one reported tornado. That was over in Clark County, and based on the report to the SPC, the Storm Prediction Center, it was only on the ground for about 30 seconds. Compare that to Easter Sunday when it was just a horrible day, a dozen killed and 15 tornadoes. 2 of those south of here were monsters and long tracks over 60 miles. That Bassfield tornado was on the ground for 67 miles. So, Chris, so far so good. Still the tornado watch and still watching a line of severe thunderstorms in Louisiana heading right towards Jackson in the next 1 to 2 hours. Still the threat for straight line wind damage and hail, and there could be a spin up too.
Yeah, Mike, I'm also looking at the radar as well. And the other side of the state from where you are, going from Mississippi into Alabama, that is where there is a spin up right now. A tornado warning currently in effect right here. A lot of rain through these areas here. I would expect to see a lot more of this, a lot more flash flood warnings in the hours to come with this rain continuing over some of the same areas for a long period. Tornado warning still for Choctaw here in Alabama. This in the far western part of the state, the county right next to Mississippi here, Choctaw County, just south of Butler and north of Gilberttown, including Needham. And looking a little bit closer here, it's kind of hard to say exactly where the rotation is within this, but roughly right through the middle of here to get an idea of where this is going next. If this remains as a tornado, this is going to be a big heads up. It could be going either in this direction, straight down the middle, or off to the side. So Slater, Sweetwater, Clay Hill, Campbell, all heads up here as this storm is over mainly rural areas, but it is going towards some towns. Choctaw and Clark County also involved with a severe thunderstorm warning. So whether or not you have a tornado, you're going to see scenes like this in Alabama, very heavy rain. Also, like we saw earlier with Mike, a lot of lightning and some very strong winds as well. The potential for damaging winds exists. Also seeing some strong storms here in south central Georgia, just now to the east of Valdosta. See a little bit of an outflow boundary here. So this is that cold air rushing out of the storms with the rain, or with some of the just that cold air that drops down, hits the ground, and actually can pick up dust and insects and stuff, which can get picked up or detected by radar. But we're also seeing a little bit of an appendage on some of these for a while, but some big storms bubbling up here. Now that the sun angle is getting a little bit lower, you can see the texture, essentially the shadows the clouds are putting on itself through time, and you get the nature. It looks like that almost looks like volcanoes blowing up. It's that vertical motion going up into the atmosphere, these strong storms that are continuing to develop. But again, Liana, heavy rain will remain a concern, and the threat for flash flooding existing even into tomorrow morning.
And then all of these severe threats push into the coast tomorrow morning. Now storms will be reaching coastal Carolina for places like Charleston, South Carolina and Wilmington, North Carolina. We've already had some rain pick up throughout this afternoon, but the severe stuff, that is on its way. That's going to be developing early tomorrow morning. So take a look. We do have that severe shot tomorrow morning. The latest update now includes a good chunk of Florida. You are in that possible zone for seeing those severe storms, damaging winds, hail, and we do have torcons in place. We have all the right ingredients in place across this zone. We have these fronts that are going to help provide that lift that gets those thunderstorms going and become a little bit more potent. And then we also have this strong low-level jet that's going to reach down and possibly mix down to the surface and bring in that damaging wind threat, 60+ mile-per-hour winds. Latest torcon now. We still have a 3 in place. It's not 0, not as high as we have it a little bit farther west of here for today, but it's still a torcon of 3 in place for parts of Charleston and even up towards Morehead City. But we now have a torcon of 2 for parts of northern and central Florida. And then we do have all of this pushing through as we continue through this afternoon, or early tomorrow morning, I should say. This is about 4, 5, 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. And take a look at Uniontown, Alabama.
And thank you for staying with us here on the Weather Channel as we follow breaking weather for you tonight with ongoing severe weather across the South. I'm meteorologist Mike Bettis. Jackie Jarris with us in just a moment. Let's get you down into Alabama tonight and the tornado warnings that we have ongoing. In fact, 2 newly issued tornado warnings for us here in southwestern Alabama. To give you some perspective where things are, here's Montgomery, Alabama, here's Meridian, Mississippi, and the storms are right here, basically between Meridian, Monroeville, and Montgomery for us this evening. So a couple of different areas to watch for tornado warnings tonight. Newly issued tornado warnings in Marengo and Clark counties tonight. These are highlighted in red for you. The map Choctaw was the previously issued one. We've now got warnings that affect for Marengo, which is just to the east of that. It goes until 6:45. Clark as well. The Marengo one is just to the north. So we'll put the arrow on that. You'll see Sweetwater is the city that could be affected. That warning also until 6:45 this evening. A big, strong thunderstorm here with rotation detected by Doppler radar. And so we urge you to take shelter as quickly as you can. Also notice within there, we've got a little hail core in that just outside of Butler as well. So we'd urge you to stay inside tonight and find a safe place as quickly as you possibly can. Going to show you the velocities on this. You can detect a little bit of rotation here. You can see it, a little bit of red and blue right next to each other right in there. Might have actually right turned just slightly. That's why they issued the warning for Marengo County, and then just a minute or two later they issued the one for Clark County south of there. But the rotation is just now to the east of the town of Toxie. Could potentially be headed toward the Thomasville area, and you can see the areas that could be affected. Marvin around 6:05, and a place like Sweetwater around 6:17 tonight. I would also include a place like Thomasville, a place that almost certainly could be in a path of at least some very strong winds out of this system. All right, that's what's going on in Alabama for us right now. That's where the tornado warnings are, but a large complex of severe weather across the South for us right now, especially through Mississippi and Louisiana. Alexander being hit pretty hard right now, but also notice this line of storms from just to the west of Jackson down near the Macomb area tonight. These are areas where you're going to see intense winds tonight that could be in excess of 60 miles per hour. But also some large hail and brief spin-ups of tornadoes. But as we go through the night, we may actually start to see more individual supercells. And if that happens, more discrete supercells could be more opportunities for longer lived and larger tornadoes. You can see the storms now converging on Macomb right now. Severe thunderstorm warnings have been issued here. Those are just now to the west of I-55. We, of course, would urge you not to be in your car right now and get out into these storms. If you can delay travel, if at all possible, that would be very, very wise. I want to show you these in 3 dimensions so you can see they've got some height to them, no doubt about that. And so as these storms begin their march eastbound, they're going to come racing over I-55. The taller these thunderstorms are, the more likely they are. They've got the really cold tops, and we can see the development of hail here. A ton of lightning could be embedded with these storms as well. So again, inside the best place for you to be. But a place like Macomb, you're basically dead center in the middle of that line as it heads eastbound towards you. So off the electronics tonight as well. Anything that's plugged in, we'd encourage you to stay off of that. So if the kids are on the PlayStation, the Xbox, I'd say time for them to get off of those. All right, we'll take you over to Georgia right now, where heavy rain has been an issue for us today, and the opportunity now for some flooding. We've got flood issues now just to the southwest of Atlanta, west of Macon right now. And those storms are going to train, we believe. What that means is almost think of it as thunderstorms along a train track, and the cars on that track, one after another after another. That's what the thunderstorms are doing, and that means more opportunities for heavy rain for a longer period of time. Thunderstorm warning just outside of Valdosta tonight. Again, large hail hail is possible, quarter-size hail, enough to do some dents in your cars and your roof, and also some very gusty winds that could exceed 60 miles per hour. Now, the atmosphere itself, all the really intense storms are basically along our front or south of it. That's where we have the greatest instability right now. Temperatures are in the 70s and 80s south of that front. 50s and 60s north of it, so a very dynamic atmosphere along and south of that front. It may stay that way for hours tonight. Let's get right to it with meteorologist Chris Boone. He is live on the ground for us tonight in Alabama. He is in Auburn tonight. Chris, how's the situation been for you this evening?
You know, I think right now, Mike, the flash flood potential is our biggest risk, at least for the next few hours. We're right on the edge of that front, so that's where the storms are pretty much training. You mentioned that that's going to be the case in parts of Georgia, and we're seeing that already in Alabama. In fact, a flood advisory now issued here in Lee County, including all of the Auburn and Opelika areas. We're looking at potentially already 2 to 4 inches of rain that has fallen, and I can assure you the heaviest rain that just pushed through put down a quick 1 to 2 inches in probably less than an hour. It was torrential. It's letting up a little bit, but still heavy. We've already seen elements, but I want to show you the sky right here. One of the problems we're going to face tonight is rain-wrapped tornadoes, so don't rely on being able to see it. Also, keep in mind, too, we're heading into the overnight hours for that risk being greatest, and that also means it's going to be nighttime, which poses another huge danger. So when you get those warnings, that's going to be your best alert to take shelter. Don't expect to see it. Don't wait till you get the weather turns downhill very quickly. Heed those warnings as they come to be. We also have a tornado watch that is in effect through 11 p.m. here in Alabama. And you can see as far as the sky goes, we've been just essentially gray. Nothing that stands out to me as ominous. We haven't had any severe thunderstorm warnings, haven't had any tornado warnings yet. But we're on the warm front. I want to show you the temperatures one last time. We have this graphic, and even just driving from Atlanta to Auburn, we were in the low 50s in Atlanta pretty much all day. And here in Auburn, we're finally now warming up. We're right on that warm front. So temperatures are continuing to climb. We were in the 50s just an hour or two ago. Now we're in the 60s, and we'll continue to watch those temperatures climb. As that happens, the severe weather will then increase. And also, flash flooding. Don't underestimate that power, because that's going to be a huge risk, just as bad as the severe weather threat we face here in Auburn. I want to go the next state over in Pearl, Mississippi. That's just outside of Jackson. That's where we find our own meteorologist, Mike Seidel. Mike, how have things been? Because here it's been relatively cool most of the day. However, we've had volatile atmosphere. We have had very heavy rainfall and even a numerous amount of lightning for how cold it has been.
Yeah, we haven't had the elevated thunderstorms. Ours were surface-based. We were cool and clammy through late morning. Then the warm front went to our north. Our temperatures and dew points went all the way up into the 70s. Dew point around 70, temperatures mid-70s. And then the storms hit mid-afternoon. But between about 3:30 and 4, we got hit hard with heavy rain, lightning, and listen to this crackle and boom of thunder. Okay, trust me, the thunder was booming and crackling. We had severe thunderstorms. I think I just heard it. Roll through the area. They were warned. Yeah, just here they were warned for the certainly the wind threat, the straight line wind damage threat, and hail. And we had a lot of heavy rain. The 3-minute rainfall rate at nearby Jackson Medgar Evans Airport was about 5.5 inches. That's taking 3 minutes and over a 1/4 inch of rain. Of course, it didn't rain that hard for the whole hour, but we ended up with about 1 inch of rain. And wind gusted at the airport 30 miles an hour. Over here, about 40. We had about 10,000 customers without power in Mississippi a little while ago. Right now, we're keeping an eye to the west and south. It's looking darker out there. And with that in mind, let's go to the radar. We can maybe do both at once, or we'll just go to the radar and look at all the storms still upstream that are headed our way. Heavy rain now just getting into the western side of Jackson. We're on the southeast side, and then all the way back into eastern Louisiana. The line of storms is cleared. Monroe, which got hit by that tornado last week. and it's all headed this way. Heavy rain, gusty winds, some severe thunderstorm warnings. Haven't seen any tornado warnings with these storms. That doesn't mean something can't spin up. We're under a tornado watch now for the next hour until 7 p.m. Central. And compared to last Easter Sunday, it's been a much, much better day here in the state of Mississippi. Last week we had a dozen locals killed, and we had 15 tornadoes. Some of those were those long-track monster tornadoes. So far, Jackie, from SPC Storm Prediction Center, just one tornado touching down in Clark County, east of here, and it was only reported to be on the ground for about 30 seconds. So a much, much better day today than last Sunday.
Absolutely, but we're continuing to track storms well into the night, even into early tomorrow morning. We're keeping an eye on you in Alabama's capital city, Montgomery. You're under a tornado watch. You're also under a flash flood watch through tomorrow morning. The southern half of central Alabama is at greatest risk for severe storms and possible tornadoes. Damaging winds will be a concern in the hours moving forward. So we have a very active radar already. I know Mike just covered a lot of the warnings that are in place, but this whole complex of thunderstorms is going to continue to track off towards the east. Our low pressure still way back here, so we've got a lot of moisture and a lot of lift in the atmosphere as that warm front, which is still snaking down here, is trying to push its way northward a little bit. And as that low gets closer, we'll watch that make a little bit more progress. So one of the big concerns moving forward is not just the threat of severe storms, but it's also that we've got a lot of heavy rain. And as we look at this hour by hour, you can really see how that moisture is really widespread. It's also quite intense, and this is going to be ongoing into the nighttime hours for tonight. So individual strong to severe thunderstorms can be expected, especially into the southern tier of the deep south here, but it's into these northern areas a little closer to the I-20 corridor, especially where we had that heavier rain early this morning, that we'll get that another dousing of showers and thunderstorms. You can see that continues well into the nighttime hours. So Jackson, Mississippi, you can see some strong thunderstorms with a lot of lightning just off to your west. That's moving in here very shortly, and you'll continue to see unsettled conditions lasting at least through 10, 11, 12 o'clock for tonight. We don't think the main push is going to be out of there until after the midnight hour. Still maybe a couple of spotty showers then lingering towards early tomorrow morning. Here's a look at Montgomery, Alabama right now. Check out what's happening back towards Selma. We've got a big lightning jump here. So that storm is intensifying, and certainly something you really need to keep an eye on if you live in Montgomery, because that's all going to be tracking off towards the east. At a minimum, you'll have a big electric show, but you're also going to get some really heavy downpours, and that's going to last through 9, 10 o'clock tonight. And then expect the spotty showers and thunderstorms to continue with yet another wave likely moving through between about 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning. This pushes eastward, and by 5 a.m., probably still going to have a little moisture and clouds around, but the severe weather risk is over and done with. And what about you in Atlanta? You're just getting the light rain right now, but this is going to start to pick up in intensity, especially after 11 o'clock for tonight. I think that's when you're going to start to see some of the really heavy downpours, and a few storms could go severe. We'll also watch for this training to happen, or where storms repeat themselves over the same area, and that I-20 corridor really looks like a big hot spot for that to continue until about 3 or even 4 o'clock in the morning. That's when the intensity begins to settle down, and by about 6 o'clock in the morning, that should be pushing out of there. But let's go back to Mike, and you're going to talk a little bit more about this flash flood risk and other warnings in effect.
We do have some new warnings we want to update you on, including right along the Louisiana and Mississippi state line. So in Louisiana, East Feliciana, St. Helena, and Tangipahoa. Those are all the parishes that are under tornado warnings right now. Then over into Mississippi, it's Amite and Pike counties under that tornado warning. This is going to be very close to the Macomb area. Our warning until 7 o'clock tonight, and we encourage you to get to your safe place as quickly as you can. Doppler indicated tornado here. Moving to the east at about 50 miles per hour, capable of producing flying debris. Not to mention, we've got a significant hail core with us as well. You can see the hail core right in there. And I think that at one point here, I think we might have had a little bit of an inflow notch down in here and a bit of a hook that was trying to form here. And there is still some rotation that you can see on the radar. But one thing I want to show you is the big hail that's being produced out of this thing, potentially more than 2 inches in diameter. You can see how it just kind of blossomed there as it came past Jackson and toward Kentwood. Hail size right now estimated at just over 2 inches in diameter. So it's pretty sizable hail that's happening for us right now. Want to show you the velocities on the radar, and what this does, it takes out the hail, takes out the precipitation. Any rain focuses solely on the winds within that thunderstorm. So right in here, it looks like we've got some rotation. What we're looking for here is the greens or reds or greens and blues next to each other on the radar. It's a good deal away from the radar, so we might be looking a little bit higher in the atmosphere, not necessarily near the ground, but right in here, it looks like we have some rotation in there. And I'm going to go ahead and put the tracker on this, and I'll give you some idea of who might be in harm's way here. We'll time this out for you and show you. There'll be some spots like a Gillsburg around 6:17. The tornado could be headed your way, urging you again to get to shelter as quickly as you can. That's just a few minutes from now. In Terry's Creek around 6:28, Magnolia around 6:37. That does look like it is going to stay south of Macomb. So that's good news there, but overall the trend is for very intense thunderstorms for the remainder of the evening. I'm going to give you a bigger picture here, and you can see the storms that are firing across Alabama as well as Mississippi right now, including the storms that are near Macomb, but also the storms that are up here just outside of Maroneville, Alabama. And I'm going to focus on those storms and show you what's happening within that line, because I think they just reissued that tornado warning here, including the Thomasville area, the new tornado warning. Well, Clark County and Marengo County continue with their tornado warnings. That's until 6:45 tonight. I'll go ahead and show you the velocities on this one as well. And what it'll show you is there are some areas within that do show some brief rotation. Right in there, I was talking about the red and the greens next to each other. Right in there is the area that we're most concerned about. It was more up in here, and then it looked like it wanted to take more of a right-hand turn and dove south a little bit. So that's why we have the simultaneous warnings for Marengo and Clark counties. Thomasville, I would urge you to get to shelter as quickly as you can. We'll go ahead and loop this. You can get an idea if you track that, where that might be headed. The rotation might be weakening somewhat, but taking dead aim at Thomasville, Alabama here, and right along Highway 43. So again, we urge you to get to shelter as quickly as you can. I'll go ahead and put the timer on that, and you'll get an idea of when it might be in your neighborhood. For a place like Thomasville, again, just minutes from now, less than, I'd say, 10 minutes, and it's going to be on your doorstep here. In Finley Crossing around 6:29, in Hessel around 6:33, and in Pine Hill around 6:37 tonight. This is all the bigger picture here, folks, of numerous tornado watches that are in effect across Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, portions of eastern Texas. A very volatile atmosphere right now, and tornadoes are likely as we go through the remainder of the evening. Of course, here on the Weather Channel, we're going to keep you updated here, but be safe this evening, and well after dark, the threat continues. We're back right after this.
You may know what weather is heading your way. Wake up watching AMHQ. Weekday mornings on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 50 degrees under sunny skies. Tonight, mainly clear skies. Low 31. Winds east-northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Monday, sunshine and some clouds. Slight chance of a rain shower. High 60. Winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Monday night, showers in the evening, then partly cloudy overnight. Low 37. Chance of rain 70%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Thanks for staying with us on the Weather Channel. We are following severe weather for you tonight. A live look at Auburn, Alabama will be a target of severe storms, and we believe flooding tonight. Currently sitting at 61 degrees and under a downpour as we speak. Meteorologist Chris Bruin on site, and he'll give us an update here in just a moment. But look at the water just pouring off the roofs here. Want you to be aware of what that threat's going to be for high water tonight, folks, because last thing you want to be doing is being out in your vehicle and encounter high water. Don't want to hydroplane, don't want to get caught in some high water and find yourself floating instead of driving, right? So we're talking more about the flood risk coming up. Also going to talk about the tornado risk for us tonight and a couple of different areas that we're following. From Alabama back into Mississippi, Louisiana, portions of East Texas. Tornado watches for us tonight. The one across Alabama, that goes until 11 p.m. tonight, the rest until 10 o'clock tonight. So we want you to know that there's a threat that goes on for hours and well past sunset this evening. A couple of different areas where we have tornado warnings tonight, including through Alabama and Mississippi. We want to get right down into Mississippi and just south of Macomb, where we have a tornado warning right now. St. Helena, Tangipahoa County, parishes, those are in Louisiana, Meade and Pike counties in Mississippi. So if you're in Kentwood or Magnolia or in Syca, those are places where you need to take shelter as quickly as you can. You're warning until 7 o'clock tonight. Storm moving eastbound at about 50 miles an hour, so it's moving pretty quickly and momentarily will be over Interstate 55. A little bit of rotation, maybe now just to the east of Kentwood. Could also make an argument for some rotation a little bit farther north of that. Either way, we've got a large hail core that's in that. Hail's been estimated to be over 2 inches in diameter, so that's going to dent your car. It's going to dent the roof of your home. That storm again moving off to the east at about 50 miles an hour. This one in Clark County, Alabama, also moving eastbound at about 50 miles per hour. The warning has been dropped for Marengo County, but the one continues for the Thomasville area until 6:45 this evening. We'll zoom down in tight here. You can see, and I think the rotation may have weakened somewhat here, but might be getting more of an outflow wind now in Thomasville. Having said that, it could be an extreme wind well in excess of 60 miles an hour. You can see on the radar, and it's faint, but there's a rotation that comes through there, red and the blue right next to each other. You see it right in there, then over toward the Thomasville area. So again, rotation has been detected by the radar here, and we urge you to treat this warning very, very seriously. I'm going to adjust the radar is moving quickly, so I'm going to adjust the timing on that for you. So Thomasville, basically now you need to be taking shelter. Just get to your safe place as fast as you can, basement if you have one. Lowest level of your home, the ground level in an interior room. Stay away from windows and exterior walls, so bathroom, closet, under stairwell, something like that. Finley Crossing, 628 is when it'll be on you in Culpeper around 6:36 this evening. Again, the bigger picture, a lot of storms out there from East Texas through Alexandria, Macomb, Jackson, Meridian, and all these places will have a flood risk. And look at the heavy rain rolling through Georgia as well between I-85, 75, right along Interstate 16. With an area here between Valdosta and Savannah, we've got a pretty good line of storms as well. All right, Jackie, a lot to talk about this evening. Numerous threats out there, but urging everyone just be as safe as they possibly can.
Absolutely. Multiple hazards ongoing right now. We want to take you back to Auburn, Alabama, where we could start to see some of that water beginning to pile up in that heavy downpour. Chris Bruin is there live and joining us now. Chris, under a flood advisory, plus you've got the tornado watch.
Yeah, let's start with the tornado watch, Jackie, because we're getting latest news here from Auburn University. That's right there, okay? They're opening up 2 of the buildings for shelters for anybody who doesn't feel safe where they live. They're opening up the RBD Library, which is just a couple of buildings off behind me to the south, and then Green Hall. So if you don't feel safe anywhere here in Lee County, again, for that tornado watch that's in effect through 11 p.m. tonight local time, you can go to Green Hall or RBD Library here on Auburn University's campus and take shelter if you feel the need to do that. So do it before the conditions get really bad. You're not going to have time to transfer over there if the tornado warning were to go downhill. So if you're concerned in any way, get to those places for extra security. And of course, keep social distancing as best you can in those shelters if possible. Let's talk about the flash flood potential though too, because it has been pouring. I'm going to step inside for a second and just show you what we're looking at here. Look at the puddles that have been coming through. A flood advisory has actually been issued. We've had totals anywhere from 2 to 4 inches already, and now we're expecting another 2 to 3 inches. And really quickly, I want to show our exclusive storm path camera. That's on the other side here of Auburn University, and you can get an idea of what you're looking at on the western horizon, okay? So we're going to keep monitoring this, and of course, all throughout the night, we're going to check back into multiple cameras to observe the sky and show you what we're looking at here. Remember, torcons of a 6 and a very high flash flood guidance for parts of central and southern Alabama. And I think flash flooding is going to be one of the more dangerous aspects tonight, along with that tornado risk. Let's go back out to Mike Seidel. He's in Pearl, Mississippi. And Mike, it has been pouring here, pouring almost like what you would expect in a tropical cyclone type nature for the last hour and a half or so. What's the latest there in Pearl?
Ditto here. Look at this. We're back in the heavy rain as expected. Just a dousing frog strangler here in Pearl. Luckily, we don't have any wind. Little, if any, lightning with a storm. And we've got more, though, on the way. Look at the radar south and west of here. There are some severe warned storms still to come through the area, warned for wind and some hail. But right now, it's all about the heavy rain and the risk of some localized flooding as that flash flood watch continues right up through this evening. We'll come back. We'll keep you safe right on through tonight at the Weather Channel. Good afternoon. Good evening here from Pearl, Mississippi, just outside of Jackson. Round 2 of heavy rain. We were not getting the lightning with this particular storm. We had some severe thunderstorm warnings this afternoon. Let me show you the video from about 3:30 to 4 o'clock. It was coming down in buckets. In fact, if you took the 3-minute rainfall rate at nearby Jackson Medgar Evers Airport, it was about 5.5 inches an hour. We picked up 27/100ths of an inch of rain in 3 minutes. Amazing how hard it was raining. Lightning and thunder crackling everywhere. That has all moved well out of the area. Now we look at the radar and there's more storms coming in. Now the severe threat seems to be highest to the south. We have that tornado warning down around Macomb. Otherwise, what we're looking here, I think for the most part, will be potentially some wind and some hail. In fact, I think we're now back north of the warm front. Temperatures have fallen back into the low 60s. We've got a north wind. So it's really south of that warm front, south of here, where I think we're going to have a higher tornado threat. The tornado watch, by the way, in this part of Mississippi goes until 7, so the rest of this hour, but you get down to the southwest corner of the state and that tornado watch goes till 10, where it's a little bit more unstable. So we're going to watch it here, Mike Bettis, but right now the threat, localized flooding, and we'll keep an eye on those storms that will roll through here in the next hour or so, and that will be it. But fortunately, so far, only one reported touchdown today, and it only lasted for 30 seconds. A whole different world than the deadly tornado outbreak, the disaster we had on Easter Sunday.
You know, it was a week ago today, Mike. We had 131 tornadoes that touched down, significantly less than that today. But one thing I'm getting increasingly concerned about is how much rain is falling, the flood threat. Although through the next couple of hours, we still could see more tornadoes. I think some discrete supercells are still possible tonight and maybe even after dark. Large area here of tornado watches from Texas into Mississippi into Alabama. Those from 7 to 10 to 11 o'clock tonight. So they go on for several more hours. You can see some storms now beginning to fire up some tornado warnings across Mississippi and then across Alabama as well. When you get down to these storms that are near Macomb tonight, we've got a tornado warning here that's around the Kentwood area. So in Louisiana, that was St. Helena, Tangipahoa counties and parishes, Amite and Pike counties in Mississippi. But right along Interstate 55 tonight, we've got a tornado warning for you until 7 o'clock tonight. I want to show you what the velocities look like. Could be some rotation just outside of Kentwood, and we urge you to. And actually, I think the rotation on that may have actually retightened up just a little bit. And so I think in Kentwood, you need to take this very seriously and get to shelter as quickly as you possibly can. Maybe near Franklinton as well, but anywhere between Interstate 55 and maybe Columbus. So again, from Amite City toward Columbus and anywhere in between, those are areas that are in danger right now. Now, Macomb, what's interesting is the worst of the storms, one went north of town and one went south of town. This one actually got a little bit of rotation on it, at least higher up in the storm. And so again, coming across Interstate 55 north of Macomb now, and we would urge you also here, take shelter quickly, treat that like a tornado warning. Even if there's not a tornado warning, it could be strong straight line winds that could bring down trees on your property here. Franklin and Lincoln counties are the warnings within that severe thunderstorm warning. I think hail and high winds in particular, the big threat for you here. Over to Alabama now. We have Wilcox County under tornado warning, just newly issued just south of that. That's going to be Clark and Monroe counties under a tornado warning until 7:15 tonight. Let's show you what the radar sees, and you can see that there's an opportunity, at least on the southern tip of these storms, that there might be some rotation within that. I'm going to zoom right down into it, get you a really close look here, and see what we can see if there's any rotation in there whatsoever. Looks like there could be some here near the Thomasville area. It's hard to detect. It's a little far from the radar, and so it's got a long way to go for the beam to get there and get back. But if you're in Beatrice or Camden or in Forest Hills, those are all areas where you need to take shelter. Again, the heavy rain is just a huge story right now across Birmingham, Montgomery, Columbus, and over toward Atlanta. Let's get another look at that right now with meteorologist Chris Bruin. The tornado warnings increasing in frequency now, Chris, but also the flash flood warnings.
Yeah, you know, we've got surrounding Auburn numerous flash flood warnings. Now, Auburn proper not currently under one. However, if the rain holds up any longer, I think we're going to go under one here shortly. We've had rainfall rates anywhere from 1 to 2.5 inches per hour, and it's been raining like that for the better half of almost 2 hours now, and then all the rain we had earlier today. So wind hasn't been much of a factor. We haven't seen a lot of severe weather just yet. No warnings, in fact, but we are under that tornado watch. I want to show you what I'm looking at here. The lightning has certainly improved at least somewhat. We can pull up the radar too, and what you're looking at is some of the heaviest of rain, which has been sitting over Auburn, has now pushed a little farther east towards the Georgia-Alabama state line near the Chattahoochee River. So we'll continue to watch, but we're right on that warm front. So temperatures are steadily climbing, currently in the lower 60s. We'll watch that number raise as we go into the next several hours. And overnight tonight is when we're expecting that risk to be highest for the potential for tornadoes. We'll be right back with continuing live coverage here on the Weather Channel.
Back to our special coverage here on the Weather Channel of severe weather that is pounding parts of the South right now. You're looking live at Macomb, Mississippi, and boy, tough to see much here at all. Very dark skies, intense rain coming down. There is a tornado warning on that cell just to the south of Macomb right now. You can see storm trackers are on that and keeping a very close eye on that. Every now and then I see a little flash lighting things up. So a dangerous storm unfolding right now in Mississippi. And there's another one that we're keeping our eye on that's in Alabama. So we want to take you there to Pine Hill, Alabama. Pine Hill is under the tornado warning here too. And boy, the scenes look kind of similar, don't they? If there is a tornado in this rotating storm, it's going to be very difficult to see. It's that time of the night as the sun goes down. Skies are dark from the storm as well, not to mention how much rain is coming out of these. So rain-wrapped storms are going to be very likely tonight as we've got copious amounts of moisture in place across the Gulf Coast states and the Deep South. So we want to get over to our Mike Bettis. He's got more on these tornado warnings and what we can expect the next few hours. Mike?
Yeah, really valid point there, Jackie. That's kind of the sky is all going to look the same, and you may not be able to tell that there's a tornado coming. So I suspect that most here's the state line of Alabama on this side, and then Mississippi sitting right in here, and then Louisiana down here to kind of get your bearings on everything, okay? Let's talk about the warnings that are right on the state line of Mississippi and Louisiana here. And actually, it looks like just a new one was issued. Tinchipahua Parish is under a tornado warning. Pike County, Mississippi is under a warning. I'm going to move this over just a little bit. We can get the new one in there. Washington Parish and also Pike and Walthall counties right now all under tornado warnings at this time. Let's just show you what the radar sees. And it looks like there could be some rotation right here between Kentwood and Tylertown. And again, getting to shelter and staying there and getting to your safe spot as quickly as you can, vitally important. Could save your life tonight. The storms up around Brookhaven have been very intense as well, between Brookhaven and Macomb, right along Interstate 55, which is right here. There may actually even been a little bit of rotation within the storm right there, but not enough for the Weather Service to issue a tornado warning on it. Franklin and Lincoln counties under a severe thunderstorm warning until 7 o'clock. Really intense winds and a lot of rain coming down on Interstate 55. We encourage you to not travel tonight across the South. If it's absolutely imperative, okay, but be careful. Watch for the hydroplaning. Clark and Monroe counties in Alabama under a tornado warning until 7:15 tonight. And then also just to the north of that, we've got a tornado warning for you in Wilcox County, that until 7:15 this evening. So if you're in Alberta or Camden or in Pine Hill, we just saw the live camera there from Pine Hill. That's it right there. You can see it on the screen. A lot of lightning within that, and you're not going to be able to see hardly anything if it comes your way. And look at all the trees, folks. So this is what makes it so hard for storm spotters. It's getting dark. The whole sky looks the same, and there are trees. And so your visibility is terrible. Your line of sight is terrible right now. And you're talking about windy roads here with copious amounts of rain. Rainfall rates have been anywhere between 1 and 3 inches per hour. All right, so tons of things going on for us right now. On the radar from Thomasville and Grove Hill up toward Camden, Alberta, soaking rain for us at this point. A couple of areas of rotation. We had one come past Thomasville, and I still think there are a little bits of rotation, maybe right in here and right in here, and a little bit. So along this line, we might actually be getting little bits, little kinks, and little bits of rotation within that, which these lines can do. And a tornado will touch down for 30 seconds, a minute, and then lift right back up. But if that tornado comes down on your neighborhood, it's a bad night, right? Up around Montgomery, by the way, we've got heavy rain for us right now. Severe thunderstorm warning. I'm going to go ahead and put the warning on for that one. That warning for us, I believe that's, I'm going to move it over just a little bit there. Just getting into the Montgomery area, Lowndes County right now under a severe thunderstorm warning. So that goes until 7:15. If you're in Braggs and that coming along Interstate 65 tonight, you're going to have issues. Huge amounts of rain. Heavy rain in Montgomery. Heavy rain coming down for us in Birmingham. Travel on 65, I-20, and I-85, all very dangerous for you tonight. A lot of storms on I-75, Atlanta down toward Macon, and then I-16, Macon over towards Savannah. Severe thunderstorm warning outside of Valdosta for us tonight, but really heavy training thunderstorms now between Columbus and Warner Robins, Georgia, Macon, Peach, Taylor counties under a flash flood warning. Over toward the Columbus area, Columbus, Georgia, we're under a flash flood warning as well. Chattahoochee, Marion, Muskogees County, all under flash flood warnings. That goes until 12:30 tonight, by the way. So we've got about another 5 hours to go on that warning. Look at the rainfall that we had in just 6 hours. 3.5 to just over 4 inches of rain has fallen for us, and heavy rainfall rates right now of 1 to 2 inches per hour. So this could be a deadly situation if you do not take it seriously. We've got the dynamics in the atmosphere right now that will continue to propagate these thunderstorms, and a lot of them will ride right along that front. Because that front's not moving all that much, guess what? Those storms aren't moving a whole lot either. Ample moisture coming out of the Gulf of Mexico. Instability will likely start to come down a little bit as we go through the evening. That's a good thing. If the air becomes a little bit more stabilized, we're going to reduce our risk for hail. We're going to reduce our risk for tornadoes, but that doesn't mean we'll necessarily reduce our risk for some heavy rain. So we think from Jackson, Alexandria to Jackson, Montgomery to Birmingham, Atlanta over toward Charleston. These are all areas where through the night, flash flooding becomes an increasing concern. Stay with us. More live coverage when we return on the Weather Channel.
Get the most out of your mornings. You need to know what weather is heading your way. Wake up watching AMHQ. Weekday mornings on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 49 degrees under sunny skies. Tonight, mainly clear skies. Low 31. Winds east-northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Monday, sunshine and some clouds. Slight chance of a rain shower. High 60. Winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Monday night, showers in the evening, then partly cloudy overnight. Low 37. Chance of rain 70%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of severe weather that's affecting the South right now. You're looking at a live stream from Tylertown, Mississippi. This is a tornado-warned storm that includes you in Pike County, Mississippi, Walthall County, Mississippi, as well as Washington Parish in Louisiana. So it's right near the state lines. If that sounds familiar to you, you might remember that it was last Sunday, when Walthall County was hit by an EF4 tornado. So this is not that far from there. So Doppler radar is indicating a tornado is likely, or at least we have a rotating storm. We don't have any ground truth on this just yet, but you can see the live stream along with me that it looks very ominous. We're getting a lot of lightning flashes. You can see how dark the sky is. And we're also getting reports of a lot of rain to go along with this. These storms are moving at a pretty quick rate. They're moving somewhere between 50 and 70 miles per hour. You can see the streets are tree lined. So if there is a tornado in this supercell, there is a chance that you're not going to be able to see it. So we need to take the warnings very, very seriously for tonight. We want to go a little farther up to the north into the Jackson area, actually Pearl, Mississippi. That's where we find our Mike Seidel, who's been there live all day long. And Mike, I know you were getting hammered with some really heavy rain earlier. What's the latest there?
And we've got good news here. We mentioned earlier that we're back in the cool air. The warm front, which came up through us before lunchtime, has now come back to our south. We're in the low 60s. And because of that, we've been taken out of the tornado watch. So if you're in the counties along I-20, that includes Hines and Rankin and the Jackson area, all the way to Meridian. Those counties north and west are no longer in a tornado watch, including the counties and adjacent parts of Louisiana. But south of those counties, we still have the tornado watch. In southwest parts of Mississippi, Louisiana, that goes until 10 p.m. tonight. Those are the counties where the warnings are right now that Jackie just mentioned, including Waltham County. Now, as far as the rainfall goes, we've had very heavy rain so far at the airport here. We've had about 1.5 inches of rain. We're not getting the 3 to 5 inch totals, but look on the radar. To our north and west, you can see the back edge of the rainfall. So about another half an hour, that's going to pull them through. And that's pretty much going to be it for this evening. But the good news all around is we're in the cool, stable air. We're out of the severe thunderstorm threat. Everything's going to be south and southeast of us for the rest of this evening. And so far now, power outages have been cut back in Mississippi to 7,500. Mike Bettis back in Atlanta with a new tornado warning. Mike?
Yeah, there are plenty of them out there across Mississippi and then across Alabama as well. So I want to get you the very latest on these. And the area in particular, just outside of Macomb, Mississippi tonight that we're worried about. And in fact, the Storm Prediction Center out of Norman, Oklahoma, highlighting this area for a greater tornado potential through the evening. We've got a little bit of low-level wind shear here that's complicating things. But also, we've got a messy atmosphere. We've had rain that's come through today. How much has that stabilized the atmosphere? How much will the winds back or next veer or cause some rotation within these storms? So storms have now come to the east of I-55, but maybe some rotation that has increased here a little bit. Going to show you where the latest warning is here. That's Washington Parish in Louisiana. It's Walthall County there in Mississippi. So Angie and Tylertown, again, encouraging you to get to shelter quickly. There's a look, and you can see some rotation here just outside of Tylertown, very near Tylertown. Get to shelter as quickly as you can. If you're in Tylertown, Dillon, Dexter, Angie, these are all places that could be targets just minutes from now. In a place like Dexter, 7:08. In a place like Angie, around 7:23. The possibility could be even sooner than that, depending on the forward speed here, but they're generally going roughly 50 miles per hour, almost due east at this point. Over into Alabama, Clark and Monroe counties also under tornado warnings right now. And then we've got a warning that's just north of there too, and that's a really intense squall line right there. Wilcox County is under a tornado warning until 7:15. That line may get some kinks in it, and you get brief little tornado touchdowns within it. Again, they could be devastating, but they may only last seconds, maybe minutes, but usually they're not long-lived, but they can be intense if they happen to land right on top of your home, right? Grove Hill up toward Camden. These are the areas of concern here, and hail will be an issue as well. There could be little bits of rotation within that. Could be some rotation right in there, just to the south of the Camden area, but the rotation may only last one scan of the radar, and that's it. Again, these things could be quick. You'll never see them coming. Lowndes County under a severe thunderstorm warning as we now get this storm complex coming into the Montgomery area. Huge amounts of rain falling for us here. So I'm getting increasingly concerned that flash flooding becomes an issue in some larger metro areas too, including in Montgomery. Look at the rainfall rates within this storm complex right here, approaching 3 inches an hour on top of saturated ground where it's rained already today, but it's already been a very wet 2020. And you can see even through Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, heavy rain falling for us right now. Up I-85 or eastbound on I-20 over into Atlanta, you'll encounter heavy rain. Flash flooding, an ongoing problem for us now across central Alabama. So from Columbus over toward Warner Robins and Macon, watch for high water tonight. Stay home if you can. We're back after this.
You wouldn't accept an incomplete jump.
Tornado warnings continuing right here in Tylertown, Mississippi. You can see the dark skies, lightning, brightening things up for just a moment. Doppler radar is showing some rotation here and likely some strong damaging winds. This is one of at least 2 tornado warnings that are ongoing tonight across parts of the south, and we have tornado watches that extend as late as 11 o'clock Eastern time later on for tonight. We want to get right to Mike Bettis. And Mike, I've been watching this Tylertown storm, and looks like maybe just some broad rotation here, but they're extending that warning farther east now.
Yeah, there's rotation in there. I'm wondering if it might be getting a little gusted out now, but we're going to get right down into this and show you exactly what's happening, what the risk could be to you and your town. We've got 3 tornado watches in effect right now. The one across Louisiana, that goes until 10 o'clock tonight, Mississippi until 7. I wonder if they might extend that, though. Then 11 o'clock across Alabama. What it means is the risk continues well after dark tonight. A couple of areas of tornado warnings tonight across Alabama, across Mississippi. Let's drill down into this one in Mississippi. And the Storm Prediction Center, by the way, is highlighting this area right here between, say, Macomb, Bogalusa, and Hattiesburg for increased tornado potential here, all right? The dynamics in the atmosphere may be just right. And you take a look at the radar. There's Tylertown, as Jackie was alluding to. Lamar and Marion counties, the newest issued warnings on this. They go until 8 o'clock tonight. And now we're getting closer to Lumberton. We're getting closer to Hattiesburg here. These are similar areas that were hit just a week ago by really strong tornadoes. EF4 came through here. You can see there looks like there is initially some rotation on there. But what I notice on this is it looks like it could be gusting out a little bit. And we're going to show you the cities that could be affected here. Carto around 7:01, so now Dexter 7:05, and Cherall around 7:18, Hub around 7:25. I'm going to take the tracker off of there. And one thing you'll notice here, what you don't see is a tight couplet necessarily. What this indicates to me, where you've kind of got this line here, this division between an elongated area of red and an elongated area of blue, what that indicates to me is you might be getting some really strong downburst or outflow winds out of the storm right now. And what this blue would indicate is a really strong core of wind. That wind could be in excess of 70 or even 80 miles an hour headed toward Angie. If you had a lot of rain today, and we've had a ton of rain already this year, the ground is already saturated. And so trees could come down easily. I'd be very worried about damaging winds with that storm. Over into Alabama, Monroe County under a tornado warning until 7:15 tonight. The county just north of there is Wilcox County. That's also until 7:15 tonight. Along this storm complex, that storm line right there, little kinks within that line might be creating small, brief tornado touchdowns between Grove Hill and Camden tonight. On the velocities, you can't really get a really good idea of where the tornado might actually even be. But I think right in here is the best indication of any rotation on the velocity signature tonight. So between Camden and Beatrice, and maybe headed toward the Pineapple area. If you're in those locations, take shelter quickly. Get to your basement if you have one, or an interior room, and put as many walls between you and that outside danger as you possibly can. Intense storms coming through the Montgomery, Alabama area right now. Montgomery not necessarily under a severe thunderstorm warning, but just to your south and west. Lowndes County is 7:15, the expiration on that. High winds, possibly some hail as well, but intense rainfall rates coming through Montgomery right now, 2 to 3 inches per hour. By the way, in some of these most intense bands, upwards of 5 inches per hour. But huge rain falling for us right now along I-65, I-20, I-85. So from Coleman to Birmingham to Tuscaloosa to Montgomery, there's going to be an elevated danger of flooding. We have flash flood warnings right now south of Atlanta, just outside of Macon, and right along I-75 as well. We've got numerous counties under those flash flood warnings, and these go for hours, by the way. More the Warner Robins area, so Macon, Peach, and Taylor counties are under flash flood warnings. That's until, look at this, folks, the expiration is not until 1:15 in the morning. So the expectation is here, more training thunderstorms. It's already been soaked today. We'll get more thunderstorms over the same locations, and so we think the flood risk goes on for hours. Just to the west of that, into the Columbus, Georgia area, also under a flash flood warning. In Marion, Muskogee, and Chattahoochee counties here. So if you're in Columbus, Cusseta, Fort Benning, our warning until 12:30 tonight. Same same MO here, folks. These storms will go over the same locations with heavy rainfall rates of 1 to 2 inches per hour, and that is going to set us up for some flash flooding. Creeks and streams will rise very rapidly, and urban street flooding is very, very likely. Would anticipate that we see even some neighborhood flooding. I'm also going to take off the estimates of rainfall here and put some new ones on here because we're getting some updates on the radar. Again, 3.4 inches of rain. We've also got areas just outside of Columbus where we've got 4.1 inches of rain here in the last 6 hours. So a lot of rain has happened for us here in a short period of time. What that means is the water is going to rise rapidly. And because the rainfall rates are so intense, it means we're going to have some opportunities for really big issues on the roads. You could be in danger if you're on the road in your car in high water. So let's get out to those places that have been getting hit hard. Chris Bruin is in Auburn, Alabama for us tonight. Chris, you've talked about this, and we've been talking about it tonight on the show. Boy, the rainfall rates are so intense. I think that flash flooding goes well after dark tonight for numerous areas.
Yeah, I think the flash flood risk is really going to be the biggest issue here. And I'm going to step out of the way. The lightning's starting to pick back up again, but I want to show you what we're looking at from a safe distance and just monitor the skies. We did have a little bit of a pause from the rain, but just as we came back on, the rain's now picking back up again. The lightning's picking up again. And the wind hasn't been bad. In fact, if you pan over to these trees, Chris, we can show people just like what we're looking at visually. There's a lightning strike you can see in the night sky. The winds have been pretty light for the most part. We haven't had any serious gusts. Anything less than 15 miles per hour is all we've really been dealing with. So far, it's really been a heavy rain threat. And I want to talk about temperatures. We can pull up the current temperature map here across the southeast. And in Alabama particularly, you're kind of divided. You've got the 50s across the central and northern half of the state. Guys, we're still in the 50s. So that warm front has kind of held south just a bit farther than the models were doing so. So southern Alabama right now seeing the most favorable conditions for some of the worst weather heading into the next few hours. Now that warm front may continue to lift. Even here in Auburn, our current temperature is in the low 60s. When we got here a few hours ago, we were in the 50s. So we're continuing to watch these temperatures slowly rise, but until they get high enough, that's going to dampen our severe weather potential. Not going to cut it out, but still going to maybe drop the risk just a little bit. So that's helping us out. The rainfall risk, though, is not, because that warm front is pretty much stationary. Okay, that warm front stationary and allowing these storms to pretty much rain. Let's take the radar and compare it to what we're looking at here in Auburn University. Okay, so you have the rain, the storm overhead right now. Look at the line of storms coming back along I-85. Montgomery about ready just to get crushed with intense rain and the potential here for tornadoes because you go south and west of Montgomery, Jackie, and you have those tornado warnings. So we're going to be monitoring those storms very quickly because they're going to continue to push off towards the northeast, including here in Lee County, Auburn, and Opelika.
Thanks, Chris. Funny you should mention Montgomery. I was just looking at that. A significant weather advisory just issued there right now, too. Pea-size hail, a good possibility with these storms and some gusty winds. While this storm right now in Montgomery is not severe, 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts can be expected with this. Lightning, you can see some flashes in the background there. So this is not the time to go out Montgomery. Shouldn't be out there on the roads, as well as the risk of some really heavy rain that could be leading to some flash flooding, as Montgomery is one of the areas that's going to be seeing the training of the thunderstorms, where rain and storms just go over your area one after the other after the other. So let's show you the big picture here on the radar, and we'll show you the storms that are all set up all across parts of the deep south right now. We're all kind of in the same boat outside of those extreme warnings that are in place right now, and those have been a little farther to the south today. As Chris was talking about, that warm front has just not made its way back farther up towards the north. So that's going to keep things a little better off in places like Tupelo and Atlanta. You're still going to get the rain, but the greater risk of the severe storms tonight is going to be staying farther down towards the south. But this will continue. I know it's getting dark now, but this is going to continue even after bed. So it is important to have a way to get alerted with those watches remaining in place at least through 11 o'clock for tonight. This does concern me into southern Alabama, even into the panhandle of Florida. That's something we're going to have to keep our eye on. Here's Jackson, Mississippi right now. And boy, this is such an electric night, too. Even in areas where the storms aren't severe, we're seeing a ton of lightning associated with these. And of course, lightning in and of itself is dangerous and can be deadly. In fact, we do have some reports of some fires that have been started tonight in Alabama because of the lightning strikes. Stepping you through here hour by hour in Jackson. Notice not initializing really great, but it gives you the idea that more rain and more rounds of storms are going to be coming through 10, 11, even 12 o'clock for tonight, and then maybe a few spotty showers continuing after the midnight hour. But once you get there, that severe weather threat is going to be diminishing. So here are those storms once again across the Montgomery area. Again, very, very electric right along the I-85 corridor there. We do have the severe thunderstorm warning to your south and west. We'll keep an eye on that as I see a little appendage on that. So we'll have to watch that for rotation. That should track south of you in Montgomery, but more heavy rain expected through 10, 11, 12 o'clock tonight, and then perhaps another big push around 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. Once you get past 3, 4 o'clock, you're going to be in the clear, and you'll just deal with some gusty winds early tomorrow. Let's take it live now to Kokomo, Mississippi, as we continue to track strong to severe thunderstorms there. Boy, really what stands out to me here is how heavy the rain was. As those cars were coming from the other direction, you could really see how diffused the light was on their headlights. So it was really difficult to see that. Visibility extremely poor. Here you go. You can see that on the other side of the street. That, yeah, visibility just really, really tough. So we're seeing heavy rain to go along with the severe weather and just a dangerous situation tonight because these storms are just not going to be seen, right? Because it's dark out
with you, Jackie,
and all
this.
that rain.
That
Mike?
is such a dangerous view, isn't it?
Yeah, it's scary. I would hate to be driving in that right now, I'll tell you.
It's so difficult to see. And then when you see these flashes of lightning, but at night especially, boy, you just can't tell sometimes if you're driving into standing water on the roadway. So you always have to monitor your speed because the next thing you know, your tire loses contact with the pavement and you're losing control of your vehicle. You're off the side, you're in the median, something like that. So monitor your speed very, very closely. And we encourage you just to be off the roads and be home tonight. It's the safest thing you could do. We appreciate all the storm chasers that are out there and watching things for us tonight. That gives you a really good indication of what's happening. But we know we've got a big risk for flooding as we go through the night tonight. This area, by the way, that's highlighted especially in the yellow and the orange on this map, these are our departures for rain for the year so far. So from January 1st to now. Some places I'm going to highlight, right in here in particular. Some places 8 to 16 inches above for rainfall. And guess what? Those are pretty close to the places that are seeing the heavy rain tonight. And that's why flash flooding is such a concern for us right now. All right, that's what's happening over the course of months. This is what's happening over the course of hours. You can see the water vapor explosion of storms here highlighted in green. That's where you have the moist atmosphere in place, and this is where we're really wringing out these storms with huge rainfall rates. We're talking most places a 2 to 3 inch rainfall rate, 2 to 3 inches per hour in those thunderstorms. So this area highlighted, especially in yellow, is most likely to get the flash flooding through the night tonight. Jackson, Montgomery, over toward Macon. There's a corridor in here, right between Alabama and Georgia, where the training thunderstorms have not let up for us tonight, and the flooding is going to be an ongoing concern. Look at the flash flood warnings that are lighting us up right now from Montgomery over towards, say, Warner Robins, Georgia for us tonight. The rain still to come is impressive. This is still what's to come, not what's already fallen. And there'll be some spots in here where you're going to get 2 to 3 inches with isolated spots of another 3 to 5 inches of rain to come our way. So that's a big deal, folks. And flash flood guidance in a lot of these areas is less than that, meaning how much rain can you take over, say, a 1 or a 3 hour period? For most of us, it's about an inch, and then we get flooding. So you get these kind of numbers, it's going to be potentially deadly. Do not get caught in this, especially in your vehicle. That's when we get ourselves into trouble. For Birmingham, at least another 1 to 2 inches of rain is coming our way. For a place like Atlanta, another inch is in your forecast. The heaviest of rain is likely going to be south, so maybe between a Noonan and a Locust Grove, and then down between Columbus, Georgia, and say Warner Robins. Those are the areas where the flooding could be very intense for you. Look at these departures. We showed you the map. There are the actual numbers. Atlanta, you've about a foot above for rainfall, but from Huntsville to Jackson, Birmingham, double-digit rainfall surpluses for the year. Birmingham, my goodness, we've got about a 17-inch rainfall surplus for the year, and the unfortunate consequence now, Jackie, is flooding for a lot of people happening at night too, which makes it even more dangerous.
And for early risers too, right? You don't know what you're going to get out there if you're heading out before the sun comes up. And we may see severe storms still ongoing as people are waking up tomorrow morning, and somewhat similar in the danger area of what we had, if you remember, last Monday morning. Now, some of the dynamics are a little bit different here, but we are watching the coastal and eastern parts of the Carolinas into coastal Georgia and through parts of the peninsula of Florida for severe storms, primarily in the morning hours for tomorrow. So our area of low pressure is going to continue to track eastward along with that front. Moisture surging out ahead of that. We've got plenty of that in place, plus strong low-level jet pushing in, and we'll have the strong support in the upper levels too to help those storms stay organized and ongoing through the overnight and early tomorrow morning. Now, our torcons tomorrow morning are a little bit lower compared to what we're dealing with right now, but they're still not zero. Remember, this is a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the highest, and we do have 3s, and that includes you in Charleston, towards Savannah, up towards Morehead City and into Wilmington. And there you can see the timing of those storms continuing through the morning until about the midday hours. You're looking live right now into Kokomo, Mississippi under a tornado warning. We'll have an update on that right after this.
These days, it's anything but business as usual. That's why
I'm watching AMHQ weekday mornings on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 48 degrees under sunny skies. Tonight, mainly clear skies. Low 31. Winds east-northeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Monday, mainly clear. Slight chance of a rain shower. High 60. Winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Monday night, showers in the evening, then partly cloudy overnight. Low 37. Chance of rain 70%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
All right, breaking right now, we have confirmation that there is a large and extremely dangerous tornado near Pickwick in Mississippi, or near the Sandy Hook area. You're looking at a live stream from storm trackers that are watching this tornadic cell right now from Kokomo, Mississippi. And boy, it's just incredible how much rain and how much lightning we're seeing with this. So it's very unlikely that you're going to be able to see this tornado. You need to be getting to your safe place right now. Again, this is for Marion, Mississippi, the county of Marion, as well as Lamar County in Mississippi. And Mike Bettis, of course, here with me as well. And Mike, you know, we've been watching this south for a while, and rotation was really broad about 15, 20 minutes ago. And now we're really starting to see that tight circulation, and we are getting word that there's been a visual on this. So a confirmed tornado there near Pickwick, Mississippi.
Pretty quickly for us here in southern Mississippi. This is an enhanced area that the Storm Prediction Center had a focus on, and it seems like now that one that had some trouble strengthening has now done it and maximized its strength at this point. And a tornado warning that continues for us. This is getting closer and closer to the Hattiesburg area, or just south of Hattiesburg for us tonight. On the radar, one thing I want you to notice is that's an intense storm right there. We've got tornado warnings also over in Alabama. I want to get to those in just a moment, but this is a very ominous sight for us coming out of Tylertown, now south of Columbia, then over toward the Purvis, Lumberton, Hattiesburg area. So this is Interstate 59 right here, Lamar and Marion counties, tornado warning. Go to shelter now. Don't waste any time. Whatever you're doing, you're watching us on television right now, stop and go to your safe place. There's no time to waste as we've got an intense tornado bearing down on these locations as we speak. There's an intense storm right in here, and it's likely going to be a rain-wrapped tornado. What we're looking at is, and I thought that the radar just did some fascinating things that you don't often see, more of a maybe a downburst wind, some rotation, and then all of a sudden, boy, it just took off. Right in there is the rotation on the radar. It is incredibly intense, and And I'm going to take out the velocities that we're just showing you there, the winds within the storm, and show you correlation coefficient. I think what we're end up seeing is where it's getting attenuated a little bit here, but this all in here is likely a scan vertically that's catching some of that debris within that tornado. Now detecting debris as high as 13,000 feet in the air, so the tornado has hit something. We don't know what, but it could be trees, it could be buildings, but that is a very ominous sight. And I'm going to go back one spot here to show you that radar one more time, because I'm going to put a pause on it. Look at that. That is incredibly intense, not to mention out ahead of it, some really intense, potentially strong winds and a big core that might cause you straight line wind damage before the tornado even gets there. So if you are in Angie or Lumberton, we truly urge you to get to a safe place as quickly as you possibly can. That is a bad sight right there, and the correlation coefficient. In essence, software within the radar is taking out, filtering out any precipitation. It's getting rid of raindrops, it's getting rid of hailstones, and showing you things that are not natural. So that, again, could be other objects that give it a different look on the radar, and so that's what we're seeing there. Then we'll time it out for you here. So a Sandy Hook, a Baxterville, you're in danger, and you have to get to a safe place as quickly as you can. In Baxterville, 7:37, so you've got maybe 15 minutes before it's there. In Lumberton, around 7:48, but in Sandy Hook, I'd say you've got less than 5 minutes. Which means you can't waste any time and go as quickly as you can to the safest place in your home. Now over into Alabama, pretty intense line of storms here that is south and west of Montgomery, Butler, Monroe, and Wilcox County are under tornado warnings right now. So if you're in Forest Home, or in particular, if you're in Greenville, so Montgomery southbound on I-65 down toward Greenville, you're in danger with a tornado warning here. Our warning goes until 8 o'clock tonight, so we've got another 35 minutes on this warning. We detect some rotation near Pineapple, okay? So we had a potential tornado that came over Pineapple and is hitting us right now, but everyone then eastbound of there needs to take shelter quickly. Storm moving eastbound at about 50 miles per hour. Now, this has been a little bit different than the situation over in Mississippi. This has been a line, and within the line, we've gotten brief little spin-ups within that line. Typically, not always, but typically when that happens, the tornadoes are the weaker tornadoes, EF0s, EF1s. Doesn't mean they can't be damaging. They certainly can be, but they're also usually very, very brief. Sometimes lasting less than a minute, but doing incredible amounts of damage in that short a time and then lifting again. But if you trace that out, Greenville, you are in line to be hit by that potential tornado. Then we've got the thunderstorms that are producing heavy rain across Montgomery. Rainfall rates right now are between 2 and 3 inches per hour, and the flood threat is increasing. Heavy rain falling for us up toward Birmingham. Although some signs now that the rain might be letting up a little bit for us here, and that's good news. But I'd urge you to stay off the highway, off I-65, and off of I-85 northbound in either direction out of Montgomery tonight. Flash flooding, an increasing concern across central Alabama right now, with numerous flash flood warnings in effect, where rainfall has been between 3 and 5 inches throughout the day. Peach, Macon, and Taylor counties are under a flash flood warning. I'm going to move this back to the west. Chattahoochee, Marion, Muskogee counties under a flash warning. That goes until 12:30 tonight. But then over towards, say, Warner Robins and then Dublin, newly issued flash flood warnings here for Beckley, Dodge, and Lawrence County. That goes until 2:15 in the morning. Now you're taking a live look. Sandy Hook, Mississippi. This is the area that we were showing you that is under that tornado warning. Skies are dark, illuminated potentially by lightning, and that's the only way that storm spotters will see any potential tornado for us tonight. Doppler indicated tornado moving off to the east, debris locked at 13,000 feet in the air. We're back with more coverage after this.
And dangerous tornado confirmed on the ground right now. And this is near Sandy Hook, Mississippi. You're looking at a live stream from Brett Adair, where it's pretty much impossible to see anything because of the heavy rain. There is a debris signature that we're seeing on radar that's getting lofted up as much as 21,000 feet into the atmosphere. So that tells us that damage is occurring right now in Mississippi. This is just south of the Columbia area and just about maybe pushing east now of Highway 43, if you're familiar with this area. area. So the tornado warning ongoing. This is in Mississippi from Lamar and Marion County, and Sandy Hook is the area that you're looking at live on our air right now. We're also tracking conditions in Kokomo, Mississippi. I think this should be just on the backside, actually, of that storm. They are starting to shave off a little bit of this warning back behind it, as this is a pretty fast-moving system. This is moving due east around 30 miles per hour, and again, confirmed tornado, at least on radar, is what we're seeing as we're getting that debris signature now, and that's getting lofted into the air. So another rough Sunday, unfortunately, for the state of Mississippi. Meteorologist Mike Bettis is tracking this for us, and Mike, just really impressive what we're seeing on velocity on radar right now.
A lot of you that watch at home with us, and we show you the radar, you may become a good student of the radar, right? It's a pretty scary view tonight. I want to tell you that. We've got tornado warnings in Alabama and Mississippi, but it is truly in southern Mississippi that we've got a very dangerous situation right now. Between Columbia and Angie, in Lamar and Marion counties, a tornado warning till 8 o'clock tonight. In a place like Purvis, you are in danger. In Lumberton, you are in danger. I'm going to show you why. You can't see a lot there on the precipitation depiction there, but that's a look at the velocities where we take out all the rain, we take out all the hail, and look at just the wind within the tornado. It is as scary as it gets on the radar. Now, a couple of frames ago, it wasn't all that bad, but boy, that circulation tightened up and it got big. And so we're looking at an extremely large and very dangerous tornado, and we know that it is causing damage, likely. We can't say that for sure. But it's hit something, and why we know that is because it's got a debris signature on it. That is a scary looking signature. Now past probably Highway 35, coming over 43, and about to go over Highway 13 as we speak, and moving off to the east generally about 45 miles per hour. One thing I'm going to do is I'm going to back this up just a little bit, just a couple of frames, like right about, and I'm going to widen it out just a hair too. I'm going to back this up just a little bit because I'm going to show you how this developed over time. Put it about right there, 655, okay? It doesn't necessarily look like a tornado signature. I would suggest some pretty decent straight line winds or broad rotation within that, okay? Then let's go 5 minutes later. Maybe some signs of rotation increasing here. And then, just like that, we've got a significant tornado right there between Tylertown and then between Angie. And then it hasn't lost its intensity at all. In fact, it might have actually gotten more intense. I'm going to center that up for you. Intense rotation within this, no question about it. And I'm going to show you now the correlation coefficient. What that's going to show you is the debris signature within it. It's clear as day. It's right there. So we're looking for colors other than that, a purplish color. It's going to show you where there is something other than precipitation in the air. And so that is debris signature that's indicated by the Doppler radar. Again, I'll back that up just a couple of frames to show you. There it was, maybe even more intense, less than 10 minutes ago. And then before that, it was tough to see necessarily, but over the course of, say, 10 to 15 minutes, it's hit something and it's causing debris up into the air. The signature's not as intense, but it's bigger as we go to the last frame on that radar. So a very intense storm force right now in Mississippi. This is Lamar and Marion counties, very similar location that was hit last week. Tornado warning until 8 o'clock this evening. There's another tornado warning over in Alabama that's just expired. That's good news. Now in Greenville, Alabama, that is a severe thunderstorm warning. No longer detecting rotation. In fact, that line looks like it may have weakened somewhat. Montgomery, though, another intense line of rain is going to come through and cause you the possibility of some flash flood issues there. I'm going to get right down into that warning. We can time that out for you here and see that places like Greenville, you're in harm's way, but also places like Center Ridge or in Highland Home, all these places you've got to be inside as quickly as possible. I'll return you once more to the intense tornado that's happening for us right now in Mississippi. We've got a tornado warning right now and a huge tornado vortex signature right now happening for us just outside of Lumberton and headed toward the Purvis area. In Purvis, you have to get to shelter to save your life. Get there and get there now.
Breaking news right now. We're continuing to track a large and extremely dangerous tornado in southern Mississippi. This is a live stream from near the Columbia area. The tornado is actually to the south and east of Columbia, and this includes you in Lamar and into Marion counties. This is just east of Sandy Hook, if you know where this area is. We are now getting reports, Mike, that there has been some damage, power flashes from this tornado, and certainly some power poles that have been down. Still a very strong signature that we're seeing on radar.
Certainly when you see what it looks like on the radar, because it is quite intense. The storm may have gone just past the town of Angie and now making its way toward the town of Purvis, and we encourage you to get to a safe place as quickly as you possibly can. Lamar County and Marion counties are under our tornado warning, so Lumberton and Purvis, in particular Purvis, I'm worried about you. Our warning is until 8 o'clock tonight. Now I'm going to take out the I'm going to stop this right there. I'm going to take out all the precipitation and show you what the velocities see. It is a very, very tough visual because right there is the tornado, clear as day on the radar. An extremely large, extremely dangerous tornado happening for us right now, and so close to the town of Purvis. I'm going to move this over a little bit so you can see exactly where the towns are that are affected and what time, all right? So I'm going to time this out for you. So in Purvis, around 7:50, but 10 minutes, and it is on you in Purvis. So you have no time to waste. Grab you, grab the kids, grab the pets, and get to your safe location as quickly as you can, all right? This is a very dangerous tornado as we speak. In Wallace, about 8:04, and I do think it's going to go just to the north of Lumberton, but likely come right across Interstate 59 for us tonight. There's a close-up view for you, okay? It doesn't get any clearer than this on the radar. What this is showing you is wind that is coming toward the radar site itself and wind that is going away from the radar site, okay? So we've got wind going in this direction, and we've got wind going in this direction. That's what the red tells you, away, the green tells you towards, but right in between is a very intense vortex that is spinning right now and headed eastbound toward Purvis. It truly is as classic as it gets, which means this is a very large, very dangerous tornado. There is an encouraging sign, okay? This is the correlation coefficient. What it shows you is there any debris within the storm? It might be right in there. You see, it's probably going to be hard to see on your television, but a very light shade of pink. I'm going to back this up just a couple. Looks like the radar wants to drop on me. But we had a debris signature that was clear as day, a big blue spot right in here just a few frames ago, so just a few minutes ago. That now has, and the good news is we're in a relatively rural area, mostly farmland here, so it may not be hitting a whole lot of stuff. What I'm worried about is if it gets closer to Purvis, there's plenty of stuff to hit here, unfortunately, because we're the county seat of Lamar County. Again, I'm going to put a pause on that and look at that, and it is moving almost due east right toward Purvis. I'm going to go back to the frames that allow me to have. You can see the signature there, 7:35, and then 7:40. All right? So Purvis, again, you've got about 10 minutes at maybe most before it is on top of you. Go to the safest possible place you can. That's Sandy Hook. And so this would have been earlier, same storm complex. And we've got power poles that are down here. Intense rain. This is not going to be one of those tornadoes that you're likely going to be able to get a visual on. I wouldn't even recommend that you do that. Just immediately go to your safe place. So this is what's happening with it already. But I would suspect with a tornado that is this large and has this intense of wind, it's capable of producing some significant damage. It's capable of wiping out your mobile home. It is capable of doing some significant damage to well-built frame structures, well-framed wood homes. It's very capable of doing damage to brick and mortar structures, all right? So that's a dangerous signature on the radar tonight. I can't stress it anymore. If you are in Purvis, it may be a life or death situation, and you need to get to the safest possible place to protect yourself, all right? That storm moving due east at about 45 miles per hour. It's going to be south of Hattiesburg, Mississippi. It's going to be probably north of Lumberton, but come over Interstate 59. If you have any plans at all right now to leave your home and travel, avoid Interstate 59 at all costs. It is not going to be a safe place for you to be. Not only do we have a tornado south of Hattiesburg, but also flooding rain that's happening for us right now, and you could get yourself into a lot of trouble. One more time, Lamar and Marion counties right now under that tornado warning. The town of Purvis is in direct harm's way. You're going to be a target of this. Go to your safe place as quickly as you possibly can. I want to talk more about what's happening for us with the entire system. We know that we've got big concerns in Mississippi tonight, but for many of you, flooding is also going to be an ongoing concern for you tonight, and flash flooding is oftentimes how we get ourselves in troubles in our cars. Meteorologist Chris Bruin is with us tonight. He is in Auburn, Alabama. Chris, for a wider number of people, we're going to have some issues when it comes to flooding. So our best advice for people tonight is stay at home if you can. Monitor water levels if you live near a creek or a stream. But the last thing you want to do is get in your car right now.
Okay. Alrighty, guys, we are here in Auburn, Alabama. We're under the doorway of Toomer's Corner. So if you're familiar with Auburn, this is the famous spot where you win a big game. There's the tree, the oak that gets teepeed. Very quiet scene tonight, of course, with everybody kind of sheltering in place due to COVID-19. And that's good news because storms like this are dangerous. We're now currently under a flash flood warning. Flash flood warning now for Lee County, Alabama. That includes Opelika and Auburn proper. And also keep in mind, not only are we dealing with the risk here for flash flooding, we've got a severe weather potential and a torcon of a 7. In fact, the University of Auburn opening up Green Hall and the RBD library to anyone who doesn't feel safe and needs a more suitable shelter heading into tonight. So be mindful of that. Take advantage of that. Rainfall rates, believe it or not, have been anywhere from 2 to 3 inches per hour, and we have seen totals over 6 inches in eastern Alabama. We'll have more continuing live coverage here from Auburn next.
To get the most out of your mornings, you need to know what weather is heading your way. Wake up watching AMHQ. Weekday mornings on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 46 degrees under clear skies. Tonight, mainly clear skies. Low 31. Winds east-northeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Monday, mainly clear. Slight chance of a rain shower. High 60. Winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Monday night, showers in the evening, then partly cloudy overnight. Low 37. Chance of rain 70%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel and our breaking news and continuing coverage of tornado that has been causing some damage now in the state of Mississippi. You're looking at a live stream in Sandy Hook from Brett Adair, who, if you can see there on the right-hand side of your screen, he just panned over there for a second. Those are some power poles that have been knocked over, and power flashes were also reported with as a tornado, a very likely large and dangerous tornado just passed through the Sandy Hook area. This has moved to the east of Sandy Hook now and continues to track towards the town of Purvis. We are getting reports also that there has been some damage in Pine Bur, that may have taken a direct hit. So a tornado warning ongoing for Lamar County in Mississippi. This is in southern parts of the state. This is to the south and west of Hattiesburg, if you're familiar with the area, and south of Columbia. A fairly rural area right now. Thankfully, Mike, you're really keeping a close eye on that town of Purvis. Right now, it looks like best rotation, fingers crossed, might stay just to the north of that town.
I sure hope so. It's the county seat of Lamar County. There are unfortunately plenty of things to hit, and we are just keeping our fingers crossed right now that it slides right past us, because dead center of your screen. I'll highlight it for you here so you get an idea of where the state is. It's right there, and the storms we're concerned about is right here just outside of Hattiesburg. All right, I'm going to zoom down into these warnings. We've got a brand new tornado warning issued to the east of Interstate 59, but Lamar County is under a tornado warning, and we've also got another tornado warning just to the east of that that does include Forest County. That goes until 8:15 for us tonight. There's plenty of rain, plenty of hail within the storm. It got very intense very quickly here, but this is a look at the Doppler radar, and there's the rotation is right in there, and it is really, really close to Purvis right now. I say in particular, the north side of Purvis is going to take probably a direct hit from this. And we remind you folks, these things can be so dangerous and you need to be in a safe place. Give yourself an opportunity to survive this, all right? Because we know that debris has been lofted tens of thousands of feet into the air. Close-up view, the likely center of the tornado is going to be right here, literally just barely to the west and north of Purvis. May not come right over the center of town, but I think that we've got a considerable number of people that are in harm's way this evening. That was a look at the velocities. Now I'm going to show you the correlation coefficient. What this shows you is something in the air that's not a raindrop or a hailstone, all right? And what we're looking for is a different color than the purple that you see on your screen. So I'm going to back it up a few frames to about right there, where truly about 7:40 this evening, the tornado was sitting back in here. The debris was being lofted, picked up at the ground, lofted into the tornado, and then shot out to the north of the storm, all right? And I think that's still what's happening for us this evening. I'll advance it a couple of frames. Still tornado debris being lofted to the north, and you can see how even debris is probably over the town of Hattiesburg right now, even though the tornado is down near the Purvis area. So that gives you some indication of the power of this tornado. Likely why you don't see anything down at the ground right now is because most of this area right in here is farmland. There might not have been a lot of things to hit, or what you might be seeing in the air right now is pieces of tree, those kind of things, right? That might be more natural vegetative debris than it is actually building debris. But as we get closer and closer to the town of Purvis, I think that we have a greater risk of actually hitting buildings and dwellings. So again, tornado warning in effect for us right now. A considerably powerful and extremely dangerous tornado, Jackie. It doesn't get any clearer on the radar than what we're seeing tonight in southern Mississippi.
Absolutely. So that live stream that we've been watching over the last, 40 minutes or so now, Mike, from the Sandy Hook area from our storm tracker, Brett Adair. He's joining us live on the phone right now. And Brett, we know that you've seen this tornado and you've seen the damage. What's happening where you are right now?
Yes, we had to turn south on Highway 35, and we're going to have to move down into northern Louisiana to get around because the road is blocked. We were sitting at the intersection of 35 and Hurricane Creek Road as this tornado was approaching us and had to bail a little to the south. We let the storm pass as we observed power flashes looking northward on 35 toward that road, and we went back to find that's exactly where the tornado crossed. Witnessed numerous power poles that were high-tension lines down that were across the road, and also saw metal purlings from some structure that landed in the middle of the road, so the road is blocked. There were a couple of structures in that area, in the Hurricane Creek Road area that we saw, but they were inaccessible. We had large high-tension lines that were blocking us, so looks like local fire was on the way in as we were heading out to try to get out of the way.
Right, as we've been watching your stream, the visibility has been so poor. Were you able to see the tornado?
It was extremely poor. We had a view of the inflow notch as the tornado was approaching us from the west, but as it touched down, it got shrouded in rain very, very quickly. It was very hard to see. The only thing that we were able to really get a visual of as we moved away from the tornado is we had some leaf debris, branch debris, that type of stuff falling out of the sky as the tornado passed behind us.
All right, Brett, we've got to hit a break. Stay with us, and we'll get back with you for an update after this break.
You may not see.
Welcome back, everyone, as we follow severe weather for you tonight. An ongoing tornado warning in southern Mississippi with confirmed damage and debris being lofted into the air. This is just outside of Hattiesburg. Lamar County is under a tornado warning until 8 o'clock. Purvis, maybe the north side of town, taking a direct hit from an extremely large and violent tornado. Big hail core over Hattiesburg as well, but also in Forest County, we're under a tornado warning until 8:15 tonight. There's a look at the velocities on the radar. And what this shows you is inbound and outbound winds associated with the tornado. It's clear as day. There is a tornado right in the center of that. It looks like the tornado is going to be right here on Highway 11. As best estimate, I'll back it up, one scan on the radar, 2 scans. Best estimate, I'd say the tornado core was probably 2 miles at most north of the town of Purvis. Now, taking a look at a Google map, 2 miles north of Purvis is the Senior Center. It is the Lamar County Emergency Operations Center. It's the Lamar County Fairgrounds. It's numerous businesses there, Lamar Christian School, all in harm's way and potentially taking a direct hit from an extremely large and dangerous tornado. That was a couple of scans ago. Where it is now is almost due south of Hattiesburg with the core of the wind, the center of the circulation right in there. But we've got inbound winds here, outbound winds in this direction. This is a very violent tornado. It's a large tornado with extreme winds right now. The rotation on the radar is clear as day. But I'm also going to show you the correlation coefficient, because likely what we're doing now is, because we've got such an intense rotation, we're lofting debris up into the tornado, and then it's being centrifuged out somewhere in the middle or upper part of the tornado. And I think all this up in here is actually debris being picked up by the radar, because the tornado would have been down in here, but it's flinging the debris off into the north and east. I'll back it up just a little bit on the radar, and you might see some areas in there. Might have been right in there was the tornado, with again the debris off to the north of it here. So an intense tornado that literally might be shooting debris miles and miles away from where the core of this is. Haven't seen any intense blues or greens, near Purvis, which I'm keeping my fingers crossed. That is a good sign, all right, that we haven't seen any low-level debris signature on there. So, again, there are a lot of bad things on this radar, but maybe that could be one good thing on this radar. I'm going to show you again that we've got the tornado warning for Forest and Lamar County until 8:15 tonight, just south of Hattiesburg. I am going to put the hail core on this just to show you what's happening for us right over top of Hattiesburg right now. I think we've got a pretty solid hail core if that'll populate for us, and it will. There it is, between Purvis and Hattiesburg. Pretty good hail falling on us right now. Around Purvis, estimated to be close to 1 inch in diameter, and just south of Hattiesburg, probably a little bit less than that, but heavy rain also accompanying this. So a lot happening for us right now. And again, tornado warning for us in Lamar County. It's going to be just south of Hattiesburg for about the next 20 minutes. They're going to extend this thing. This thing's probably going to go on for at least the next half hour to 45 minutes, but plenty to concern ourselves with across Mississippi tonight. Not to mention, we've got a larger area here that includes not only Mississippi, but Louisiana, and then portions of Alabama as well. These are areas where we've got tornado watches in effect. The tornado watch across Alabama goes until 11 p.m. tonight, and then across Mississippi and then Louisiana, we've got watches here that go until 10 o'clock this evening. So what that means is the threat is going to exist well past dark tonight, and not just in isolated locations. We think the dynamics in the atmosphere are very conducive for more tornadoes to form here. That's a look at what the atmosphere is doing. We've got a warm front, and it's going to be a focus for a lot of the storms tonight. But just south of that front as well, just enough instability that we're tapping into, especially here highlighted, and we can map instability, especially the pink areas on this map tonight. And guess what? Those storms are tapping into that instability, and it is off to the races. Even after dark tonight, these storms are going, and they're going to be violent, we think, especially through Mississippi, and then maybe even crossing the state line into Alabama. Enough low-level shear in the atmosphere to get these storms rotating, and once they get going, there may not be a lot to stop them, unfortunately. So then we're going to talk a lot about the rain as well, because for a growing number of people, the flash flood threat is getting even worse as we go through the night tonight. Meteorologist Chris Bruin is following that threat for us, the severe weather threat. Chris, a lot of dangers for people in the south this evening.
Yeah, we kind of have it all here in Auburn, Alabama. So we're underneath shelter here at Toomer's Corner. You got the drugstore. We're right at the doorway because the lightning has been rather intense, nonstop for the last, I would say, 45 minutes to an hour. Rainfall has been persistent. In fact, this is actually lighter than it was, say, 10 minutes ago. I'm going to step back and I want to show you kind of our vantage point. Wind hasn't really been a factor, at least not yet. That's not to say it won't be, though. We are tracking more storms. We can pull up the radar and our live shot and show you kind of side by side what we're looking at. Notice too how as we pan off into the sky, you're seeing a lot of flashes of lightning. It seems like every 10-15 seconds. There was a big one right there. All right, so lightning, a huge danger, and now we're under a flash flood warning. Believe it or not, we have already had reports over 6 inches about 5 miles to our north near Jones Mill. It's a rural area just north of Auburn. We have had over 6 inches of rain, and the rain has not stopped. So the National Weather Service here out of Birmingham, Alabama, actually saying life-threatening flash flooding is either ongoing right now in parts of Lee County or is about to happen. So this is something you need to take very seriously. Of course, we have that severe weather potential. Keep in mind, tornadoes are going to be a big threat, as well as damaging winds and even hail. But right now, I think the flash flood risk here in Auburn is key, because if you look at where that warm front is, it really hasn't moved a lot. So those storms are just training right over parts of I-85. What you saw in Montgomery is coming here into Auburn, and this is something we're going to be watching very closely. All right, here in Auburn officially, we've had totals anywhere from 3.5 to 5 inches of rain, depending upon what side of town you live in. And then again, that report of upwards of over 6 inches. So life-threatening flash flooding ongoing or about to happen here in parts of Lee County, Alabama. Keep in mind that flash flood warning goes until 10:30 p.m. local time, Central Time. All right, rain's coming down a little bit. That's a little bit of good news. Let's pull up the radar again and show you what's still to come. You look at the heavy rainfall pushing back towards Auburn from the west. So everything's kind of moving from the west towards the east. And in those embedded storms, we may see some damaging winds. That's something we're going to be watching. Also some rotation. Again, you had a couple of tornado warnings there southwest of Montgomery. Those have since expired, but we're going to be monitoring the storms as they continue to work through. And we show you the current temperatures. You know, north of I-85, you're getting much colder. You're only in the 50s, right around 60 degrees. You're kind of on that threshold of severe weather, at least at the surface. There's still a lot of instability aloft, and that's why we're getting these towering thunderstorms, a lot of lightning, even though the air is relatively cool. You go about 30 miles to our south, you jump up to near 70 degrees. So I think that's going to be the crucial point with some of the most dangerous storms here in central and southern Alabama overnight tonight in the next several hours. Keep in mind, we still have to go through midnight at least before we really get out of that threat zone completely. So, you know, busy night ahead here, and I really am concerned about this flash flooding. Thankfully, there has not been a lot of people out. You have a few people we've seen on the roads. It's been pretty empty on Sunday in the middle of this whole pandemic, so people are taking shelter. And if you don't feel comfortable at your home, University of Auburn is actually opening up Green Hall and the RBD Library, or the Auburn University, I should say. People who go to Auburn know specifically it's Auburn University. Forgive me if I say University of Auburn. But Green Hall and RBD Library actually opening up for anybody who doesn't feel safe where they're at, so you can get to that shelter. And that'll be open through the watch, which extends through 11 p.m. tonight, Tornado Watch.
All right, thanks so much, Chris. Smart work there for sure. We're still tracking that tornado warned storm in southern Mississippi right now, and we're looking at the live stream of this. This is near the Columbia area. It's actually to the south and east of there right now. We are seeing some broadening on that circulation, so that's a little bit of good news, but we do have reports of some damage. There's a home that some trees have fallen upon, and we also have some reports of power lines down. This is near the Sandy Hook area, which is to the south and east of Columbia. In addition to this, just issued as a flash flood warning, and that includes you in Lamar and Marion and Forest counties, the same areas that were hit by that rotating thunderstorm. So it's been a dangerous night here across southern parts of Mississippi, and so telling that, you know, you really can't see anything here, not just because the sun is down, but we've got a lot of trees around and the rainfall has been so very heavy. This is a live look at Hattiesburg, Mississippi. So the part of the storm that's rotating is south of you, Hattiesburg, but you are under the severe thunderstorm warning, and we do have reports of at least pea-size hail in Hattiesburg and down in Oak Grove, not too far away, ping-pong ball size hail. So that's 1.5 inches in diameter, and that can cause a lot of damage. And look at this. Look at the rainfall when you look at that light. It is just a torrential downpour here. So flash flooding is a big concern. Multiple hazards here for tonight. Of course, meteorologist Mike Bettis is with us here as well. And I know you're looking at these cameras too, Mike. Really tough times right now in Mississippi. It's a state that's been hit just over and over and over again,
Truly
unfortunately, the last few weeks and months.
Last week and now again this week. And you look at that camera, that's a pretty stunning view there. Winds gusting over 60 miles an hour in Hattiesburg with 2 to 3 inch rainfall rates an hour. The lightning's pouring down on us. It is just Armageddon. I'm sure if you're watching this right now, you're looking out your window, you're thinking the same thing. It looks like Armageddon outside. We encourage you not to be on the roads at all costs tonight in around Hattiesburg. On the radar, we've got a pretty violent tornado that's been on the ground for quite some time now, for say the better part of 45 minutes to an hour now. Forest County under a tornado warning and just south of Hattiesburg. That's until 8:15, and then that warning extending now to the east over into Perry County, including New Augusta and Richton. That goes until 9 o'clock, so that'll be another 50 minutes, 50, before that warning expires. So that's a look at the tornado. Pretty clear on the radar, no question where it is, coming very close to the town of Purvis, maybe just to the north of the town of Purvis. The rotation might be broadening a little bit, but I still think it's quite intense. We've got winds going in this direction, winds going in this direction with the tornado. That would be right in the dead center of that. And I'm just keeping my fingers crossed that we missed Purvis and kind of threaded the needle between Purvis and Hattiesburg here, and hopefully didn't hit a whole lot of stuff. Haven't noticed, Jackie, on the radar and the correlation coefficient where we look to see debris, haven't noticed any uptick in debris on the radar, so that's a good sign.
That is a good sign, but seeing really strong gate-to-gate shear there now once again, unfortunately. This storm, this is the one that has the history of producing some damage, where we had a debris signature. We saw that getting lofted about 20,000 feet up into the air, and our storm tracker, Brett Adair, has been on this storm for about an hour now, and we've been watching his feed, and he's been showing us some of the damage too. He's joining us live once again by phone. And Brett, for those viewers that weren't with us earlier, kind of take us back and tell us what you saw and what you experienced for damage here as you were over in Sandy Hook.
Guys, we were just north of the community of Sandy Hook watching this storm move just south of Tylertown, Mississippi. As it was moving in our direction, we noticed that storm really started to get organized and wrap up. And one of the things that we saw, intense lightning once it really started to rotate. As it approached us, we started to see a clear slot wrap in. This was just before dark, and that's what's so devastating about tornadoes here, is a lot of times they occur after dark, and this one did the same thing. It wrapped up, and it touched down, and most likely you would not have seen this because it became rain-wrapped extremely quick. An area we were sitting in near Hurricane Creek Road was actually hit. Saw a building with metal purlings that was laying in the center of Highway 35, along with multiple power poles that were snapped, laying in the road, and high-tension power lines. There are some homes in the area that we could not get to. However, we did get in contact with the firefighters that moved in, and we were getting out of the way because we just could not make our way through those power lines to get there. There were so many of them that were down.
Yeah, we are hearing some unconfirmed reports from emergency managers that there may be a few people in a home that are trapped there. It takes a while to get that information in because it is difficult to get to the scene, because it is dark out and all that rain. It makes it very, very difficult to see. What was your experience while you were out chasing this thing with all that rain and the wind? What did you see?
Well, before the tornado actually touched down, we had a pretty good visual, and you could see the storm starting to wrap up with a clear slot that was defined moving in. The wind picked up tremendously over the couple of minutes, and then we started to see the rain curtain wrap in just before dark. That was the time that we had to make a little bit of a move south, as it was on a beeline for our location, and ultimately it ended up hitting that location. So we moved about 2 miles to the south, watched it pass to our north with power flashes as it came across State Road 35, and that's kind of the problem now. We've got a messy situation as the storm moves toward east of Hattiesburg, moving toward New Augusta, where tornado warnings also in place. You are not going to see these things. Even if these are so shrouded in rain, the only thing you're going to do is hear it when it hits you.
Right. For people who don't know this part of Mississippi, give them an idea of how populated it is. This is pretty rural, yeah?
It is pretty rural outside of the areas of Columbia and Hattiesburg, and it looks like the main circulation went on the south side of Hattiesburg. As you move east of town, there's not quite as dense of a population there, so that is one good thing. However, it's nighttime, storm mode's very messy. That makes the situation when you get these tornado warnings. So the best advice we can give anybody at home is if you're listening and you go under a warning, seek shelter and take very, very precarious precautions when you're going into your state.
Great advice, Brett. Thank you so much. Stay safe tonight. Trust the warnings tonight, folks. Still a tornado warning for Perry County. We'll be right back.
When the present is unpredictable, it's important.
To get the most out of your mornings, you need to know what weather is heading your way. Wake up watching AMHQ. Weekday mornings on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 44 degrees under clear skies. Tonight, mostly clear, low 31. Winds light and variable. Monday, mainly clear. Slight chance of a rain shower. High 60. Winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Monday night, showers in the evening, then partly cloudy overnight. Low 37. Chance of rain 60%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Breaking right now, a tornado warning still ongoing into parts of Mississippi right now for Perry County. You're looking at a live stream from Columbia, Mississippi, where the storm passed just to the south of you. You can see just how heavy that rain is coming down. We do have confirmed damage now outside of the Sandy Hook area, mostly tree damage and power poles that have been down. Of course, very difficult to get to the scene of all of this because roads are being blocked by all of this. So we're continuing to stay in touch with our storm trackers on that. But this storm has been ongoing for quite some time now. In fact, over an hour we've been tracking this thing, and it's been cycling a little bit. Meteorologist Mike Bettis tracking this along with us, and this thing is about to continue to track off towards the east and make its way over into Alabama.
Yeah, so it's a really tough storm to follow tonight. We think we probably had a tornado on the ground for at least an hour tonight across southern Mississippi, and a very intense tornado at that. But we've got Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama under a risk tonight with tornado watches in effect, meaning the atmosphere is favorable for tornadoes to form, and you need to take that risk very seriously this evening. All right, so right into the danger zone, and I'm gonna outline Mississippi so you know exactly where the state is and where the warning is. Here it is, southern Mississippi, and intense rainfall that's come along with it. So it's blinding rain. You'll never be able to see a tornado. And we'd urge you not to try to go outside to find confirmation yourself. When the warnings are issued, they'll be done by a Doppler radar confirmation, but it's clear as day on the radar. I'm going to show you that in just a second. Perry County still under a tornado warning for us right now. So Hattiesburg sits right in here. The storm is likely very near Richton tonight, and the warning goes until 9 o'clock this evening. We encourage you to get to shelter as quickly as you possibly can. Again, hail is probably going to come right over top of you in Richton as well. I want to zoom down into this and show you what the radar looks like in the velocity signature. There's the signature on the radar, and it's pretty clear. I'm going to center it up a little bit more for you here so you can see where it's switching between radar sites. So now it's moved to radar sites, but it's clear as day where the tornado is. Maybe coming very close to Richton or in Beaumont. It's over Highway 29 right now, about to go over Highway 15. Already came across Highway 98 tonight, but All these places, you have to get to your shelter and your safe place as quickly as you can. Don't see any debris signature in there, although we know that debris has been lofted high within this tornado. There could be some areas outside of the actual vortex on the ground where we have tornado debris up in the air right now. So something to keep in mind. There have been reports that people have been away from the tornado and have had debris falling on them. So a very intense storm right now, not to mention intense rainfall rates. Radar estimate right now, rainfall rates are 3 to 4 inches an hour. So this is why we have newly issued flash flood warnings to go along with the tornado warning. So it's a double whammy for us right now in a very dangerous situation in southern Mississippi in particular. But notice the large complex of storms across Mississippi and Alabama and through Georgia right now, and increasing flood threats across central Georgia and Alabama tonight. Numerous counties under flash flood warnings. Columbus, Georgia, you're basically dead center of all the heavy rain over toward Warner Robins as well. Some areas here, I'm going to query this, just I'm curious how much rain has fallen in the last 6 hours. Some places here pushing now almost 5 inches of rain right along the Alabama and Georgia state line. Now, there we go, 5 inches of rain in the last 6 hours. So it's an intense amount of rain. And for many of you, that rain doesn't let up here as we go through the evening because of the dynamics in the atmosphere right now. We're pulling a lot of moisture from the Gulf of Mexico. We've tapped into instability that's mapped here, especially the areas where you've got pink on this map. Now, the instability in the atmosphere will continue to come down as we go through the night. However, it's still going to be enough for these storms to tap into and gen up more potential tornadoes, but certainly some heavy rain. And everyone living along that warm front or south of it is in danger this evening. Let's go into more detail about what those threats will be. I want to go to Auburn, Alabama with an update on the looming threat there. Meteorologist Chris Bruin has an update for us. Chris.
Hey, good evening, guys. Good evening to you, Mike. Rain finally letting up. The lightning has subsided, at least for the time being, so we can show you what we're contending with here. The rain, thankfully, we're getting a break, but we're still under a flash flood warning through 10:30 p.m. local time. And some areas around Lee County, that's where Auburn University is. That's where Auburn and Opelika are. North of I-85 is where we've seen some of the highest totals. In fact, some totals of over 6 inches. And near Jones Mill, that's just north of Auburn, a rural community about 5-10 miles to our north. All right, look at the sky here. We haven't still noticed much in the way of wind, but it's pretty tranquil. Every now and then you're going to see a flash off in the distance. That's with storms that are, we've got a couple clusters of storms. One that's moving towards Columbus, Georgia, and continuing to push off towards the east. That was the one that we were just dealing with about 30 minutes ago. But we're also tracking now a severe thunderstorm warning to the east of Montgomery. We're going to be watching this. Right now, the track likely takes it to the south of Auburn proper and here at Auburn University. But we've been watching the line continuing to reform. So we'll see if that builds back up towards I-85. Again, keep in mind, Torcon of a 7 here in Auburn and across much of east central and southeastern Alabama into parts of western Georgia. Flash flooding risk very likely, and I think that's going to be our biggest risk, but also damaging wind threat. We're still tracking the main line, the actual front itself, back into Mississippi. So we got to still get through rounds of repeated heavy downpours, severe thunderstorms, and extremely heavy rainfall before things clear up. So just because maybe that intense thunderstorm we've had for the last few hours is winding down, we are not done just yet. We still got several more thunderstorms and the potential for tornadoes, damaging winds, and especially flash flooding. We're going to have more continuing live coverage here in a couple minutes.
It dominates.
New video just into the Weather Channel from Clanton, Alabama. Wow, just incredible to look at that storm cloud as it approaches and moves into the area. Lots of texture going on there. Really ominous conditions. Alabama getting hit hard with strong to severe thunderstorms, as well as Mississippi yet for tonight. We want to take you to Hattiesburg, Mississippi, where we've got a breaking situation unfolding. There's a supercell that tracked over and to the south of Hattiesburg that brought torrential rainfall. There's flash flooding being reported now in the city of Hattiesburg, with numerous roads being affected by this and high water vehicle rescues that are underway. way. There are also parts of town being reported without power and some tree damage. So Hattiesburg getting hit hard tonight. In fact, I was just checking observations there. Hattiesburg had about 1.5 inches of rain in just 24 minutes tonight. So flash flooding ongoing in the city of Mississippi. Also in nearby Columbia, you might remember we were tracking conditions in Columbia from that supercell. Also reports of flash flooding there, 3 feet of water being reported in the town, and some businesses in Columbia taking on water. So ultimately, while we have had some tornadoes and tornado warnings, I really think that flash flooding is likely going to be affecting the most people here for tonight. We want to get right over to our Mike Bettis. He has been tracking the latest on the warnings. Mike?
Yeah, I think you've hit it spot on, Jackie. We will have tornadoes, we think. We've already had, we think, a big one tonight, but more people might be affected by flooding than anything else. Right down into Mississippi to the close-up radar, Hattiesburg almost dead. Fruitdale, Greene County under that warning until 9:15 this evening. On the radar, you can see the rotation. It's right there. Boy, it sticks out like a sore thumb, doesn't it? And it might be splitting the difference between Richton and McLean. And boy, what we'd hope that this would do is just not hit anything, right? But you can see the spin on the velocity. It's remarkable to watch it. You watch it close enough, you can see the violent counterclockwise rotation on the velocities. It's amazing to see that. But Fruitdale, you could be right in the heart of that. That's a wide, broad circulation there. So if we've got a tornado on the ground, and we may have it, it is a large one, folks, all right? And even if the tornado is large, what I would suspect of what we're seeing on the radar is this. I suspect we've got a large tornado on the ground, more than a mile wide, but it might be starting to weaken, whereas we may have had a more intense tornado half an hour ago. We've got a little bit weaker tornado right now, but it's larger, okay? So big rotation. I mean, that's a huge rotation on the radar right now, not to mention intense rainfall that comes with it. So it's a rain-wrapped tornado at that. It's just a remarkable thing to witness meteorologically, and you can see how intense some of the rain is for us right now. All right, Hattiesburg, for you, and Jackie was alluding to the flood issues that you have ongoing at this point. You've had several rounds of very heavy rain that have come through, and I'm going to show you what the radar has estimated. This is just the last hour of rainfall estimation from the radar itself. Just outside of Hattiesburg, 4.6 inches of rain in 1 hour. That'll flood anywhere. But the one thing that might be tough to watch is what's coming behind that. There's more rain. Look at all this rain back here that has yet to come through the area. So our flash flood warning goes until 11 o'clock Central Time tonight. But if we get more intense storms that then train or go over the same path right through the Hattiesburg area, we could just exacerbate the flooding that's already ongoing. High water happening, high water rescues imminent, and you can see a larger area of heavy rain across Alabama and through Georgia tonight. I'm worried about this slug of rain working its way toward the Montgomery area, and we've already got big issues now across central Georgia as well, with numerous flash flood warnings in effect here. And right in the middle of all that is Columbus, Georgia. Another band of heavy rain is about to roll through. We've already picked up about 5 inches of rain today, and I would suspect with the next band that comes through, we'll pick up at least another ½ inch to 1 inch of rain, then over toward the Warner Robins area as well. And this is Atlanta's to the north of your screen here. I'll pull it down just a little bit so you can see exactly what we're talking about. Atlanta to the north there. Columbus sits here, Atlanta up here, and then Macon here. And so you've got storms from Montgomery to Columbus to Warner Robins to Macon tonight. So between I-85 and I-75, we've got big issues on the radar. Some of the radar estimates, here's the last 6 hours. We'll query this and see what some of the radar estimates for 6 hours of rain, 5 inches for us in Columbus in just the last 6 hours. So big issues happening for us right now, and we would encourage you all to just stay put tonight. Stay where you are. It's a safe place to be. Monitor water levels if you live near a creek or a stream, and do not get behind the wheel of your car and attempt to drive through this weather this evening. More live coverage when we come back.
Flash flooding reports now really popping up from southern Mississippi through Alabama and also into Georgia. We're live on the grounds here at Auburn University. I want to show you there's Sanford Hall, and off in the distance every now and then there's a storm to our south where you'll see these flashes of lightning really light up the sky. It's almost ominous, really spooky looking, especially with the old historic buildings here at the campus. It's really still as far as the wind goes. What I mean by that are the trees. They're not moving at all right now. We haven't seen much in the way of wind, which is good. Of course, that means no power outages. We haven't seen any severe weather whatsoever, but we have had a lot of rain. In fact, we're under a flash flood warning. The potential for life-threatening flash flooding in some parts of Lee County here in Auburn and across parts of eastern Alabama is ongoing and or imminent. So this is something that we're going to continue to follow. Some of the reports have been mind-blowing so far. Just in the last 24 hours, we have had over 6 inches of rain, a lot of that falling in about 6 hours time. We're seeing that just to the north here officially in Auburn. We're approaching 4 inches at the Auburn University's location. So totals are, again, only halfway done. We still have the whole night to really get through. If we look at the radar, I want to show you where we are close up. You can see just some steady rain right now, heavier downpours to our south. We'll have to watch that next storm between us and Montgomery moving off towards the Georgia state line. We'll see if it comes and clips us here in Auburn, but kind of count what just happened as round number 1. Okay, we pull the radar even farther out. Look at what all has to come through in Mississippi and Louisiana, and also now coming in towards the western half of Alabama. All right, that's the main line that has extremely heavy rainfall, and I think that's going to pose more of a damaging wind threat and the potential for tornadoes as we go into the late night hours, Mike. So all of that's kind of round 2 that has to work through Auburn and areas here in the eastern half of the state that have already seen significant amounts of rainfall, let alone that severe weather potential and tornadoes that will continue to be ongoing through the next few hours.
I mean, it's going to cause some anxiety. There's no question about it when you have all these things in combination happening almost simultaneously. Chris, good work out there. Be safe. We know that the risk for flash flood is going to affect far more people, but we have imminent danger tonight when it comes to tornadoes as well. The bigger picture on the radar shows you from South Carolina through Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana, we've got issues tonight. I want to take you down into southern Mississippi in a storm that's about to get over into Alabama, but around the Richton area in Perry County, Mississippi, tornado warning is ongoing until the top of the hour for at least another 20 minutes for that county, for Perry County. Then over into Greene County. This now will be right near the state line. I'll draw it and fill it in here. That's the state line between Mississippi and Alabama, right near the Fruitdale area. Greene County and the town of Leakesville under that tornado warning until 9:15. It's very clear to see where the tornado is on the radar. We have that blue and that yellow color right next to each other. Very clear counterclockwise rotation. Large, dangerous tornado happening for us right now. Debris being lifted tens of thousands of feet into the air at one point. It's come across Highway 98, about to now get over to Highway 45 and toward the town of Fruitdale. Fruitdale, it's headed almost right for you right now, and we would encourage you to take shelter as quickly as you possibly can. I'm going to stop that for a second and then put the timer on this to get an idea of when it might be over the Fruitdale area. Fruitdale around 9:08, so you've got some time. You don't have a lot, but you got maybe 25 minutes to half an hour before it is on top of you, but in Avera, momentarily. So in both those places, you need to be taking shelter. Avera a little bit sooner than you would have to in Fruitdale. Very clear spin on the radar here. There is no doubt about where the tornado is right now. The good news is it may have actually come right between the towns of Richton and Beaumont, although I think the outer circulation probably affected both places and wouldn't be surprised if we saw some damage there. Now, this map, you're like, and what is that on the map right there? I have no idea what that is. This is a correlation coefficient, software that the radar utilizes to filter out everything but debris in the atmosphere. The good news is if there were debris in the atmosphere, you'd probably see a big round circle of blue somewhere right in there where the tornado signature was in the velocities. It's not there, and that's good news, which means it maybe either hasn't hit much right now, and that's fantastic news, or that it's fairly weak right now, and maybe it has hit something, but it's not lofting the debris high enough into the air to be picked up by the radar. Huge amounts of rain falling for us right now. And so through the Hattiesburg area, southern Mississippi, over towards, say, Citronelle or Jackson, Alabama, all areas of concern for some flooding. In Hattiesburg, numerous rounds of heavy rain that have come through. And I'm going to show you this, just the last hour of radar estimated accumulation here. The numbers are very, very impressive. 4.6 inches in just the last hour outside of Hattiesburg. High water an issue for us right now in Hattiesburg and water rescues. Forest, Lamar, Marion counties all under flash flood warnings right now. And as Chris was alluding to there in Alabama, we still have more storms to go. Look at all this back here. Look at all this stormy weather back around Macomb. That still has to work its way over toward Hattiesburg, so we think there's going to be an ongoing threat through the night tonight. Look at the bigger picture here, too. Across portions of Alabama and Georgia, big concerns here between, say, Montgomery and Macon, Georgia tonight for flash flooding. Being in our cars is a bad place for us to be tonight. But we've got another slug of rain coming through Birmingham and Atlanta as well, Jackie, so we're not out of the woods in those big cities either.
Go well into the nighttime hours for sure. We want to take you into Hattiesburg, Mississippi, where you're just talking about the flood situation there, and we're continuing to get new information by the minute, and that there are some pretty major thoroughfares that are being impacted by this and shut down. There are high water rescues that have been taking place. People will drive through the water, they get stuck in their vehicles, and then emergency workers have to get in there and help them get out in a safe manner. We always want to caution you to never drive over a road that is covered in water. You don't know how deep it is. It's a very dangerous situation. Flash flood warning ongoing until 11 o'clock tonight, including you in Hattiesburg, and more rain still coming down.
You need to know what weather is heading your way. Wake up watching AMHQ. Weekday mornings on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 43 degrees under clear skies. Tonight, mostly clear, low 31. Winds light and variable. Monday, mainly clear. Slight chance of a rain shower. High 60. Winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Monday night, showers in the evening, then partly cloudy overnight. Low 37. Chance of rain 60%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
I'm meteorologist Chris Bruin here at Toomer's Corner in Auburn, Alabama, just outside of Auburn University. We've been tracking the heavy rainfall threats pretty much all evening and really all afternoon long. Totals here have been approaching 4 to 6 inches, depending upon what part of the county you're in. We're in Lee County, Alabama, currently under a flash flood warning with the potential of life-threatening flash flooding either ongoing or about to happen. And the rain is not anywhere close to being done. Yeah, it's tapered off somewhat. In fact, I want to pan out and show you with the sky condition. When the rain lightens up a bit, you can actually get a better indication of the cloud formation. So we are seeing some low-level clouds. It's really hard to pick it up this time of the day from the camera vantage point, but I can see some lower clouds kind of highlighted by the city lights here. A better way to look at it is let's take our exclusive storm path camera on the west side of Auburn University at the Ag Heritage Park. This is the famous barn. You got the huge rolling fields looking off towards the western horizon. And we'll just kind of leave that up on the side here of the screen for you to kind of monitor the skies. You'll see some flashes of lightning, but nothing right overhead, so that's some good news. That's why we're out in the rain, because we feel much safer with the lightning far away. But these storms have produced a lot of lightning. They produced a lot of rainfall, and the concern is we're going to start getting into more severe weather heading into tonight. The next few hours are going to be crucial, because looking at the radar, you've got another whole batch of storms that has to work through Auburn and much of central and eastern Alabama. It's just now crossing the state line out of Mississippi into western Alabama. So we have to get through that whole batch of rain, and then things are going to start winding down. But that's not really going to happen until, say, by midnight, 1 a.m. before things really quiet down here along the I-85 corridor. So we're going to continue to monitor that, and then that That will then continue to track through Georgia late tonight and early tomorrow morning, and then getting into South Carolina by tomorrow morning and then into the afternoon hours. So a long 12 hours ahead. Flash flooding only beginning and seems to be a huge risk with this system. Unlike the last week's outbreak, we're really looking at the risk here. Threshold, but we're noticing that temperatures slowly nudge north. That warm front is really holding steady across central Alabama. North of there, up toward Birmingham, Atlanta, I really think we're going to have a diminished severe weather threat. You're still going to get a lot of rainfall, and that flash flood potential will be there. But because the temperatures are so much cooler in the northern half of the states, that severe threat is pushed much farther south. So anywhere from I-85 south, we really have to be on guard, especially as that next round of storms really pushes in the next 1 to 2.5 hours or so from Montgomery east to the Chattahoochee River and there in Columbus, Georgia. And that's something we're going to be following here on the Weather Channel all night long. Of course, make sure you have a way to get those warnings. And if you live in the Auburn area and you don't feel safe where you're at, Auburn University has opened Green Hall and the RBD Library, which is actually just a couple buildings to my south, up for anyone who feels like they need a better place to shelter. That's because that tornado watch is in effect through 11 p.m. local time tonight. So we still have several more hours to go, and this is something we're going to be monitoring very closely, not just here in Auburn, but from Mississippi through Alabama, Georgia, and even South Carolina, guys, as we head into tomorrow morning.
Yeah, tomorrow morning certainly could be very busy as well into the Carolinas. We're continuing to track the situation, though, across parts of Mississippi in terms of the tornado damage and the flash flooding. This is the live stream from Purvis, Mississippi, and we were tracking a long track tornado, supercell, that moved just to the north and west of Purvis. So you can see that we've got flashing blue lights over there. We do have confirmed damage near here. This is I-59 that you're looking at, and we've got a lot of tree damage and power damage is what we're hearing just outside of Purvis. Now, Hattiesburg, Mississippi, we've had a couple of different things going on here too. Wind gusts clocked over 60 miles per hour, causing some power outages across the city. But the biggest issue has been the heavy rain. We've had almost 4 inches of rain near Hattiesburg just in the last hour. Flash flooding is ongoing right now, and numerous high water rescues have had to take place because people were driving through that high water. Of course, you never want to do that. Always turn around and find an alternate route. We also have tornado warnings that are still ongoing. Let's bring in Mike. He's got more on that. Mike?
Yeah, we're still watching that same cell that came near the Purvis area south of Hattiesburg, Mississippi. It's still got rotation on it. It's a broad rotation, might be a little bit weaker, but I'm going to get right down into it. It's part of a large complex of storms throughout the south tonight. Here's Hattiesburg right here. We've got Greene County, that's just right near the Mississippi-Alabama state line, that is under a tornado warning right now, very near Leakesville and headed toward the Fruitdale area. You might be able to detect the counterclockwise spin on the radar tonight. So it's very evident that we have a tornado happening right now. Again, I think the rotation is a little bit wider, a little bit broader, maybe a little bit weaker than it was earlier, but it is clear as day to see exactly where it is. Fruitdale, I'm concerned about you and what the threat may be, and get to a shelter as quickly as you possibly can. We'll time that out for you and see that it could be around Fruitdale around 9:06, so you've got 10 minutes at most. 4-point around 9:09. It's almost on top of you now in Clark. The flood threat ongoing for us in and around Hattiesburg this evening. Huge amounts of rain and falling for us here. This is just the radar estimate of the past hour. In 1 hour, 5 inches of rain has fallen for us, and flash flooding will be ongoing for us. Not to mention, more rain is lining up behind that. Now over Macomb right now, Forest, Lamar, Marion counties under that flash flood warning. We look at all the threats when we return at the top of the hour.
Conditions along Interstate 59 near Purvis, Mississippi. You can see that cars are backed up for quite some distance here. What's happened is that a likely tornado crossed this area and a tree came down across the interstate, and as a result, the tractor trailer then drove into the tree and hit it. We don't know the condition of the driver, if there are any injuries, but this is blocking and causing issues along Interstate 59 in Mississippi near the Purvis area. So this has been a long track tornado that's been crossing Mississippi, almost moving over the state line into Alabama right now. This is still a rotating storm, and a tornado could drop out at any time. So you really need to take this one seriously. This is in Greene County, Mississippi now. So there you can see there's still rain which is coming down. Flash flooding is becoming a huge issue in parts of Mississippi, including into the Hattiesburg area right now. We've got flash flood warnings also into parts of Georgia. So a lot of different threats and problems tonight, unfortunately, across the Deep South. Some of the same areas that were hit hard last weekend getting severe weather and under the watch for tonight. Want to bring in our Mike Bettis. He's got the latest on that tornado-warned storm. And what else are you tracking right now, Mike?
All right, thank you very much, Jackie. In numerous areas where tornadoes could be a threat tonight. These areas that are highlighted in red, tornado watches continue across southern Louisiana, Mississippi, then across southern Alabama as well. Two different areas across, I say, Georgia, and then back across Mississippi, where we have severe thunderstorm warnings and flash flooding. We have tornadoes, but I think a lot of this will probably move over to Alabama out of Mississippi tonight. I want to get down to this tornado warning because we've been watching this for a long time now. Tornado warning near the Leakesville area headed toward Fruitdale, Greene County is under this warning. You can see the spin on the radar right in there. You can see the counterclockwise spin, and that broad circulation is headed right toward the Fruitdale area. It's very clear. The good news is, as it approaches Fruitdale, it's weakening. That doesn't mean you should take it any lighter. What you need to do is get to a shelter as quickly as you can. What is that? Is that a basement? Go there. Is that a closet or a bathroom, an interior room that doesn't have any windows, a hallway in your home? Down on the first floor, ground level is where you need to be as that gets closer and closer to Fruitdale. But the signs are good. The signs are encouraging that circulation is weakening. Again, real close view here. I'll move it over just a little bit here to give you some better timing on this. What we'll be looking at is Fruitdale probably getting to you around 9:07. Okay, so we're talking about 6 minutes from now, so it means you have very little time to get to shelter. So go there quickly. North side would be state line of the circulation. So state line, Mississippi, you could also be hit pretty hard by this, and at the very least, some pretty intense inflow winds. There's a look at Hattiesburg. The rain's let up right in Hattiesburg at the moment, but more is lining up back to our west, including around the Columbia area. Big rain in just the last hour. Some places here picked up more than 5 inches in 1 hour's time around Hattiesburg, and this is why we have flash flood warnings right now, and more rain to go with this big slug of rain in behind that. Forest, Lamar, and Marion Counties flash flood warning until 11 o'clock tonight. Birmingham and Tuscaloosa, Jasper, all areas where another huge round of rain is about to roll through, and that may last for a significant amount of time. Over in Atlanta, the heavy rain now coming through the metro area of Atlanta at this point, but some of the worst conditions have been south of Atlanta this evening, really through the day. Numerous places where we have flash flood warnings. I-75 is right here. I-85 is right here. So between those two interstates is where we have issues with flash flooding. From Macon to Warner Robins over toward LaGrange and Columbus tonight. 6-hour accumulation, 5 inches for us around Columbus, and it is still raining and raining hard for us right now. We can look at something in the atmosphere known as precipitable water. And what this shows you is the amount of it. I may just kind of it just glossed over it here a little bit, where there's a lot of light green on the map. It shows you high levels of moisture in the atmosphere, and so what that means is more rain is still to fall from the clouds for us tonight. How much is probably something that you're asking. Plenty. And I think even some of these estimates might be a little underdone, especially around the Birmingham area. I think we have at least another inch to go, if not more than that. But a heavy slug of rain will happen for us on a line from Hattiesburg over toward Montgomery, Macon, and then we'll take you into maybe a Columbia, South Carolina as well. It could be a slug of 3 to 5 inches of rain that's still to go. But all these areas are very saturated right now. We had plenty of rain all this year so far. The first 3.5 months of 2020 have produced rainfall excesses of more than a foot in many places. So what we're dealing with today is not helping matters at all. We know that the southern states are going to be targets. Meteorologist Chris Bruin is in Auburn, Alabama for us tonight. Chris, you look at this radar. Now, you've been showing us the pictures off and on tonight of torrential downpours. You look at this radar. It is ominous.
Yeah, it totally is. And we're still dealing with the sporadic lightning strike every now and then, but we're in this little lull, I would say, in the activity. So don't think the storms are winding down, because we have that whole batch that you just saw there on the radar. We'll have the radar up and kind of show you what's to come. All right, all of that green, the yellows, those deep reds and oranges, that's extremely heavy rainfall that's just now crossing over Mississippi into western Alabama. That's the whole line, and that's going to have that severe weather potential. Damaging winds, I think, are really going to be upped in that round rather than what we just had. You know, the problem is here in Auburn and really points north, it's been so cold most of the day, and so that's really been a different factor in this severe weather situation we're facing this weekend compared to last weekend, or if you remember how much warmer it was, right? So that's why we had the tornadoes all the way up. So if you're in the 50s right now, your severe threat certainly is going to be a little bit diminished, and temperature is going to be key as we go into the overnight hours. Now, the warm front that we're tracking, we can even pull up the current temperatures if we have those. The warm front may continue to shift north, but it's pretty much parked itself right over central and southern Alabama. That's where you have a huge temperature change from 50s north of Auburn towards Birmingham and to the 70s, even upper 70s near Dothan and Greenville, Alabama even. We're about 70 degrees. So there's a very short contrast and just a difference of 50 miles, and that's where the warm front is. That's where a lot of these storms are kind of focusing in on and riding over some of the same areas, and that's what we've been seeing. Weather conditions here in Auburn, they haven't been very windy. Notice the trees. I mean, they haven't moved much. We haven't seen a lot of wind with this, so that's been some good news. We haven't had any warnings, with the exception of the flash flood warning. We are under a flash flood warning, and I think for Auburn right now, that is our biggest concern, because we still have maybe another 2-3 more inches to go, and if we were to get 2 inches in an hour, we're going to have some serious problems. That flash flood warning remains in effect until 10:30 p.m., but it wouldn't surprise me if that were to be extended, especially with this next round of rain that still has to get through here. And if we pan up towards the clock tower, I can get, when the rain lightens up a bit, you can actually see the lower cloud deck, and it's kind of highlighted by the city lights. I'm not sure if that shows up on camera. It may not. Otherwise, just take my word for it. But you get a better idea of what we're looking at from a cloud perspective than when it's just pouring down rain. You can't really see our sky visual. I want to quickly show you our storm path camera, exclusive here to the Weather Channel. This is about 1.5 miles away on the west side of campus here at Auburn University, and it gives you a better view of the western horizon. And what we're looking at is the storms are going to be coming in from the west. Okay, so this is something we're going to continue to monitor. Every now and then you'll have a brief flash of lightning, but nothing severe just yet. So we're hoping this is as worse as it gets, but no, that's not the case. We've got torcons of a 7 and a pretty significant threat for damaging winds and certainly flash flooding, and that's something we're going to monitor here very closely, guys.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be the most widespread, we think, impact overall. And breaking right now, we have a dangerous situation unfolding in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. We've got high water rescues that are taking place because high water has flooded the streets, and people then in turn have gone and driven through that. And multiple roads have been closed off. And Hattiesburg, it's not just the heavy rain and flooding. You've had hail yet tonight, and you've had some strong damaging winds. We clocked winds over 60 miles per hour at the airport there, and there are some spotty power outages across the city. So we just really want to urge and hit the message home very hard tonight that you should not be traveling. And if you absolutely have to travel and you're one of the essential workers out there and you've got to get to your important job or whatever it is that's going on with you, make sure that if you do encounter water over the roadway, you turn around and you find an alternate route. So flash flood warning remaining in effect into the Hattiesburg area, and we'll show you the concern tonight here too. Ongoing on radar is that we've had really intense rain, and there's still heavy rain and storms lined up off to your south and towards your west. So there are going to be additional storms that will roll on through here, and you just can't take on any more water at this time. So the situation likely to get worse before it gets better. And this flash flood warning continues until 11 o'clock for tonight. So we had that supercell, that rotating storm that pushed through off towards your east. And now we've got another heavy rain maker that's coming on through. And it's not just Hattiesburg too. Columbia, you got hit with very heavy rain too. There are reports that you have about 3 feet deep water into the downtown area, and that's starting to get into some businesses. So Columbia nearby getting some flooding, and there you can see some of the reports, including the high water rescues into Hattiesburg. The hail reports, by the way, in Hattiesburg, generally pea-sized hail. The heavy stuff was down towards your south near the Oak Grove area where you had ping pong ball size hail. Birmingham, we're keeping a close eye on you because you got the heavy rain already early this morning, and now we've got more rain that's been pushing in. The last couple of hours, it's been fairly light to maybe moderate rain, but now we're starting to see some of those oranges and that brighter reflectivity pushing in from the west. So torrential downpours are going to be likely. We also have flash flooding that's ongoing right now in parts of Georgia. This is the state line with Alabama right there. Here's the Columbus area. You're under the warning stretching all the way eastward towards Dublin. So that tells you that we've seen these storms training, pushing from west to east, more heavy rain pushing in. But the good news is this looks like it's going to take a slightly more southerly trajectory than the last few storms. So that could help to improve the situation just a little bit. But notice this goes right along Interstate 16. This goes right along through the Columbus area, very highly populated area along I-75 south of Macon. So we do expect flooding to be ongoing and imminent in this area as well. So our area of low pressure, our cold front, is way back off towards the west. So these storms are going to continue and go through the overnight hours for tonight, and this isn't going to cut off until probably early tomorrow morning, getting a little bit closer towards sunrise. The severe weather threat is likely going to be just to the south of here, but a lot of them are coinciding together too, and that's been the situation into Lamar County, where you had the tornado that likely pushed through there and the flash flooding that pushed through there as well. The broader picture of all of this is that we do have a flash flood watch that's in effect that covers much of central Alabama through central parts of Georgia. This includes the Atlanta metro area, and now this has been expanded eastward to include you into parts of South Carolina, because those storms are likely to continue into tomorrow morning. So flash flooding will likely be the biggest part of the story, affecting the most people, but that tornado threat still ongoing for tonight. Looking live back again into the Hattiesburg area, where we can see some of that water standing, and really looks like we're in a residential area here. The intersection looks to be flooded out, and certainly getting close at least to some of those homes. Want to head back and bring in our Mike Bettis. He's been tracking the severe weather portion of all of this, and I know we still have that one tornado warning ongoing, Mike.
We do. It's now moved from Mississippi over into Alabama as the storm has pushed eastbound for us now. The good news in all this is a storm that we thought at one point was very significant has weakened in its rotation, although it's still present. Let's just keep that in mind. Again, the large complex of storms across the south with a focus here in southern Mississippi and southern Alabama. Around the Leakesville and Fruitdale areas, Mississippi and Alabama, Greene County under a tornado warning, now extending east into Alabama. We have the McIntosh area that's under a warning. Washington County in Alabama now under a tornado warning till 10 o'clock. So 50 more minutes before that expires. Fruitdale, Wager, and Wagerville all under that tornado warning. I'm going to show you it on the velocities, and you could see the spin as it comes in the left side of your screen and rolls right into the middle of your screen, coming near Fruitdale. It has weakened. The rotation's become broad. It has weakened. That's good. Having said that, it's probably still potent and could cause some significant wind damage still, but now headed toward the McIntosh area, and we encourage you to take shelter as quickly as you can. Might be right over Fruitdale as we speak. I want to take you back to our cameras that are in the field and show you some of the damage and some of these pictures that we're getting of the damage. And this is around the Hattiesburg area where the tornado went south of there, but we had intense winds that were clocked at over 60 miles an hour, knocking down trees. And the unfortunate thing about what's happening tonight is the ground is so wet. And all of our, you see the lightning strikes. Our ground is so wet, and you can see the trees are fully leafed out now. Everything's bloomed, and everything's got leaves on it now, so they're top heavy. They're catching more wind than they would otherwise if they didn't have leaves on them, so they're almost kites in essence. So that wind hits them, they're top heavy, and they come out of the ground because of the winds being so extreme, or just branches are being snapped. Any trees that are weak are going to have branches that snap, but a lot of reports of trees downs, a lot of reports of trees or power lines blocking neighborhoods, and some damage in some areas of southern Mississippi. We don't know the extent of that just yet, but the ongoing concern now is In areas that maybe had a tornado that came through, you've now got heavy rain and flooding that's happening for you simultaneously. So big issues for us right now. Again, that rotation coming past the Fruitdale area, and we time it out for you, headed toward Hawthorne around 9:30, McIntosh around 9:35. Mentioning that heavy rain, the tornado likely came, and I'll draw a line kind of somewhere in this direction right here. Maybe just narrowly avoiding the town of Purvis and south of Hattiesburg, but you can see those same areas that just got hit with a potential tornado are now dealing with heavy rain and ongoing flooding. We'll come back with more with our live teams in the field after this.
You may not see them, but you're
most out of your mornings. You need to know what weather is heading your way. Wake up watching AMHQ. Weekday mornings on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 41 degrees under clear skies. Tonight, mostly clear, low 31. Winds light and variable. Monday, mainly clear. Slight chance of a rain shower. High 60. Winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Monday night, rain showers early with clearing later at night. Low 37. Chance of rain 60%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Breaking news right now, flooding and storm damage ongoing in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Flash flood warning remains in effect here until 11 o'clock tonight. You're looking at a live stream showing you some of the tree damage. We've got 30,000 people in the state of Mississippi right now without power. In Hattiesburg, winds were clocked at more than 60 miles per hour, causing some of this damage. So spotty power outages, rising water, all unfolding as we speak. We want to bring in Scott Peak, and he is providing this live view for us right now. Scott, thanks so much for joining us tonight.
Thanks for having me.
Tell me about what you've been seeing there in Hattiesburg.
Well, we just came upon some tree damage. It looks like a tree pretty much fell on the road. We're actually seeing it in a neighborhood. I don't know if you can see the live shot right now. I'm pretty sure you can, but the large tree is right over the road, and it looks like it might be on the front porch of one of the houses.
Oh, wow. How widespread is the damage? So we can see the tree, we can see the road, but that's about all we can actually see. We can't see the houses nearby.
It's spotty damage. We did notice a lot of flash flooding and people driving through low areas where the water was over the road. And we noticed, we saw a tow truck pulling a car out of the water. It looked like it was a remnant water rescue, and they were cleaning that up. But there definitely is a lot of flash flooding occurring in the city as we speak.
What are you hearing in terms of how high that water might be? We are hearing multiple rescues that have been underway tonight.
Yeah, so we've been listening to the scanner, and from what we've been hearing is just high enough to where people can't get out themselves, so they're pulling them out of the cars. But we passed some low spots where it definitely could have been, could be, pretty bad if someone tried to drive through it, which we did see someone driving through the water. We're going to actually go back and try to get some shots of that next. But, the people got to be cautious about driving in low areas like that.
Absolutely. Talk to me about the rain. The rain was so intense. We clocked about 1.5 inches in about 24 minutes. Were you out there? Were you driving as this rain was coming down?
Oh, yes, absolutely. We were actually on the tornado about 10 minutes after it developed, further to the west near Tylertown, just southwest of Tylertown. Mm-hmm. And we just had driving potential rain. And, of course, we were experiencing all the hazards. Blinding rain, and of course there's ruts on the roads, so you could easily hydroplane. So it was just very difficult to see and maintain control of the vehicle, especially if you don't know what you're doing. It was just, it was very difficult to see, so we were at a crawl at some points.
We still have rain in the area. In fact, every now and then I kind of see some lightning flashes in the background. What's the current status for the rain there now?
Well, I'm monitoring my radar, and I can see there's right on the foot of Louisiana, there's a lot more rain training right over the same spots, and it's coming right for Hattiesburg. It's not over yet by a long shot. It's still got a lot of heavy rain. I noticed we're under a flash flood warning as well.
Yeah.
So it's going to continue for a little bit longer here.
And where in Hattiesburg are you? Can you give us an idea? Are you north, south, east, west?
Right. So we are actually right near the center of Hattiesburg. We're right, probably I'd say just on the east side of downtown, in Hattiesburg proper. So we're not too far away from downtown.
Any idea how widespread the flooding is or the damage?
Well, when we came into town, we noticed some areas where there's debris on the road, where water was picking up a lot of branches and stuff, and it accumulated in certain spots. But from what we saw, there was some areas where cars were still driving through high water that the police didn't even block off yet. There was a railroad crossing not too far away from where we are at Independence Road Avenue, and we were watching cars going right through the water. And luckily, no one's been stalled yet, but that's a concern.
All right. Scott Peak reporting live for us from Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Thanks so much for that report. All right. So flash flood warning still ongoing in Hattiesburg over towards Columbia. Town of Columbia, which is west of there, also taking on water even into some of the downtown businesses. So widespread flash flooding in Mississippi. We also have quite a few reports ongoing right now in the state of Georgia. We want to bring in our Mike Bettis. He's been tracking the severe storms, and still one warning out there for tornadoes, Mike?
We still have one tornado warning. A handful of severe thunderstorm warnings tonight and an increasing number of flash flood warnings tonight. It's a large complex across the South tonight. Plenty of rain still to go, and I think for more of us, we'll have to deal with flooding. But there is a tornado warning in southern Alabama right now, moving from Fruitdale over toward McIntosh. Washington County is where that warning is right now, and it goes until 10 o'clock tonight. One thing I'm looking at on the radar, and then we just got a new warning. I'm going to move that radar over just a little bit so we can query what that warning is they extended a little bit farther to the east now. Baldwin, Clark, and Washington counties under that warning. One thing I'm noticing on the radar, kind of a clear depiction, is that we're getting some outflows now. Do you see this green line around Citronelle down toward Lucedale here? That's an outflow, but notice what we're starting to see. Some motion in this radar where it looks like we're developing a quasi-linear convective system. Fancy meteorology talk for an intense line of storms that's getting kinks in it. They can produce spin-ups along that line. That might be what we're dealing with tonight as we go through the next couple of hours. Smaller, weaker rotation headed toward McIntosh. Nonetheless, there's rotation there, and we want you to take shelter quickly tonight. These are areas where you could have storms right on top of you and potentially tornadic storms. McIntosh happening about right now. Chrysler around 950. We urge you to take shelter in a safe place as fast as you possibly can. More on the tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, and flash flood warnings after this.
Continuing live coverage here of the severe weather unfolding and flash flooding. Don't forget about that. That's just as serious of a concern as is the severe weather aspect to this as well. We're live in Auburn, Alabama, just outside of Auburn University. If you're familiar with it, there's Sanford Hall. I know a lot of the students have been away from campus for a while now, so still intact, and it's very quiet here on this Sunday, which is good. Very few people are out, and that's what you want on a night like tonight. So the rain's still pretty simmered down at the moment. However, we're not done. I do have some good news to report, though. The tornado watch has actually been canceled here in Auburn and across central Alabama for almost all of the counties with the exception of two. We're still looking at Pike and Barber counties. That's areas near Troy and Eufaula, Alabama. You're still under that tornado watch, but anywhere north of that has been canceled. And that's because we're not seeing the warm up. That warm front stayed a bit farther south, which was good news, so be thankful. But I don't want to let your guard down because we're still not out of this yet. I think flash flooding is really now going to be the greatest risk. And it's still not to say we may still have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. We're tracking that line. Let's pull up the radar and show you what we're looking at here still to come. You've got that whole kind of squall line per se that's got to work through Montgomery in the next 30 minutes or so, and then that will continue to push east. So Auburn, another round's headed your way, and if that rain intensity rate picks up, we're going to be dealing with some serious flooding. Thankfully, this is happening in the overnight hours, but if you live in a low-lying area that's prone to flooding, it's certainly if you're out driving tonight, there's really no need to be out, but if you are out on the roads, you got to be extra cautious. It's dark. Even earlier this afternoon, the creeks and rivers were all running high, and we've had a lot of rain since then. So flash flooding really now kind of taking center stage, at least here in Auburn. Southern Alabama, that is not the case. The severe weather we've been seeing in Mississippi, that's all headed that way, and then we got to see what happens overnight in southern Georgia and even into parts of South Carolina early in the morning tomorrow. So be mindful. We still have several more hours of this to go. The good news is it seems to have held cooler than the models were once thinking, at least in central Alabama, and I would say the same for central Georgia. So that's good news. However, Jackie, the flash flood concern just as high as it was before. So that's a big threat that will continue well into the overnight hours.
Certainly will, and flash flooding still ongoing in places like Hattiesburg, Mississippi, and we'll continue to keep you up to date on conditions there. This is a live stream that we're looking at in the Hattiesburg area, where you can see the rain is still coming down. Hattiesburg picked up about 1.5 inches of rain in just 17 minutes, so that really gives you an idea of just how intense that rain came down, and they picked up then ultimately around 3 inches in about an hour's period of time. So that led to a lot of rising water. Several high water rescues took place, and we also recorded some really strong wind gusts here too in Hattiesburg, around 62 miles per hour. That led to some tree damage and some power outages. There are about 30,000 people without power right now in the state of Mississippi. And as you're out there driving, if you absolutely have to, which we advise you not to tonight, especially not in Hattiesburg if you can help it, but always treat intersections as a four-way stop if the lights do end up going out. So flash flood warning remaining in effect for Hattiesburg. This includes all of you in DeForest, Lamar, and Marion counties until 11 o'clock tonight. And unfortunately, there's more heavy rain, Mike, coming in from the west that's going to be pushing in right back over Hattiesburg once again. And this is on top of our threat of severe thunderstorms tonight, too.
It's going to be exhausting for a lot of people, unfortunately. The rain just does not want to let up for us, and we're going to have ongoing threats through the night tonight. When you look at the bigger picture, it's across Georgia and Alabama and Mississippi. We've got bigger issues tonight with the heavy rain, the flash flooding, even tornado warnings that are ongoing in extreme southwestern Alabama, including around the McIntosh, the city of McIntosh, Washington County under a tornado warning until the top of the hour, then extending farther south and east of there. We've got Baldwin, Clark, and Washington counties all under tornado warnings. So again, 10 o'clock the expiration on that. You can see some outflow that's forming here. See that green line right there, strong outflow winds from the storm, but we're now starting to get some kinks in these lines, so we might be getting strong bow echoes that form, or even little brief spin-ups along this line that could create, brief 30-second, 1-minute tornado touchdowns. But if it happens in your neighborhood, you've got problems, right? You can see some rotation right over top of McIntosh right now, and tornado warning continues there. We hope that you are staying safe, and that's headed toward the Chrysler area and over toward Lottie as well. Chrysler going to be around 9:54 before the tornado gets toward you. Around the Hattiesburg area, huge amounts of rain, especially in town and south of town. Rainfall rates continue to be 2 to 3 inches per hour in some of the isolated spots there. Tornadoes being reported, numerous locations, all from one supercell that raced through, just barely missing downtown Purvis, likely just to the north there, but still debris lofted into the air in numerous areas across Mississippi. Big picture, a lot of storms from near New Orleans through Atlanta and Charleston, South Carolina. And welcome back, everyone, as we follow severe weather for you tonight right here on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Mike Bettis. I'm going to get you to the tornado threat tonight. Tornado watches across the south. Does include the New Orleans metro area. Does include Mobile and Pensacola tonight. So an increased risk, we think, right along the southern Gulf Coast here. So please be aware of what our threat is going to be well after dark, obviously, tonight, and maybe after you go to bed tonight. I-10 in particular, a corridor where we think very active storms could hit us tonight. We've got a tornado warning out there in southern Alabama tonight. This has been a long track supercell thunderstorm that produced damage back through Mississippi. At one point was a very intense tornado. Washington County under a tornado warning extending over toward, let's say, Clark counties and Baldwin counties. So 3 different counties with the same warning on them. Large outflows being created by the storms here. You can see that by the green line. But if you're in McIntosh, it's basically over top of you now with the circulation weakening and going east of you. But again, one thing that's a concern is when you get kinks in the lines like that, that's where you might be getting brief little inflow notches, creating brief tornado spin-ups along this line. I'm going to move that for you so you can track that out a little bit more. So a place like, say, Tensas here around 9:51 is when the threat comes your way. I'm going to take you back into the Hattiesburg area because we've had huge issues here in Hattiesburg with flash flooding ongoing. Heavy storms are now south of town as well. So a lot of different areas where heavy rain and flooding is going to be an issue. We've had hail earlier. We had a couple of reports of tornadoes. That was the long supercell that's now over into Alabama right now. But debris lofted more than 20,000 feet into the air. The bigger picture shows you how much heavy rain is happening for us right now, including some pretty intense thunderstorms now firing up across Louisiana, north of New Orleans. St. Tammany, Tangipahoa, as well as Washington Parish is all under a severe thunderstorm warning. That'll include Amite City and Bogalusa. Those storms will get closer and closer to I-59. Heavy rain through Montgomery, increasing flash flood risk will be ongoing for us. Heavier rain now coming up through Tuscaloosa and Birmingham. It just does not want to let up for us. Atlanta, we've had bouts of moderate to heavy rain this evening, but the worst of it has been south of you between Columbus and Macon, Georgia tonight. And there's a severe thunderstorm warning just outside of Columbus in Chattahoochee, Marion, and Webster counties right now with strong outflow winds from a thunderstorm there. So in Buena Vista and Caseta, those are areas where strong winds could knock over some power lines or some trees, and be aware of that risk. That goes until 10:45, so about another 5 minutes or so with that. Talking about how much rain is still to come. There's plenty out there. It's going to be that way, we think, for the next couple of hours. For Birmingham, about another inch or so. For Atlanta, similar for you, another inch, but the heavier stuff probably south of town for you. And those are areas that have already picked up in excess of ½ foot of rain just today alone. All right, so now you're going to add more to that. Traveling southbound out of Atlanta on I-85 or I-75 is not going to be advised for you this evening because there'll be a lot of different areas where the roads will be underwater. Towns have taken on way too much water, and you're going to have ponding on even major interstates where it could cause some issues for you when it comes to just plain old hydroplaning, all right? You're going at high speed over a large puddle. Your tire loses traction, loses contact with the road. Next thing you know, you're sliding. Again, large area here. We're waiting for, front back in here to start to sweep everything out. That'll happen overnight tonight, but as of right now, our moisture flow is coming in out of the Gulf of Mexico. It's all ramming into a warm front, which is basically sitting in here like this. And all you're doing is just loading up the atmosphere with moisture here and tons of heavy rain with the most low-level dynamics in the atmosphere south of that front. And that's why we have the severe thunderstorms and the tornado warnings that are popping south of that front. That's where we had the best low-level shear, and it's where we've had the most instability in the atmosphere as well. I'm going to show you one map here that shows you instability, but ultimately the thing about it is we've had some daytime heating today. That allows for upward motion in the atmosphere, and when that happens, that can oftentimes really build tall thunderstorms. Any low-level wind shear or rotation of winds with height, changing of direction, that allows these storms to spin and create supercells that can be long-lived. Again, down to the tornado warnings for us here. We've got tornado warnings that are happening for us in southern Alabama. Does include Washington, Baldwin, and Clark counties tonight, going until the top of the hour. Rotation over McIntosh right now and pushing off to the east, moving about 45 to 50 miles per hour. So a lot of things happening for us tonight, Jackie. Severe weather, hail, winds, tornadoes. But I think for most people across numerous states tonight, flooding is a huge concern.
Yeah, and it's still ongoing right now in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. So breaking right now, they are still under a flash flood warning. So we're taking a look at some of the conditions there right now. And you can see we're over some kind of a road, and you can see the shine and the emergency officials that are there. There have been numerous high water rescues that have been ongoing there for tonight, and many streets that have been closed down. But there have been so many that law enforcement officials having a hard time keeping up, trying to shut down the streets before they have to go and help other people who have been getting stuck. So kind of tough to see in this scene here, but it does look like perhaps people are turning around, trying to avoid some of that water, and looks like potentially there may be a car down there, which may be into some of those flooded areas. So unfortunately, a little bit too common of a scene going in Hattiesburg. They picked up a ton of rain here for tonight. And it's not just Hattiesburg. So let's talk about the big picture of all this, because flash flooding is going to be a threat through the overnight hours tonight and even into tomorrow. Oh, there you can see it a lot better too, can't you, by the way? You can see the top of that vehicle that was just inundated with water there. So the flash flood alerts affect much of central parts of Alabama through much of Georgia and even extending into parts of South Carolina for tonight. We have these training thunderstorms where heavy rain moves in and then more thunderstorms push in right back behind it like trains on a car. And so when you take a look at this, look at how many miles we have of flash flood warnings from Montgomery stretching all the way into parts of Georgia. There's a look at Hattiesburg, and unfortunately you've got more heavy rain which is going to be pushing in from the west. You've picked up at least 3 inches of rain. Unfortunately, you could see another 1 or 2.
You may not see them, but your itchy eyes.
Weather is heading your way. Wake up watching AMHQ. Weekday mornings on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 41 degrees under clear skies. Tonight, mostly clear, low 31. Winds light and variable. Monday, mainly clear. Slight chance of a rain shower. High 60. Winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Monday night, rain showers early with clearing later at night. Low 37. Chance of rain 60%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Breaking right now, we are watching a flood situation ongoing in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, where several vehicles have been submerged in water. High water rescues have been taking place after extremely heavy rain came down across the city. It's still raining there right now, too, by the way. Some moderate rain and some heavier showers are pushing in from the west. You can see emergency workers are there on the scene and trying to prevent more people from driving into the situation. There are numerous roads which are closed across the city and flooded intersections. In addition to this, some high winds came through with that storm in excess of 60 miles per hour, and that brought down trees. There are some homes that have been hit by trees tonight, trapping some families. No word on any injuries. The latest on that, we're going to continue to monitor that situation, but there's also a lot of power outages too. So spotty power outages, about 30,000 without power in the state of Mississippi. We do have flash flood warning that's going to remain in effect for you here in Hattiesburg, and this is going to continue until 11 o'clock tonight. And I might want to mention your neighbors off towards the west in Columbia, also under the warning and also taking on water. In fact, water about 3 feet deep has been reported in the town of Columbia. And some of the businesses, unfortunately, have been taking on water there, and they're continuing to get some of that heavy rain. So these have been training thunderstorms, one of which was a tornadic supercell causing damage off towards the south and west of Hattiesburg. And now we have training thunderstorms that are just bringing in some additional heavy rain. So we want to bring in our Mike Bettis. He's been tracking all these storms all night long as well. Mike, unfortunately, there's still people out there. We've got essential workers, and people have been driving into this. We always remind remind them of that rhyme, turn around, don't drown. But folks need a way to be alerted tonight, too, after they go to bed.
Yeah, make sure that you've got the alerts on your cell phone, or if you've got weather radio, also a wise thing for you to have, and that'll alert you when a warning is issued for your location. We've got tornado watches in effect here along the Gulf Coast. They go down until 4 o'clock in the morning, so a nighttime threat for a lot of people. Numerous flash flood warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, and tornado warnings. I want to take you down to one tornado warning just newly issued now, and it's going to be southern Mississippi here. This is going to be just outside Picayune and Bogalusa here. Hancock and Pearl River counties are under a new tornado warning for us tonight. So that warning till 10:15. We urge you get to the lowest level of your home, the ground floor, and get to interior room as quickly as you can, because the threat is going to be ongoing here for at least the next, say, 25 minutes or so. But again, that could be headed toward say Interstate 59, or maybe almost right on top of Interstate 59, and eventually over Highway 49. The big picture shows that there are plenty of storms out there for us tonight. We've got a large area here from New Orleans all the way up toward Atlanta, where it's stormy weather for us this evening. And there's been a cluster of storms in around Hattiesburg and then east of Hattiesburg, where there have been ongoing issues. Around McIntosh, we had some, this is Alabama, we had some rotation there. Baldwin and Escambia counties now are under a severe thunderstorm warning. We've got big outflows happening for us now, so big, strong, straight-line winds could be occurring for us. You can see that highlighted in the green line on the radar map there. So we could get strong 60-plus mile-per-hour winds out ahead of that, and you can see a little bit of rotation came through McIntosh, but that was a long-lived supercell that is finally weakened. But now we're getting more lines of storms that are happening for us. But within those lines, you could get some brief kinks. Back around the Hattiesburg area again, the rain has been very heavy, especially south of town. Flash flood warning continues here. Numerous reports of hail and rain, but also 3 different reports near Hattiesburg of tornado. And we had a very distinct, very large, very violent tornado southwest of town there. Hard to get any confirmation of what damage we've had. We've talked to some storm chasers. They've seen some damage, a lot of power poles and trees that have been down, but light of day may shed some light on that. But you can see that we've got now bigger issues with flash flooding happening for us. Severe thunderstorm warning, by the way. And I'm going to zoom in on this one. Is just now near the Hammond area, north of New Orleans, about to go over Lake Pontchartrain. Livingston, St. Tammany, Tench, Bahoa parishes are all under severe thunderstorm warnings, and that line is going to, we think, sweep down and eventually hit you here in New Orleans as well. So quite a few different areas that we're watching tonight, Jackie, and for almost everyone across the South, flooding will be an ongoing issue.
Absolutely. And then we're expecting storms to continue well into tomorrow morning, too. You mentioned the tornado watches earlier that go until 4 a.m., but we're going to have to watch out for the threat of strong to severe thunderstorms, even into the mid to late morning hours for tomorrow. So the risk area that we're going to be talking about includes the coastal Carolinas down through Charleston into Columbia, Savannah, Georgia, stretching down towards Jacksonville, even into Tampa. We could see some strong to severe thunderstorms. So that's the main risk area. As that area of low pressure tracks eastward, it's going to drag that cold front along with it. But moisture already has been surging up ahead of that front. And we've got a strong low-level jet that's going to be developing, strong winds in the upper levels to help support some organized thunderstorms. I think damaging wind will be the most likely form of severe weather for your Monday morning. But we do have some torcons, as you can see, of a 3. So that's a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the highest. 3 is somewhat low, but it's not 0. So you do need that way to be alerted into the morning hours for tomorrow if you're thinking about sleeping late. This is our future radar showing you at 7 o'clock in the morning. Things may be active from Wilmington down towards Myrtle Beach into Charleston as well as Savannah. Notice the heavy rain still ongoing across parts of the Appalachians, and then the cold front finally begins to clear on through. After you get past the lunch hour for tomorrow, expect improving conditions, and there you can see it in Myrtle Beach.
Tomorrow brighter. It's time to shape our future.
Good evening, everyone. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris. An update now on the severe weather ongoing across parts of the South. We continue to have multiple warnings in effect from Louisiana, stretching all the way over with flash flood warnings into parts of Georgia. We still have one tornado warning, which is ongoing. It's just across the Louisiana state line into Mississippi. So this is for you into Hancock and Pearl River counties. Tornado warning until 10:15 Central Time there. This is just passed off towards the east of the interstate, and we'll zoom in to give you a little bit of a better look. This is the velocity mode where we can see that red and that green coming together. So just east of Interstate 59 is the area that we're watching, and that storm is moving off into an easterly direction. So kind of broad rotation, but certainly a storm that you need to take seriously for tonight and get to the lowest level of your home, away from doors and windows, and stay in your safe place until that warning expires. We do have a new tornado watch, which has been issued, and this extends now until 4 o'clock in the morning. It includes places like New Orleans, into Biloxi, Mobile, Pensacola, over towards Monroeville, and just to the shy of Montgomery, Alabama. So this whole area of storms will continue to track off towards the east, capable of producing tornadoes as well as damaging winds. There have been some small hail reports, but these storms are also moving over the same areas that have been drenched already this evening and even early this morning. So flash flood warnings from Columbus over towards Macon and into the Dublin area. Stay safe tonight.
That thing's gonna come over hard.
This time on Highway Through Hell.
Wow.
A lost